This world. It's a savage battleground where the weak are crushed, and the strong rise by consuming their essence, a harsh reality reflected in every twisted branch of this ominous forest. But deep in these shadows, a chilling crunch-crunch echoes, as two deadly wolf-like beasts prowl the winding path, hunting. One of them, eyes burning crimson, locks onto its target, a silent, deadly declaration, that one there is prey. But lurking in the shadows, Johann Eitz, cloaked and clutching a glowing device, gives a stern reminder to his young charge, Del, don't forget what you were taught. Stay calm. As the pressure builds, his fist tightens, erupting with a powerful, inner glow, a kwang of raw power, a guttural yua of pure determination. With a surge of power, he unleashes a glowing arrow, sending it hurtling through the night at blinding speed. The impact is explosive, a thunderous whack. The unseen monster recoils, clearly stunned by the hit. Sir Johann. Del shouts, her voice laced with disbelief as she spots him with a shattered bow. She lays into him, demanding to know why he failed to secure their target. Why did you break your bow instead? She yells, utterly exasperated. He tries to justify it, claiming it snapped far too easily, perhaps it was just ancient. But Del isn't buying it for a second, roaring back that she just bought it last week. Still fuming, she lays into him, demanding he remember his training and realize that swordsmanship won't pay the bills. His eyes flash with a subtle blue glow as he processes her words, a thought sparking, maybe he should have just picked up a sword instead. But the brutal truth hits him, swordsmanship is worthless until someone actually pays you for it. Strolling through the woods, she finally lets out a frustrated sigh, conceding his point. Shaking her head, she drops the subject and tells him to hurry up, they need to find a new spot. He is Johann Eitz, but his true identity, his birth name, was Kim Johann. After a sudden, unexpected death, he was reborn into a whole new world. Reincarnating as a noble sounded sweet, but he was at the absolute bottom of his family's pecking order. Forget inheriting anything, name, wealth, it was all a pipe dream. He just hoped he wouldn't get stripped and tossed out during his siblings' brutal power plays. But the absolute biggest problem of all. He wasn't facing this brutal reality by himself. Then, a guttural growl ripped through the night, and he thought, wait, is that? Before he could even process it, a grey wolf exploded from the darkness, its eyes blazing crimson. The chilling truth slammed into him, it wasn't just one, it was a whole pack. Another beast roared, joining the fray, its deadly fangs flashing. With lightning speed, he draws his bow, an arrow already knocked, as a ferocious wolf lunges, jaws snapping. This new world he'd been reborn into was a brutally realistic medieval era. How utterly cruel. That even death offered no escape, no rest. A village, he questions, turning to his grizzled companion. Hard to say. No one knows, the older man responds, his tone heavy. No, we are nothing but prey for the strong, Joseph declares, his words a stark warning. Just as he suspected, Johann muses, a faint glow emanating from his bandaged hand, no aura detected from this age. His eyes blaze with an intense, unyielding focus, because he knows exactly what he needs to survive. His jaw tightens, the one word screaming in his head, money. When he first got here, he was totally hyped, thinking he'd awaken some insane power, something to make him a legend. But every single thing he tried proved that was a total bust, so he had to completely pivot his entire game plan. And that one, burning, absolute goal now is money. With enough cash, he could ditch this place, buy whatever he wanted, and finally be free. He could become a merchant, or even a free farmer, calling his own shots. A wild grin splits his face as he declares, money is everything. He'll get every single coin, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, Joseph's voice snaps him out of it, telling him to check something out. Joseph reveals a glowing shrub, touting its incredible regenerative and healing powers. But Johann's mind immediately zeroes in on one thing, its price tag. He can't help but exclaim, this thing has to be worth a fortune. Joseph, pleased, remarks on Johann's apparent liking for the plant as they press on. Moments later, the precious shrub is nestled in a pouch, swaying gently from a branch, a subtle rustle hinting at its presence. Then, a sudden jolt of horror. Johann realizes he's lost it, eliciting a stunned, what, from Joseph. Joseph's eyes widen, a chilling realization dawning on him as the full weight of their predicament crashes down. A frantic, sharp sound cuts through the air as both men are seized by sheer terror. Johann tears through the forest, screaming for anyone, to come to their aid. His desperate cries pierce the quiet woods, a frantic plea for help echoing into the unknown. Suddenly, the forest explodes with unseen movement and menacing growls, ripping through the quiet. Head snapping up, Johann's eyes go wide with pure alarm as the terrifying sounds close in. A desperate scream rips from his throat, begging for help as a monstrous, shadowy wolf form emerges from the gloom. The darkness explodes with a pack of monstrous creatures, their terrifying forms materializing all around him. More growls erupt, the pack closing in with deadly, predatory intent. Seeing the absolute chaos unfold, Joseph lets out a shocked gasp, his thoughts instantly flashing to the child who shouldn't be anywhere near this deadly forest. Then, one of the massive beasts lunges, fangs bared for the kill. Joseph whips out his bow, but the sheer, impossible number of attackers is just too much. With a silent, desperate understanding, both men bolt, retreating to regroup and call for backup. He hangs in the air, a silent challenge. As Joseph screams, warning that these aren't just wolves, they're pure, monstrous people-eaters, far too dangerous. But Johann just drops, a confident smirk on his face, telling Joseph it's fine, that he'll draw their attention, and Joseph needs to get Del to safety. Joseph can only gasp, utterly refusing to leave him to sacrifice himself, not when it's just the two of them. Johann throws a quick glance back, a knowing look in his eyes. Then reveals his true intent, he's not sacrificing himself, he's just drawing them out. He quickly assesses the threat, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 10 wolves. The monstrous pack closes in, but he's already planning his next move, ready to retreat if things get too wild. A chilling grin spreads across his face, these aren't enemies, they're his precious moneymakers. He unleashes a primal scream, a torrent of blue energy exploding from his form. Joseph, caught completely off guard, can only stammer in utter confusion. A monstrous beast recoils, stunned by the sudden assault. Johann, his blade now a beacon of searing blue energy, unleashes a devastating, screaming strike. Joseph, Del shielded behind him, stares in utter disbelief, his mind reeling at the impossible swordsmanship unfolding before his eyes. The glowing blue blade rips through a monstrous wolf with brutal efficiency. The sheer force of the blow sends feathers and debris exploding outwards. A violent crimson spray erupts, painting the air with the brutal force of the strike. Another monster, frozen in terror, can only watch as the glowing blade closes in for the kill. Out of the shadows, a monstrous maw, teeth bared, lunges with terrifying speed. Its snapping jaws closing in for the kill. And just behind it, another creature snarls, ready to join the brutal assault. But Johann moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he channels his training, do not forget what you were taught. Stay calm. Joseph watches, eyes wide with utter disbelief, as the hunter's lightning-fast counterattack unfolds. What? One of the beasts recoils violently, sent flying by an unseen, devastating force. Then, with an explosive flash of brilliant blue energy, Johann strikes again, a devastating blow. Sending another creature hurtling through the air like a ragdoll. Joseph can only stare, utterly dumbfounded, a single word escaping his lips. Sir. While Joseph is still reeling, Johann's focus is absolute, his mind locked onto the teachings that forged him. He forces himself to stay calm. But simultaneously, a massive procession rolls through Baltroon village, right in the Yates family's domain. Guards snap to attention. While Joseph, still reeling, watches the spectacle with a visible tremor. Meanwhile, Madame Yates, the concubine of the Yates family, maintains a cool facade. While Philip Yates, the first son, exudes an aura of pure authority. He lets out a dismissive scoff, clearly unimpressed and finding the whole thing as foul as usual. Philip's arrogant words barely out of his mouth, Joseph absolutely explodes, roaring about that nonsense and challenging the arrogant Desert Yates, directly. Completely unfazed, Philip coolly apologizes to someone off-screen, then casually drops the bombshell that the entire village is just, gone. He keeps going, scoffing at the wasted trip for such a dump, and then, with pure arrogance, suggests they just pull out a map to hunt down this beast of a location. Joseph's fury boils over, a primal scream tearing from his lungs. But Philip just brushes off the old man's rage, telling him to forget about it and asking why anyone would even defend such a disgrace. Joseph's voice booms once more, declaring that this place shouldn't even exist, then he cuts himself off, practically daring Philip to question his authority. His final, choked question hangs heavy, a raw testament to his barely contained fury. But miles away from that explosive confrontation, Johann and Del are steadily riding towards the village, the path ahead swallowed by the encroaching twilight. As they get closer, Johann's mind races at the bizarre sight, questioning why a massive pile of straw is blocking the village entrance. Philip Yates, mounted regally, receives a desperate plea for forgiveness from his guards. But he's already moved on, declaring Robert's daughter the mastermind, a mere child who couldn't possibly escape his grasp. Joseph, caught in the crossfire, endures Philip's chilling promise of a brighter future. The sheer audacity of it all hits him like a physical blow. Elsewhere, the village entrance erupts as a monstrous, gnarled tree begins to crackle with raw, untamed power. An explosive burst of energy rips through the air, its ancient roots tearing the very ground apart. Johann Yates finally reaches the scene, his eyes locking onto the terrifying, glowing tree now buried under a mountain of straw. He can only stare, utterly dumbfounded by the impossible spectacle. Just as he reached the village, a chilling growl ripped through the night, and a terrifying, wolf-like beast burst forth from the darkness. Its massive legs coiled. Before it unleashed a terrifying snarl, its glowing red eyes fixed on him. Johann didn't flinch, meeting the charge head-on, and landing a devastating strike. But the beast just shrugged it off, leaving him stunned by its sheer toughness. He knew a sword wouldn't cut it, muttering, "Fighting with a sword really isn't my style." So he tapped into his true power, unleashing a blinding, glowing attack that sent the beast flying. With a fierce roar, he declared, "This time, I'll fight my way. Bring it on." His eyes blazed with an intense, blue glow, a terrifying display of his absolute resolve. His hand clenches, a single thought burning in his mind: these monsters, these challenges, are just his adorable little moneymakers. In this brutal world, it's all about survival of the fittest. To avoid becoming just another meal in this savage era, he has to rise above. He needs money, and he needs it now. And to get that cash, what he needs is power. His fist ignites with a blinding blue aura, crackling with raw, untamed energy. A strength so overwhelming, it can crush any foe. Now completely engulfed in that brilliant blue light, Johann is ready to unleash his full power, his resolve burning brighter with every surge of energy. To absolutely shatter every single human limitation, he was ready to unleash everything. A monstrous roar ripped through the air as his body warped, transforming into a primal, unstoppable beast. Engulfed in a blazing blue aura, he exploded forward, tearing into shadowy figures with blinding speed and power. Another earth-shattering roar, each strike a testament to his untamed ferocity. His leg became a weapon, kicking with bone-shattering impact. The sound of crushing bone was deafening, as his relentless assault ripped through his foes, leaving a bloody, broken mess in his wake. One of the shadowy foes reels back, its glowing eye screaming pure disbelief. Meanwhile, a grizzled warrior is absolutely floored, jaw practically on the ground, utterly stunned by the raw power unleashed. Even the other shadowy creatures are visibly shaken, letting out a collective, terrified "Whoa." But Johann, the transformed hunter, just grins, a terrifying, blood-splattered smile as his eyes blaze crimson and a furious red aura explodes around him. He stands triumphant, a terrifying silhouette over the utterly demolished forms of his enemies. As the full moon shines down, a single, chilling thought cuts through the silence: how much is all this worth? Facing the stark choice, Johann had to accept the power of the Shadow Knight's sword and armor. But this wasn't his first taste of hardship, his life had been a brutal gauntlet of constant beatings. This world was merciless, filled with venomous cries like, "Die, you illegitimate brat." His so-called brothers, higher in rank, would relentlessly pummel him, screaming, "A motherless bastard dare to talk back." The threats were constant: "If you act up again, we'll stomp you flat." Through every blow, Johann began to grasp the cold, hard truth. Even if they beat him to death, the only one he could ever truly depend on in this brutal world was. With eyes burning with resolve, he understood: no one will care. He could only rely on himself. And so, he thought, watching the struggling masses of this harsh new reality, what was the ultimate key to conquering survival in a medieval world? Luckily, Johann's entire past life as a modern student, grinding through endless exams and chasing grades, had forged his mind into a weapon, packed with knowledge these medieval folks couldn't even dream of. Because of that, Johann's brain was a supercomputer of untapped potential. He decided to weaponize that knowledge, unleashing exercise science and high-intensity training, to forge his body into an absolute machine. Later, while prepping some grub, a tiny voice piped up: "Johann, what in the world are you eating?" He turned to Dell, who looked utterly baffled by his culinary creations, and declared, "What am I thinking about? These are superfoods. The ultimate blueprint for a nutritionally balanced diet." Fully committed to his groundbreaking regimen, Johann plunged into intense training, fusing modern exercise science with brutal close combat martial arts. And just like that, his relentless training never stopped. For years upon years, his efforts exploded into raw power. As he moved with devastating precision, and then he acted, striking with a blinding blur. Every single blow delivering crushing impact. His honed skills were now unleashed, ready to face down the monstrous threats lurking in the wild. A deep, resonant hum of power vibrated through him. Because with every single grueling training session, his body just kept getting overwhelmingly stronger. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, day in and day out, until he could finally feel that ultimate, refreshing surge. The sheer destruction of his training dummies screamed of his progress, leaving him to ponder if this insane power was a gift from the heavens, or just the warm-up for an even bigger challenge. But nobody, absolutely nobody, knew the answer as time just kept on ticking by. Until one dark night, a sudden, sharp crack ripped through the silent forest, making him jump with a startled, almost excited, gasp, as if he'd been waiting for this moment. Peering down, he spotted small, shadowy figures scrambling away, and instantly knew they were on the hunt. The immediate danger past, Joseph's tension breaks, a gasp of relief escaping him as he sees Johann, miraculously unscathed, holding a still shaking Dell. Johann's calm voice cuts through the night, a promise of safety. But the relief is fleeting, a hard gulp catching in Joseph's throat, as the true weight of their brush with death settles in. His eyes narrow, a silent, furious question burning in their depths about the sheer recklessness of it all. Yet, Johann, ever composed, fires back, pointing out Joseph's own dangerous solo excursion. Joseph, humbled, can only offer a sheepish apology, confessing his heart led him astray. Out of nowhere, a shady merchant materializes, spewing platitudes of gratitude, only to reveal his true, greedy colors, openly wondering which of them would fetch the highest price. Johann's sharp rebuke cuts through the air, a stark declaration that this is the end of childhood. Joseph, surprisingly, finds humor in the merchant's audacity, earning a sharp, exasperated call from Johann. Joseph just shrugs, leaving his cynical thoughts to hang in the silence. A flicker of confusion crosses Johann's face, as he asks Joseph to clarify, having missed the subtle jab. Joseph waves it off, a knowing smirk playing on his lips, reminding Johann he's still just a kid, then asks if he'll take the merchant's deal. Johann, with a steely gaze, declares his acceptance. A sudden shiver racks Dell's small frame, her eyes glowing with a chilling blend of terror and a nascent understanding of her grim fate. Out of nowhere, a monstrous claw, all talons and shadow, explodes from the darkness. Before anyone can even blink, the beast's glowing red eyes lock onto Dell, and it snatches her up with impossible speed. A primal, guttural roar rips through the night, as the monster towers over them, its sheer terror freezing Dell and Johann in place. Her face contorts in pure, primal terror, the monster's colossal claw a stark reminder of the impossible odds they're up against. A deafening roar explodes from the beast, a sound of pure, untamed aggression that shakes the very trees. Its jaws gape wide, exposing rows of jagged teeth as it snarls, a terrifying growl vibrating from its core. The monster's full, terrifying silhouette is finally unleashed, a hulking mass of shadow and fury, its roars literally shaking the ground. Joseph, his eyes bulging with pure, unadulterated terror, can only choke out one word, a monster. Spinning to face Johann, he screams, "Sir Johann. We have to run." He's convinced that monster is an entire army. He thought this was just some ordinary medieval world, but the shocking truth hit him hard, this place was crawling with monsters. His eyes blazing with an intense blue glow, Johann fearlessly confronted the monstrous presence, shouting, "Hey, you! Are you their leader?" A terrifying growl ripped through the night, revealing a colossal, red-eyed wolf beast surrounded by shadowy minions. The beastly wolf let out a terrifying snarl, its voice a chilling rasp as it confessed to wiping out Johann's crew, then vowed that its wolf puppies would make him pay dearly. Its glowing red eyes burned with pure malice, driving home the terrifying promise. Johann's blue eyes sharpened, he could literally feel the raw power radiating from that thing. He instantly recognized its insane speed, a thought screaming through his head, but before he could even react, the beast let out a deafening roar and lunged. Jaws wide, glowing red eyes locked onto its target. The beast's claw strikes like lightning, a blinding flash of purple power. Roaring, "It doesn't matter," as if nothing can stop it. Its crimson eyes blaze with pure fury, crackling with raw, untamed energy. Pinning him down, the monster's fangs bared, ready to tear him apart, whatever you are. Even mocking him, your hide will sell for even more. But just when all hope seems lost, a brilliant burst of blue energy explodes from his hand, slamming into the monster with incredible force, eliciting a furious, primal rough from the stunned creature. As he grabs its very jaw, locking it down in a desperate struggle, he lets out a frustrated cry, realizing he messed up the rope, knowing this blunder is gonna cost him big time. The wolf monster's red eyes absolutely blaze with rage, letting out a terrifying, guttural growl. Its jaws snap open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to tear. But Johann isn't backing down. He explodes into motion, surrounded by a burst of blue energy, making the monster reel back with a pained, furious howl. He channels that raw, vibrant blue power, slamming it directly into the beast. His eyes are practically burning with an intense azure light as the energy surges around him, his resolve hardening into pure steel. But then, something totally unexpected happens, making him gasp, "What?" His world spins. A sudden, jarring disorientation hits him like a truck. Is this even real? His heart pounds a frantic rhythm, and he feels his grip on reality slipping away. Then, a sickening thud, like a giant just hit the ground. A primal growl tears through the air. Then another, even closer, the beast is right there. Before he can even blink, a devastating impact explodes against him, a deafening clang ripping through the night. The wolf monster, a terrifying blur of fur and claws, slashes across him, sending him flying back. A raw scream of agony rips from his throat, blood exploding as the hit lands. Trembling with pure agony and an explosive rage, he unleashes a primal scream, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy as a powerful aura explodes around him. The scream just keeps going, raw and absolutely unhinged, the blue energy surging, threatening to consume everything. After the explosive power surge, Johann 8 fought through the haze, his head spinning from the sheer force heat unleashed. He scanned the area, utterly bewildered, muttering, "What just happened?" His eyes darted to where the beast had stood, but only a fading crimson glow remained, the monster completely gone. Disbelief etched across his face, he could only manage, "It's gone." Not far off, Dell blinked awake, the forest now eerily silent. A wave of calm washed over her as she thought, "Looks like everyone is safe." Joseph also came to, his hunter's instincts immediately kicking in. "I don't know what happened," he declared, his gaze sharp. "But monsters don't just vanish like that." Soon after, Johann 8 was seen carefully carrying Dell through the woods, navigating around the fallen wolf monsters, now nothing more than silent corpses. Even after all that chaos, his hunter's mind couldn't help but lament, "I wanted those wolf pelts though." A resigned sigh escaped him, knowing it was too late, and he pressed on, accepting the missed opportunity. "Well, not much I can do." But what they didn't see was the bizarre transformation already underway, the fallen wolf monsters were being rapidly consumed by strange, glowing, otherworldly vines. The full moon hangs high, casting an eerie glow over the silent, sprawling forest. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, demanding if they're still on the hunt for the missing villagers. He's already calculating the angles, wondering if this accidental heroism could score him some major points with Dell's dad. A vision of the merchant, practically crowning him a successor, flashes through his mind, a stark reminder of his real goals. But then, the cold, hard truth hits him, maybe he should just let the guards handle the monster mystery. A subtle escapes him, his face a mask as he weighs his next move. Suddenly, a blazing torch pierces the gloom, announcing the arrival of more people. And just like that, Joseph and his search party burst through the foliage, their worried faces scanning the scene. He flinches, a shocked gasp ripping from his throat. Suddenly, a furious voice booms, demanding, "Johann 8. Where have you been?" The voice rages on, dripping with fury, "How dare you disappear on the day of Father's inspection?" A sudden, crushing realization hits him, as he mutters, "Oh, right. That was today." The imposing figure of Johann 8's father, a titan in ornate armor atop his warhorse, surveys the scene, a silent, seething thought of "insolent brat" burning in his mind. With a brutal thud, an armored boot slams down, pinning him mercilessly to the ground. Lying utterly defeated, Johann weakly gasps, "Father." But the father's response is chillingly absolute, silence. The father's voice absolutely explodes, a thunderous roar demanding to know how he could possibly be ignored. His face a mask of pure, unadulterated fury, the father of Johann glares, his eyes practically spitting fire. An armored fist clenches with bone-crushing force, as he delivers a chilling promise to crack open that insolent head. Deep within the shadowed forest, a single torch blazes, its light cutting through the oppressive darkness. But the silence is shattered by a thunderous, enraged voice, roaring out Johann 8's name and demanding answers. His father's face contorts in pure rage, his voice escalating, unleashing a torrent of fury for his son's absence on the crucial inspection day. Johann's eyes snap wide open in a moment of stark realization, a quiet, "Oh, right," barely audible as the gravity of his mistake hits him. The father's voice drops to a chilling, contemptuous tone, utterly dismissing his son as an immature bastard. Then, the imposing figure of Johann's father makes his grand entrance on horseback, leading a formidable contingent of armored soldiers, their banners snapping defiantly in the wind. His heavy, armored leg swings down with a decisive thud, a clear declaration of his arrival and immediate presence. Johann, now kneeling and shielding Dell, desperately tries to offer an explanation, his voice a mere whisper against the towering fury of his father. But his father's armored boot slams down, silencing him instantly, a brutal "shut it" echoing through the forest, leaving no room for argument. The old man's fury explodes, his voice a thunderclap, screaming about disrespect and defiance. His hand tightens on his weapon, a clear promise of pain. Johann's blood boils. He just barely made it back alive, and now he has to listen to this garbage. A bitter thought flashes through his mind, life is hard. But then, a mischievous glint in his eye, he's got an idea, a way to spin this. He finally speaks up, Dell clutched tight, declaring his absence was for an inspection and saving lives in the forest. But his father isn't buying it, his face a mask of pure rage, roaring back. But then, his eyes land on Dell, and the rage instantly vanishes, replaced by a flood of relief as he pulls the child into a tight embrace, just so grateful she's safe. Tears stream down his face, a raw, powerful display of a father's love and relief. Clutching Dell, he confronts the anxious crowd, declaring, "See this? Dell was swarmed by monsters, and I fought to save her. Robert, a key villager, demands more answers. He presses on, his voice unwavering, I fought and defeated the wolves to save her. But Robert, unconvinced, retorts, yet you missed the inspection. Johann, though missing his duty, stands his ground, I couldn't make the inspection, but I fulfilled my duty as a knight's son. Having made his case, he pivots, determined, I'll keep doing my best for the Yates estate. Later, the guard captain commends him, awesome job saving the kid. You kept your word to me, the guard captain. The captain reassures him, relax, I've got it all covered. Your father will be thrilled. But Johann's mind races, thrilled about what? What about the inspection? Then, his father, Joseph, erupts in a thunderous laugh, his face practically glowing with sheer delight. He shouts, still bursting with emotion, aha. So that's what went down. My precious, future guard captain. He teases, a playful glint in his eye, but, where are these wolves? You can't expect me to just believe you without proof, right? His father's playful skepticism quickly morphs into a piercing stare, demanding answers. Johann, caught off guard, can only stutter out a desperate denial. He doubles down, swearing he's not lying, even dropping the bombshell of a great dark wolf encounter. Joseph's face contorts, his patience absolutely shattered. He roars, how dare his son lie to him, threatening to rip his mouth open. Johann, despite the fear, steel himself, ready to prove his worth. Joseph, still utterly unimpressed, mocks his son's unpopularity and challenges his motives for wanting a fight. Johann, cornered, realizes he has no other option. Joseph finally relents, daring him to show what he's got. The gauntlet is thrown, raise your sword. Joseph's voice booms, laying down the ultimate challenge, a duel, weapons only. Johann's eyes snap wide open, the challenge hitting him like a physical blow, with a weapon. A surge of raw emotion flashes across his face, his stare burning into Joseph. A guttural growl escapes his throat, the rage boiling over, you never taught me how to use a weapon, you motherfucker. The brutal reality of the wandering knight's path, a life of endless battles and defining choices, now stares Johann in the face. He grips a shattered sword, a stark reminder of his disadvantage, his fury barely contained. A furious gasp escapes him, then he snarls, you piece of shit. Philip, lend him yours. The tension is palpable. Philip, caught in the middle, can only manage a weak okay as the duel looms. Philip desperately grabs Johann, begging him to apologize, claiming it's his only shot at redemption. Johann's face hardens with pure defiance, scoffing at the idea of begging for mercy, because in his eyes, he's innocent. A powerful fist clenches, a clear message, he's not backing down. He shouts move, and shoves past Philip, who can only yell his name in a last-ditch effort to stop the inevitable. Joseph, the challenger, just watches it all go down, a smug grin spreading across his face, ready for the spectacle. He finally confronts Joseph, declaring this isn't about him, it's for everyone else. But there's a deeper game at play, he's convinced that if he unleashes his true power, even Joseph will have no choice but to recognize his strength. And with that, he explodes into action, the duel officially underway. He lets out a primal scream, the monster's raw power absolutely tearing through him. Nearby, Joseph's jaw drops, his face a mask of pure shock, as he witnesses the insane power radiating from the beast. The wolf monster is absolutely radiating a malevolent red aura, its eyes burning like twin infernos in the oppressive darkness. The oppressive energy just keeps intensifying, making the very air crackle with its monstrous, terrifying presence. But then, a lightning-fast blur of red just rips through the air. As Johann, now absolutely engulfed in his own crimson aura, unleashes a devastating blow, his fist connecting with bone-shattering force. The monster gets absolutely rocked, its massive form sent flying back by the sheer, unadulterated power of the strike. And another impact follows instantly, a relentless, brutal barrage of attacks. The beast lets out a pained shriek, its body getting absolutely hammered and pushed back by the overwhelming assault. He clenches his fist, a raw surge of crimson energy exploding from him. Then unleashes a devastating blow, sending the monster flying with a thunderous, bone-shattering impact. The creature snarls in defiance, but Johann's voice rips through the air, branding it a parasite as it staggers, overwhelmed by his relentless assault. How dare you insult me, he bellows, while Joseph, stunned on the sidelines, can only shake his head, muttering about his perceived weakness. His aura absolutely erupts, his back a silhouette of pure power as he continues his verbal onslaught. Demanding to know why he never bothered to teach the monster how to wield a sword, because it would still be a useless piece of trash either way. He declares that no matter what, it will never surpass him. With one final, explosive, sweeping motion, he delivers a crushing, decisive strike. He roars, a defiant challenge echoing through the night, proclaiming his absolute dominion over his estate. The monstrous wolf lets out a guttural snarl, pure fury radiating from its form. His voice escalates, a furious declaration that not even the emperor himself could touch what is his. Joseph, witnessing the raw intensity, can only wonder if the power has finally pushed him over the edge. But Johann, blood streaking his face, brushes off the concern, his gaze locked on his target. Even with his vision blurred by his own blood, his resolve is unshaken. Johann. Joseph screams, a desperate plea tearing through the air. Then, a blinding flash of green energy as Johann's blade connects with devastating impact. His eyes ignite with an intense, otherworldly blue, a primal, unyielding power burning within him. The crowd erupts in a chorus of terrified screams, utterly overwhelmed by the raw power unleashed. With a deafening crack, the monster's impenetrable shield explodes into glowing fragments. Absolutely obliterated by the sheer force. Johann, eyes blazing with an intense, electric blue, a streak of blood painting his cheek, stands victorious. As the colossal wolf monster collapses, utterly vanquished, its final, desperate thought a single, crushing realization: I lost. He stares down, a chilling command in his voice: know your place. And then, the ultimate threat: if I ever see you again. A guard's face twists in pure fury, his voice a guttural roar as he swears to absolutely smash someone's head in. But in the electrifying aftermath, Johann looms, an absolute powerhouse, over the very same guard, now brought to his knees in utter submission, a crackling, almost visible tension dominating the scene. A stunned silence grips the entire gathered crowd, every single eye locked onto the unfolding drama, a potent mix of awe and sheer apprehension etched on their faces. Whispers ripple through the stunned onlookers, as they finally acknowledge the sheer, formidable presence of Sir Johann. That was an absolute, unforgettable display of raw power. Meanwhile, across the village, a furious voice rails against the sheer injustice of Sergeson's actions, its echoes cutting through the silent night near a towering structure. Completely unfazed by any external judgment, Johann stands his ground, boldly declaring his absolute freedom from the village's suffocating constraints and his utter indifference to their petty opinions. A blonde-haired man, his face a mask of pure distress, shouts out, demanding that a true knight should always uphold honor. His hand clenches into a tight fist as he furiously questions how anyone could possibly treat their own son with such cruelty, before a quiet, almost defiant, internal reassurance surfaces: I'm fine. He takes a moment, a deep breath, the sheer fact of his survival echoing in his mind: I'm alive, at least. Elsewhere, a grizzled voice booms, recounting a wild tale of someone showing up in the most absurd attire. The old man cackles, picturing them in full armor, probably lugging it around after a night of heavy drinking. A faint blue glow ignites in Johann's eyes, his mind racing, connecting the dots of this strange tale. A wry smile plays on his lips as he concedes: I guess this is reality, a world far stranger than he imagined. The old man's narrative unfolds, revealing that this individual, despite never mastering the sword, wielded some forgotten power. And Sergeson? He's a battle-hardened veteran, no doubt about his experience. The elder wraps up his story, declaring that with a father's strength and experience, losing was simply not an option. Suddenly, a data screen flashes, revealing the legendary knight Sert Levi, from the next date over, annihilated 300 monsters all by himself. Johann's jaw drops, eyes wide, absolutely blown away by the incredible, unbelievable power of Sert Levi. Johann, deep in thought, realizes some things are just undeniably important. He flashes back to a past fight, initially dismissing his opponent as a nightmare dog, but the truth hits him: it was a massive black wolf. Joseph and Dell are absolutely stunned by his story, demanding to know if he really fought a wolf out there. A sheepish look crosses his face, as he mumbles a reluctant, yeah. Joseph's face turns grim, his worry escalating as he reveals that he and Dell are also gone, a chilling, oh, dear God, escaping his lips. Joseph grips Johann's shoulder, his voice urgent, demanding to know what happened with that wolf. Joseph's grip tightens, his eyes fixed on Johann as he explains that ever since that day, black wolves have been branded as taboo. An old, weathered text confirms the chilling truth, solidifying the dark reputation of these beasts. A terrifying wolf image flashes, as priests brand them an omen of death. The ancient lore echoes in his mind, a terrifying truth: black wolves aren't just animals, they're omens of death and destruction. A heavy sigh escapes him, the crushing weight of this dark prophecy settling deep within. But Philip, ever the pragmatist, tries to brush it off, calling it just another one of their father's over-the-top stories. Maybe, he thinks, but Philip's quick to reassure him: don't even sweat it. Flashing a confident smile, Philip doubles down, declaring these black wolf stories are just dusty old myths. He keeps going, saying Johann's good luck is all thanks to his pure heart, because, obviously, the heavens bless good guys like him. But deep down, a fire ignites, a furious thought: who puts others before themselves? Despite the inner turmoil, he forces a huge, reassuring smile, masking his true feelings. Later, under the cloak of night, gazing at the sleeping town, he's still lost in thought about that black wolf, a quiet hum escaping his lips. But elsewhere, a terrifying event is brewing right by the Eights Estate. The Brits barony's Eights Estate is facing an unknown threat. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air as an invisible attacker slams into a helpless victim. He begs for mercy, but the glowing red blows just keep coming. His face twists in sheer terror, as he screams and pleads for the assault to end. Then, another devastating hit, and his last scream is swallowed by the darkness. A sickening impact, and blood explodes across the scene. The very ground shatters, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. Deep in the shadows of the forest, a hooded figure pulls back a bowstring, his mind a steel trap, echoing the vital lessons he's learned, urging himself to stay calm. Elsewhere, amidst a hellscape of burning ruins, an armored warrior stomps through the devastation, grumbling about why everyone always flees. He takes in the sheer devastation, judging it too brutal, even for the most monstrous foes. The gruesome sight of burning bodies elicits a cold, indifferent thought: who gives a damn? Flames roar and consume everything, as he coldly reminds himself that they're just doing their job. Through the raging inferno, their sole objective is to secure their payment. The scorching wind howls through the devastated landscape. Suddenly, an imposing, cloaked figure strides through the smoke, heading straight for a colossal, ornate gate, illuminated by the infernal orange light. A voice cuts through the chaos, hailing him as Sir Karamov. Amidst the smoldering ruins, Karamov, a titan in red armor, surveys the scene, his presence dominating the devastation as a cloaked figure confirms the mercenaries are already on cleanup duty. His armored hand then lifts a small, ornate object, revealing the distinctive ring of the Brits family, a trophy of his conquest. A soft clink echoes through the silence. As he gazes down at the symbol of a fallen house. A single word escaping his lips, dripping with disdain: Brits. Meanwhile, from a vantage point overlooking the same devastation, an armored archer reflects on the battle's outcome, musing that he had high expectations for the one who supposedly killed 100 goblin sets on his own. But the voice of Karamov cuts through the thought, dismissing the fallen foe as not even lasting 2 attacks, not even worthy of being called a dog, as he declares himself, Karamov, the sword of the Third Empire, a chilling declaration of power. Nearby, an elf-like figure with glowing red eyes sits calmly amidst the rubble, identified as His Imperial Majesty's proxy, a new, enigmatic power player. A close-up reveals the hilt of a glowing sword, further identifying this individual as the Recollector of Seals, a title that hints at immense power and purpose. Deep in the shadows, Johann locks onto his target, a voice echoing in his mind: never forget your training. Stay calm. But elsewhere, a terrifying decree erupts from the Imperial proxy, a voice of pure power: all who serve the Emperor will be showered in glory. Gold and honor beyond their wildest dreams await. Then, the terrifying visage of Karamov, the Empire's ultimate weapon, emerges, his eyes glowing with destructive intent, as the decree unleashes its full, horrifying scope. Kill, steal, and burn them all. The command rings out. With a thunderous roar, Karamov unleashes his legions, a tide of destruction ready to sweep across the land. His imposing armored form dominates the scene, and the chilling truth is revealed: the Eights Estate is their next, doomed target. A sharp, metallic clang rips through the night. As a flurry of impacts explodes, each one a deafening, bone-jarring crash against unseen defenses. Johann, a blur in the darkness, strikes first, his attack met with a resounding, explosive clang as it deflects off the heavy armor of his towering opponent. But before he can even react, the armored figure retaliates, its massive weapon arcing down with terrifying, blinding speed. As the blow descends, Johann's eyes flare with an intense, electric blue glow, a surge of raw power preparing him for the devastating impact. The weapon continues its relentless descent. Now wreathed in a fierce, crackling orange energy. And slams down with a deafening, earth-shattering crash, sending sparks and debris flying in every direction. The Imperial proxy's attack erupts, a glowing, circular symbol of raw power manifesting with deadly intent. It plunges downward with terrifying speed, a searing streak of destructive energy tearing through the air. The impact is devastating, a violent, explosive eruption of dark, crushing force. Red and black explode across the scene, a horrifying testament to the grievous injury inflicted. Johann crumples, his body slamming into the unforgiving ground with a sickening thud. His face, now a mask of blood, reveals the immediate, devastating consequences of that brutal blow. His eyes snap open, wide with pure shock and agony, as a torrent of blood streams from his mouth. A raw, guttural scream rips from his throat. Clutching his chest, writhing in excruciating pain, his body battered, broken, and on the verge of collapse. He jolts awake, his body screaming as the first rays of light pierce the darkness. Clutching his head, the chilling echoes of a nightmare refuse to fade. The same terrifying vision, a monstrous black wolf with eyes of pure, burning malice. Its guttural snarl ripped through his mind, a relentless nightmare haunting him for what felt like an eternity. He knew its chilling truth, a legend whispered through the ages: the Black Wolf, an ancient harbinger of doom. Fear etched itself onto his face, the Black Wolf's reputation as a harbinger of pure misfortune burning in his mind. Those crimson eyes, blazing under a blood-red moon, were the ultimate sign of impending disaster. Legend screamed of its power to unleash catastrophe, earning it the terrifying title, Sign of Death. A cold shiver racks his body, the chilling weight of the omen pressing down on his very soul. Locked in intense training, he hones his focus, channeling ancient teachings to master his inner calm. But his mind is haunted. He argues back, internally, swearing he never provoked the beast, even as a vision of his shattered defenses screams otherwise. But then, a guilty confession slips out, he totally chucked a rock at it. The brutal payback makes him sweat, but he quickly dismisses the pointless memories, ready to move on. With a surge of determination, he vows to ditch the distractions and dive headfirst into training. His vision locks onto a new destiny, as the epic title, How to Live as a Discarded Sage, flashes into existence. Behold the chapter title, How to Live as a Discarded Sage. With the dawn breaking over a breathtaking, sweeping landscape, birds soar into the sky, heralding a brand new era. Pushing past his limits in brutal training, a phantom voice rips through his mind, a taunt from the past screaming, "Hey! You worthless bastard!" A giant question mark hangs in the air, a stark reminder of his past confusion and utter helplessness. Another memory flashes, two figures from his youth, one challenging, "I'm just asking for a fair fight," as the other sneers, "That's just asking for a beating, right?" A younger Johann remembers the taunt, acting cheeky. "You think you can get away with all that jazz after breaking my log?" The two figures from his past erupt in laughter, one challenging, "You think breaking a log is impossible," while the other scoffs, "That's just a tiny flaw." The memory snaps back to his own internal thoughts, a younger Johann pondering the cheeky actions, a haunting question echoing, "Father, would you ever forgive me if I acted like you?" His resolve stealing, the present Johann's thoughts slice through the past, a grim realization, if we don't train, it would be to reach the same end as the rest. His bandaged fists clench, hungry for the next challenge. Suddenly, a devastating, unseen force absolutely obliterates the ground where he stands, exploding in a violent geyser of dirt and debris. The impact launches him violently backward, his body snapping from the sheer, brutal force. The impact was immense, sending a shockwave that left someone screaming in pure disbelief. But Johann was launched backward, the sheer power of the training's climax sending him flying. Then, with a thunderous impact, his foot slammed down, absorbing the full force of the fall. But even with his back covered in fresh scars, he stood his ground, steam pouring off him, his determination absolutely unshaken. A chilling grin split his face as he stared down his opponents, taunting, "Oh. Did you say something, brothers?" He dared them, come a little closer and repeat it. But his brothers were already backing away, screaming, "No thanks. We're good. Why would we go there?" And just like that, they bolted, one of them yelling, "Just you wait. I'm telling father everything." Their desperate cry rang out, "We'll tell him everything." But a cold, calculating thought cut through the air, pathetic idiots. How can they even function with such simple minds? Meanwhile, a different man observed, letting out a frustrated sigh, "Ugh. They should at least pretend to be productive. How can they not care about their own future? He's out in the wild, a loyal dog by his side, but his thoughts are elsewhere, fixated on a challenge, whatever, he's not coming out." A fierce resolve hardens his expression as he declares, "Time to get training." He knows, deep down, what they said is true. Elsewhere, the Imperial proxy, with an unyielding stare, had once delivered a chilling message, "Father has no intention of abandoning you to any position." A sharp memory cuts through, a tense standoff with Philip, his very presence a raw nerve of fractured family loyalties. A knowing smirk crosses his face as he muses, "Still, he's suffering as much as I am, I suppose it could be worse." The irony isn't lost on him. A flashback ignites, his own silhouette locked in brutal combat against an unknown foe beneath a blazing sky, his voice cutting through the air, "Did you not understand? It is what it is. I'll make it so you can't fight." His bandaged fist tightens, the weight of a chilling truth still heavy, "Father fears you." His sky-blue eye flares with raw power, a silent challenge to the Imperial proxy's shadow, a blazing testament to the sheer strength that defines him. This power, a primal, untamed force mirroring the decaying wolf monster he once battled, is the very source of their terror. "Johann, you are unreasonably strong. That strength is a threat to him." Philip drops a bombshell, revealing their father's twisted expectations for Johann, even as he admits his brother's unique path. Then comes the real kicker, their father is terrified Johann's power will strip him of everything, just like he did to his own predecessor. Philip's face is grim, as he connects the dots to their father's own bloody rise to power, a chilling echo of history. Johann's mind races, the shocking truth about his father's fear hitting him hard. But Johann isn't having it. He scoffs, calling the whole idea nonsense, his raw power practically radiating off him. Suddenly, Philip changes gears, demanding an unknown item be brought to them. Johan's eyes lock onto an ancient, weathered helmet, now sitting right in front of him. He leans in, his gaze piercing, trying to uncover the secrets held within the ancient artifact. And this isn't just any old helmet, it was stashed deep inside the castle, a relic of untold stories. Philip's voice slices through the tension, a small, dark object held aloft, as he lays bare Johan's supposed desires, all the things he'd fixated on, even a single piece of chest plate, and absolutely nothing more. The accusation lands like a blow, and Johan can't help but flinch. Staring down Johan, Philip declares, he's nothing like their old man. The throne holds no appeal for him, and he refuses to become a copy of their father. But then, the real bombshell drops, Philip's going to make Johan captain of the 8th Guard. Handing over the item, Philip lays down the law, keep training, and seriously, no trouble. Johan, absolutely fuming, fires back, he never starts the trouble. Under a massive, golden sky, Johan's left alone, staring at the object in his palm. With the day fading, the brothers stride across the stunning landscape, their intense discussion apparently over. His gaze, sharp and intense, holds a silent, profound contemplation. His thoughts drift to the abandoned armor, a relic of his ambition, a stark reminder of the dream he once pursued. A shadow of doubt crosses his features as he questions, if pursuing that dream once more would seal his fate. He surveys his own form, a blend of power and fragility, weighing his next move. Yet, an unexpected truth emerges, a sensation he never saw coming. Zero fear. His face sets with grim determination, realizing that to win, he'll need the right gear. Cloaked and ready, he clutches a radiant orb, its glow casting an ethereal light on his resolute features. Orb still radiating, he strides forward, prepared for anything. Back in the tavern, the whispers begin, a hushed conversation spreading like wildfire, as an old-timer with a grizzled beard leans in, dropping some serious intel. A younger patron, gripping his mug like his life depends on it, hangs on every word as the old man doubles down, I'm telling you, it's the truth. Philip Yates, ever the sharp one, cuts in, sword at his side, setting the record straight on the monster showdown, hold up, he just dodged and clipped its horn. Didn't actually kill the beast, just a clean cut and a slick evade. The chatter picks up, pulling in more curious ears, and a woman chimes in, clearly impressed, he's just so much more refined, so pure. Seriously, isn't he the definition of a true knight? The old man with the grey beard emphatically agrees, throwing in his 2 cents with a sneer, absolutely, Sir Johan blows Lord Ozan out of the water. That boozed up, skirt-chasing swine. Another patron, completely absorbed, lets out a shocked gasp, seriously. Why won't that absolute pig just vanish already? He's dragging everyone down, especially us, he rages, then erupts into a booming laugh. A booming laugh erupts in the tavern, as a patron boldly claims he went easy on him. He doubles down, shrugging off Ozan's fatherhood with a defiant thump. Another patron, eyeing the mysterious hooded figure, demands to know why. The first patron reveals the truth, Sir Johan, the hero, saved his daughter Rowley. The entire tavern erupts in a thunderous cheer, proclaiming Sir Johan as the one, true righteous knight. Suddenly, the hooded figure, Philip, is put on the spot. The patron delivers a chilling warning, reminding him he was just slandering the Lord right in front of a total stranger. The man then scoffs, marveling at the sheer audacity of these fearless villagers. But far away, in the shadows, a menacing figure with burning red eyes listens, finding the entire tale utterly fascinating. The tension builds, and someone demands, tell me more. The old man, holding a baby, leans in to spill the beans, diving deeper into the legend of Johan Yates. The scene expands, revealing the very village where the legend of Johan Yates was forged. This tranquil village, seemingly ordinary, was the stage for extraordinary events, a place where legends were born. But as the story unfolds, Philip Yates, shrouded in his cloak, slips away, leaving the tavern behind with a quiet determination. The villagers' anxiety is clear, fearing the hero's power once he becomes lord, will he unleash his guards upon them? Meanwhile, Johan Yates' eyes practically spark with anticipation, his golden road is here, but he's still gotta play it smart. He stops, a serious look on his face, processing the massive implications of this game-changing moment. Philip Yates keeps moving, a chilling thought echoing in his head, is he looking at a man who's been defeated? Deep in the shadows, he pulled back his bow, a phantom voice screaming in his head, drilling in the lessons he could never forget. Stay calm, he commanded himself, but the world around him warped. His eyes ignited with an electric blue, a shockwave of realization hitting him. What in the world was that? What's going on? The blue light exploded, red energy surging around him as his focus narrowed, his brain struggling to process the sheer impossibility. A terrifying SHK ripped through the air, his eye now burning with a furious, blood-red glow, reflecting an absolute nightmare. The sheer, mind-bending scale of what he saw stole his breath, only a guttural "WH" escaping his throat, before he finally screamed, what the hell? A peaceful village, deep within the forest, is suddenly shattered by an eerie, whistling wind. Before a thunderous crash unleashes a violent, crimson energy, ripping through the very fabric of reality. Johann clutches his dagger, a pained grunt escaping him as the sheer, raw power of the rift slams into him. He stands amidst the now shattered village, his gaze locked on the monstrous, glowing fissure in the distance, questioning if an imperial proxy could be behind this, but instantly dismissing it. They'd never send someone else to do their dirty work. His eyes widen in pure shock, the question burning in his mind, then who is this madman? The rift's energy pulses, a faint red glow reflecting in his hand as he desperately tries to grasp the entity's true nature, its faceless, eyeless form making identification impossible. A fierce determination hardens his expression, his voice a low, guttural challenge, demanding to know what this unseen force truly wants. Standing firm, dagger ready, he defiantly offers to give the encroaching threat exactly what it came for. Clutching a pulsating, glowing crystal, he grapples with the enigma of his foe's true intentions. If it's just about cold, hard cash, he's got an endless supply. But then it hits him, money isn't the game. So what in the world does this entity actually want? Then, out of nowhere, a shadowy figure, Swain Eights, appears, dropping a chilling declaration. He's got a question for him. Johann's face turns to stone, a silent, deadly promise: mess up the answers, and you'll regret it. His glowing blade dips, a stark visual to back up his terrifying promise. He's ready to end this, right now. But Swain doesn't flinch. His red eyes blaze with sinister power as he fires back, insisting his foe will answer on his terms, and he'll make sure of it. Johann's eyes erupt with blue power, his face a mask of fury as he roars that this demand is impossible, but he's been ready for this moment his entire life. Still cloaked in darkness, Swain's voice is calm, chilling. All right. Bring him on. His blazing red eyes sharpen, the silent challenge now fully engaged. Standing before the mysterious cloaked figure, he hears a chilling assessment of his strength. But his mind is reeling, grappling with the sheer, unbelievable power he just witnessed. Is this truly about glory, or something far darker? A gasp escapes him, the weight of destiny pressing down, even as he acknowledges the strange aid he's received. What is this twisted fate? A silent, furious, damn it, rips through his thoughts. He's questioning everything, wondering if he's even making the right moves. Then, a moment of stark silence, before a grim determination sets in. He'll push through, no matter what. He looks ahead, reflecting on his incredible rise from nothing, a mere speck now forged into something formidable. But even with all his growth, a chilling, inexplicable emptiness gnaws at his soul, a profound void he can't shake. Before him, a terrifying, swirling darkness seems to mirror that inner void. Its monstrous, echoing presence intensifying with a horrifying, guttural roar. Out of the shadows, a chilling presence materializes, eyes blazing with an unnatural blue glow, unleashing a primal scream. His piercing gaze locks onto his target, a chilling smirk spreading across his face as he proclaims, that power is exactly what I wanted. The captive figure desperately begs for freedom, but the answer is a brutal, absolute no. And the one ensnared? It's Johann Eights, transformed. He's wearing a terrifying skull mask, eyes blazing with a demonic red light, pure crimson power surging around him. Swain, the true puppet master, seals his claim, with a chilling, "You are now mine." A wicked smirk twists Swain's lips, his eyes now burning with an intense, vibrant purple, savoring his absolute triumph. Johann, reeling from the shock and the transformation, can only stammer, what does that even mean? Meet Kegel, the Emperor's ultimate assassin and a legendary swordsmanship master. He perfected his deadly art through countless assassinations, becoming an unstoppable force. His movements were so fluid, so deadly, like a serpent, earning him the terrifying title, the Venom Serpent. But even a legend like Kegel had a major problem: he couldn't find a successor. He scoured every corner, even the elite assassin guild, but a true heir to his swordsmanship remained elusive. Tragically, all he ever found were pathetic, worthless insects, utterly incapable of reaching his level. A handful showed a glimmer of potential, but none ever truly impressed him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, asking, "You want me to learn the skills of an assassin?" Against impossible odds, a warrior's honor blazes. He'd rather face death head-on than let his name be stained. But the legendary assassin, Kegel, is a crimson blur, his blade striking with impossible speed, forcing Eric to scream, "Eric! Run!" For over 30 years, Kegel has been the Emperor's shadow, a master of death, witnessing countless warriors choose honor over life. All of them chose death with honor, but none could ever truly stand against him. Impatient for a successor, Kegel even sought out the Witch of the Woods, desperate for answers in his solitary journey. He was the Venom Serpent, Kegel, the bringer of peaceful deaths, but his legacy was still incomplete. The witch promised, "You'll find one," just as messages started pouring in from Eight's castle, a forgotten royal family. The skeletal figure continued, revealing this person could wield shadow arts, but a chilling doubt still lingered. Now, facing the legendary assassin, a cloaked figure makes a shocking demand: "I want to learn assassin skills." The legendary venom serpent, Kegel, seethes in the darkness, his patience stretched to its absolute limit, demanding to know how much more time he has to waste for this elusive successor. His gaze pierces the gloom, a silent roar of impatience escaping him, the same burning question consuming his mind. A single coin, a desperate plea for trust, is offered, and Kegel, against his better judgment, forces himself to believe the impossible. Decades vanished, relentless, agonizing hunt for a successor that yielded nothing, and now, with the clock ticking down, he abandons the castle, his last shred of hope fading. But a single, nagging thought, a whisper of defiance, refuses to die, but that drags him back into the fray. He's drawn back to Eight's castle, a gnawing doubt clinging to his soul, a ghost of the past, the one he abandoned, the one who was once so close. His gaze sweeps over the desolate grounds, a dark scowl twisting his features, a chilling premonition forcing him to declare, "I don't like this at all." His crimson eye blazes with raw, unbridled fury, a chilling promise of instant death for anyone who dares to cross him. Face to face with Johann Eitz, Kegel is met with a defiant challenge as the young man demands to know if he truly thinks he's the sole candidate for Soul Master. Then Johann unleashes a blistering rejection, declaring he won't waste a second and that Kegel is absolutely not his successor. His legendary blade flashes, underscoring the sheer weight of his challenge. Johann is absolutely floored, a gasp escaping him as his eyes practically pop out. But he snaps back, a shrewd glint in his eye as he fires back. Kegel's eyes blaze with fury, his voice erupting in a thunderous roar. Johann, however, stands his ground, his face set in stone as he starts to push back. Kegel cuts him off, his own voice shaking the very ground with absolute certainty. An electrifying silence descends, the sheer audacity of Kegel's statement leaving Johann utterly dumbfounded. Then, Kegel lets out a sharp, knowing laugh, a smirk playing on his lips. Johann's eyes just absolutely light up, a greedy, almost predatory glow igniting within him at the mere mention of free training. He practically lunges forward, his mind already calculating the immense value. This is the jackpot he's been waiting for his entire life. Still practically vibrating with excitement, he can't help but ask Kegel, "Master, what took you so long?" Johann's enthusiasm is off the charts, he's been waiting his entire life for someone like Kegel. But Kegel? He's not having any of it, his eyes piercing as he scoffs at Johann's audacity, asking if he expects free training just for offering money. "The shame," he mutters. With a terrifying, monstrous maw visually emphasizing his power, Kegel coldly states, "I don't care about such petty concerns." Johann's entire demeanor shifts, desperation taking over, he begs Kegel, "Please teach me. I beg you," completely disregarding any notions of honor or shame. After a beat, Kegel finally relents, a curt, fine escaping him, though he admits this kind of desperate plea is a first. Standing beside his new master, Johann can't resist one last question, a cheeky "oh," and "master," hanging in the air. He, still laser-focused on his training, brazenly asks about potential rewards, confessing he's a bit strapped for cash. Kegel, however, just glares back, a silent, piercing judgment in his gaze. Meanwhile, back at Eight's castle, a carriage rolls out through the massive, imposing gates. The Imperial proxy, his inspection wrapped up, declares he's stepping out for a bit. As he and Philip make their exit, a guard offers a polite, safe travels. Inside, Eric boldly proclaims he's taking charge of the castle, with a mysterious woman by his side. She listens, her face a mask of unreadable intent. A subtle humph escapes her, but her inner monologue screams a far grander ambition. This castle, she's convinced, is destined to be hers. Eric, however, just scoffs, brushing off her words as pure nonsense. Philip Eitz boldly stakes his claim as the next lord of the castle, fed up with the endless squabbles. But Eric just brushes him off, a dismissive flick of the wrist telling Philip to do whatever he wants. Across the hall, Elena Eitz formally addresses Philip, acknowledging his new status. Then, a bombshell drops on Eric, Johann is coming back. What are they going to do? The news hits Eric like a physical blow, a chilling realization. But he quickly recovers, scoffing that he won't waste a second on that pathetic boor. That weakling's death. Absolutely no concern to him. Back with Philip, Elena offers a respectful apology, showing her understanding. Still, the name Johann echoes in Eric's mind, a persistent, unsettling thought. A frantic voice echoes, demanding answers about his whereabouts and actions. Under the ominous glow of the full moon, near Eight's castle's forest, the voice continues, a chilling declaration of past deeds mixed with present concern. "I killed you, didn't I?" Then, a new voice, almost a whisper of mischief, asks for a sword, casually admitting to a habit of shattering them. The legendary Kegel, with a knowing gaze, presents a formidable blade to Johann, who eagerly takes it, a spark of gratitude in his eyes. Kegel's thoughts betray his calm exterior, a silent roar of, he breaks swords. This kid is absolutely reckless. But a flicker of determination crosses his face, he'll make sure this one survives, even as a fleeting doubt crosses his mind about the wisdom of his choice. With the weapon now firmly gripped, Kegel's voice cuts through the tension. Are you ready? Johan's answer is a silent, explosive shift into a battle-ready stance, the air crackling with anticipation. Kegel watches, a profound question burning in his mind. Is he truly the one to reclaim the seals? This mission, it's even tougher than I thought. A chilling grin spreads across his face as Kegel declares. Responding to the challenge, Johan unleashes an unseen, explosive force. His hand holds firm, the bow still locked on target. The projectile, a mere blur of concentrated power. It slams into its target with a blinding flash. The sheer force of the impact sends shockwaves tearing outwards. Kegel watches, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and dawning realization. In that single, explosive moment, the sheer force of the impact shatters everything in its path, leaving behind a chaotic void. All of Kegel's doubts about Johan's power. Completely, utterly unwarranted. His eye flares with an electric blue glow, and Kegel's mind is blown, utterly fixated on this kid. He can only think, this kid, he's. And the sight of Johan, eyes burning with raw power and blue energy exploding around him, screams the undeniable truth. Monstrously strong. Boom. A massive, explosive force detonates, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. The sheer impact reverberates with a deafening, guttural roar. Johan Ates, cloaked and ready, braces for the incoming assault, a faint blue energy already crackling around his arm. The sheer air pressure from the unseen blow is absolutely staggering, forcing him to gasp, all this air pressure from just a punch. His eyes blaze with a fierce blue light as he grimly considers the implications. If that punch hits me. He knows, I just know that my bones and flesh will be crushed. From the attacker's perspective, a low growl rumbles, acknowledging him as a human, but the thought concludes, revealing the monstrous, yellow-eyed face of a terrifying lion-like beast. He channels the ancient wisdom, a voice screaming in his head, never forget your training, as he throws a devastating, energy-charged punch. But then, the sheer force of his own move propels him onward. In a blur of motion, he unleashes a devastating, energy-charged blade strike. But in a flash, before he can connect, a monstrous snake beast unleashes a devastating blue energy blast, hitting him square on. The blast sends him flying, a shocked cry tearing from his throat. What is this power? Why is it so heavy? He screams. But he's not out yet. Ignoring the pain, he channels his inner strength, blue energy erupting around him again. And with a primal scream, he unleashes an earth-shattering explosion. The dust settles, revealing him battered and broken, his cloak shredded as he lies defeated on the forest floor. But he's not done yet. He pushes himself to his feet, standing tall in the silent woods as a mysterious cloaked figure emerges from the shadows. A voice booms, utterly stunned. How could a hit with the flat of the blade not knock him out? Kegel, the venom serpent, glares down, absolutely fuming. This defiance is just ridiculous. He thinks, if this guy was born 1,000 years ago, he'd be a legendary hero, no doubt. Johan, arm bandaged, looks up, shocked, as a hand reaches out. A tiny voice thanks its master, but then drops a bombshell. Kegel's face gets serious, dropping a heavy warning. He's got a critical weakness, and if this keeps up, it's over. His eyes locked on, he flat out states, you're gonna die, no matter what. Johan's eyes blaze with a desperate blue, his face twisting in pure anguish as the truth hits him hard. All he can whisper is a bewildered, sorry. Kegel's chilling words echo, a heavy blow, and Johan, reeling, demands to know what he means. The old man's face turns to stone, doubling down. Johan's wild, untamed power is a death sentence. He stumbles back, the accusation slamming into him like a physical blow. Then, with a furious roar, Johan snaps his sword from its sheath, a thunderous clang echoing his defiance. I'm not like you, old man. Kegel just grins, his own blade flashing out, ready to meet the challenge. He goads Johan, come on, hit me again, before dropping a chilling threat, fail to beat him, and he'll shatter both Johan's blade and his will. Before Johan can even blink, Kegel strikes, his blade a blinding flash, impacting with a thunderous crack, and then, the impossible, I will give you gold. Johan's eyes nearly pop out of his head, swirling with utter shock and confusion, as that one word, gold, slams into his brain. No time to react. Kegel explodes into action, his sword a deadly streak, shouting for Johan to keep his word. The blade whips through the air with insane velocity. A devastating blow aimed right at his core. Boom. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts on impact, ripping through the very earth. Johan lets out a guttural "Kuk," his face twisted in agony, barely holding on against the sheer power. He's losing ground. His foot skids back, tearing up the earth, the force too much to bear. His eye flares with a desperate blue, but the dark circles scream exhaustion. He's pushed to his absolute limit. It's a direct power struggle. Kegel's gloved fist slams into Johan's bare hand, raw energy exploding between them. He's losing. Johan curses, a chilling realization dawning on him. This isn't just a fight, it's a nightmare from his past repeating itself. He's locked in, facing down his opponent who's practically taunting him, demanding if he finally gets it now that his own power has been stripped away. The intensity ratchets up as the man lays down the law, telling Johan he has to master his power, or else. A subtle energy pulses from his hand, and the brutal truth hits, it's a fight for survival, or he's dead. Johan glances at his hand, a memory flashing back to a question about purifying a fragment. And the man's smug response that it's a piece of cake if you're a sword master. Then, it clicks for Johan, he finally gets it. He knows he's got to get a grip on his power, and fast, swearing he'll learn to control it or die trying. His expression twists with raw emotion and fierce determination, a stark reminder of his fate as the future guard captain of Eights. A lone tear streaks down his face, a silent promise to himself, fueled by the pain of his past and the weight of his future. Johan, shrouded in mystery, pulled back his bow, a raw, vibrant blue energy arrow manifesting, ready to explode. The power surged, the arrow blazing with an intense, blinding light, ching echoing through the air. But the sheer force was too much, overwhelming him as he fought to contain it, a desperate cry tearing from his throat, it's too much. I can't control it. From the shadows, Kegel watched, his voice chillingly calm as he asked, did you see that? He continued, if you can just control that power, you can slice through anything, even without a sword. A faint smile touched his lips as he mused, I can't even imagine how powerful you'll become. Johan's eyes widened, a fierce resolve burning in his gaze as blue energy exploded around him again. Kegel turned to depart, declaring, that's enough. Then, with a chilling warning, he added, let's get to training. It'll be difficult, you might even die. Undeterred, Johan stood firm, his eyes now blazing a fierce red, sword in hand, ready to conquer any challenge. Kegel's eyes blaze with an intense green glow, his voice sharp as he challenges his student, are you ready for what's next? A confident smirk spreads across his face, his eyes mirroring the same emerald intensity, as he shouts his readiness, hyped for the brutal session to come. The view expands, showcasing a massive, open sky above towering mountains. Then zooms in on a fortified village and its imposing castle, the ultimate training ground for their brutal regimen. The training is pure savagery. Johan is constantly slammed to the ground, Kegel looming over him, a terrifying display of raw power. Every hit sends him reeling, clutching his head in agony and pure frustration, Kegel's power pushing him past his breaking point. No comfort, no mercy from his mentor, just a silent, unyielding stare. While Johan internally grapples with his progress, admitting how incredibly hard it is to rein in his explosive power, it's a battle within himself. Then, bam. Kegel lands another lightning-fast kick, sending him airborne, and as he crashes, he curses, only one hit, and my sword's gone. Still burning from his brutal training, he demands to know when he'll get to learn real combat, his eyes widening in shock. Then, his gaze locks onto a squad of armored figures, one with unmistakable pointed ears, could they be elves? He confronts them head-on, demanding answers, but they simply identify themselves as the wolves of Akaden and command him to get lost. But Johan just smirks, completely unfazed by their threats. Who are you to tell me what to do, he retorts, his defiance blazing. Who am I? This is the Wolves of Akaden, a notorious mercenary guild, and they are deeply involved in whatever is happening here, their ranks stretching into the shadows. Their emblem, a snarling wolf, screams, professional mercenary guild. Then it clicks, mercenaries. His bravado deflates into pure frustration, I wanted a job too, he groans. But just as fast, he snaps back, declaring they should be the ones to leave, then, with a wild grin, asks, so, how's the pay? What are you looking for? He listens intently as a white-haired mercenary sizes him up, declaring his physique makes him an easier target, a sentiment quickly echoed by another. The dark-haired mercenary then boldly proclaims that true skill is the only thing that counts. Which instantly earns him a collar grab from the white-haired leader, who sharply agrees, you're right. But the mention of golden coins completely changes Johan's demeanor, his eyes widening in disbelief. As he shouts that he's never even seen them, then muses if this mercenary gig is actually better than hunting, and if he should just switch careers. This earns a booming laugh from the entire mercenary crew, their white-haired leader roaring with amusement. Suddenly, the atmosphere snaps. The leader's hand flies to his side, a sharp chulkung ringing out. And a terrifying crimson glow explodes around his blade as he rips his sword free, a powerful red aura engulfing him. In a flash, Johan's eyes blaze an intense blue, mirroring the deadly red light. The power explodes within him, a raw, crimson energy swirling around his hand. And in a flash, he knocks an arrow, letting it fly with a silent, deadly thwip. But then, a jolt of confusion hits him, his eyes snapping wide as he realizes he just unleashed his power without even meaning to. His unexpected move instantly enrages an armored knight, who roars in fury, already drawing his massive blade. The knight screams a death threat, vowing to behead anyone who dares disrespect Sir Kegel. But a powerful golden gauntlet, radiating a menacing red glow, cuts him off, a chillingly calm voice declaring, "It's fine." The formidable leader of the Wolves of Akadon finally shows his face, his eyes blazing with an infernal red light. He locks his fiery gaze onto the mysterious intruder, a chilling question hanging in the air, "Who are you?" But the armored knight, caught completely off guard, is already reeling backward, an arrow buried deep in his shoulder, a stunned gasp escaping his lips. With Kegel's intense gaze burning into him, Johann barely managed to choke out, "I Johann from Novice 8s." But the golden armored knight, who just took an arrow, wasn't down for the count. He slowly, menacingly, rose to his full height with a heavy thud, revealing the legendary Holy Empire Emperor's Knight, Karame. Johann's hand flew to his sword, a primal, unconscious move driven by pure terror. This wasn't just fear, it was an overwhelming dread he'd never experienced before. Not even when his own father had tried to end him. Kegel's murderous intent was absolutely suffocating, a crushing weight that threatened to break him, manifesting in his mind as a terrifying, red-eyed monster. He's just a helpless lamb, thrown before an unstoppable apex predator. Eyes blazing crimson, the knight's fury erupts, a raw, guttural command to move, tearing through the air. But Johann is trapped, his eyes flaring with an otherworldly blue as pure terror grips him, a choked, "You're in the way," and a desperate "goodness," barely audible. A devastating shockwave erupts, the sheer force of it shaking everything. Johann's mind is reeling, his face a mask of pure horror, utterly paralyzed by the unfolding chaos. Kegel, ever the provocateur, surveys the terrified knights and a trembling Johann, mockingly pointing out his fear. Then, with a sinister smirk, he delivers a chilling ultimatum to the knights, a dark promise that, next time, might never come. A brave knight, defying the tension, dares to speak up, demanding to know if they're really abandoning Sir Karame. Suddenly, Kegel is seen holding a young, blonde knight in training, Jane, a surprising moment of tenderness amidst the chaos. A chilling smile plays on his lips as he brushes off the knight's plea, declaring he won't let rude expressions ruin his perfect day. From the shadowed archway of a formidable stone structure, Johann VIII surveyed the scene, a quiet determination settling over him. He knew he couldn't act yet, not with the presence of someone so powerful nearby, their armored boots echoing a silent, ominous warning. A flicker of concern crossed his face as he processed the implications of what he saw. The realization dawning on him that this was no ordinary foe, but rather a knight of the Emperor. He pondered the unsettling question, what reason would such a formidable figure have to be here? The tension is palpable as a voice booms through the grand hall, "Sir Karamov is here." Then, a heavy boot slams down on the polished stone, a powerful presence making itself known. From above, a formidable armored figure drops down, as a voice shouts for him to hurry. Philip VIII, the head of House VIII himself, steps up to greet him, but a nervous noble nearby can only manage a of disbelief. Philip then asks why Sir Karamov is here, as that same noble gasps in utter shock. Karamov is swarmed by fawning nobles, one even gushing about how handsome he is, all while a young Johann and Jane watch the spectacle unfold. Philip then proudly places a hand on a small child's shoulder, introducing him as his son, Johann. Young Johann looks up, his face a mix of curiosity and a hint of fear. A noblewoman gestures, urging Sir Karamov to enter the inner castle. But he's clearly not paying attention, forcing her to demand, if he's even hearing her words. Philip VIII observes the tense moment, a worried expression etched on his face. Karamov's armored hand tightens, his mind clearly on something else entirely. A blood-red energy pulses, a raw display of his inner turmoil. Before he suddenly barks out, a demand for Gissin. Philip, the noblewoman, and a young Johann watch the escalating tension. Even with Karamov's fame, speaking to Lord Jessel like that is totally out of line. Philip fires back, rejecting any idea that it's not at all rude, because Jessel is the Empire's absolute best. The room is thick with tension, but a noblewoman tries to play it cool, claiming Karamov's words aren't wrong, just super rude. Another noble quickly backs her up, agreeing that the message itself might be valid, even if the delivery was totally out of line. But hold up. All attempts to chill out are instantly shut down as a golden gauntlet clenches, pulsing with raw, aggressive power. Then, a thunderous, enraged shout absolutely explodes through the hall, shutting everyone up. Kegel, looking totally fed up, snaps back, calling out the speaker's nerve. But the speaker just brushes off the interruption, the golden gauntlet still front and center, as the voice behind it doubles down on the demand for Gissin. Karamov's helmeted face, with those intense, glowing red eyes, leaves no doubt about his absolute determination. Then he just turns and walks away, straight up declaring he's gonna hunt inside the castle himself, his words dropping like a mic with chilling finality. Under the cold glow of a full moon, a dense, snow-covered forest stands silent. Before Johann 8 shatters the tranquility, unleashing a powerful, ice-infused attack that sends sharp shards hurtling forward. Yet, Karamov stands unfazed, his golden armor gleaming as the icy assault harmlessly dissipates around him. From a short distance, Kegel watches the unfolding confrontation, a smirk playing on his lips as his red eyes glow with amusement. With a contemptuous declaration of, "You fool," Karamov retaliates with a devastating blow, sending Johann 8 flying backward. Despite the impact, Johann struggles to regain his footing, his eyes glowing with renewed determination as he attempts to focus his mana. But Karamov is relentless, delivering another brutal blow that sends Johann reeling once more, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Clutching his chest, Johann gasps for air, his face contorted in agony from the severe injuries. Standing triumphantly over the defeated man, Karamov delivers a final, cutting taunt, "I've always thought of you just as a useless fool. But I guess I was wrong. Who beat you unrecognizably?" After his brutal defeat, Johann 8 is hit with another bombshell, a brand new knight's village has just popped up. He's not buying it, smelling something fishy about a new village popping up right in the 8's family's backyard. Elsewhere, some knights are fuming, ranting that no one, not even imperial knights, should just waltz through their gates like it's nothing. Johann's face turns stone cold, his mind racing with the gravity of this invasion on their land. Meanwhile, in a shadowy lair, Kegel nods, confirming the situation is totally sus, then asks Karamov what their game plan is now. Kegel, looking deep in thought, proposes they go by the book and send a formal letter to the imperial family, but he's already worried even the Archduke's influence won't cut it. Flipping back to Johann, he's left pondering if the mastermind behind this whole mess is still loyal to their old master. Kegel goes quiet, his mind clearly churning with some serious, unspoken worries. With a gnarly scar etched on his face, he finally drops a bombshell, how tough it would be if he ever had to go head-to-head with Karamov. Hidden in the depths of a dark forest, a young warrior pulls back his bowstring, his thoughts a fierce battle cry, "Never forget your training. Stay calm." Elsewhere, a tiny, furious spirit, a mere projection, boasts about the training's results to its unseen lord, only to be violently silenced with a harsh grunt and a furious demand for quiet. The ancient master, eyes blazing with blue light, snaps at the spirit, shouting, "You idiot. Know your place." Then, his voice cuts through the air, aimed directly at Johann, declaring his current weakness, a mere human who hasn't even tasted true mana. Johann, his face set with fierce resolve, answers with a quiet, powerful declaration, "He'll do it." The master's hand moves, a silent, deadly signal. And his voice booms, "Fine. Come." Instantly, an invisible power crashes into Johann, launching him violently through the air, glowing energy exploding from the point of impact. Before he can even react, the master's voice rings out again, and another devastating strike connects, slamming him deeper into the relentless assault. Johann takes another brutal hit, the invisible force slamming into him with relentless power. A grimace of pure agony twists his features, as the unseen onslaught just keeps coming. Again. Again. He's getting hammered, unable to land a single counter. But then, a spark. His eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, a subtle aura flaring as he digs in. Inside, his mind races, frantically asking, why isn't it working? He gets blasted again, and the instructor's voice rips through the silence, mocking his foolish swings. The instructor's words hit him hard, a direct challenge to his very core, and suddenly, a swirling blue energy ignites around his hand. He's finally getting it. The flow of strength surges through him, exploding outward in a concentrated blast. With this new insight, he unleashes his blade, now crackling with electric blue energy, as the instructor demands he fight with intent. He channeled it, pushing the flow of strength, concentrating it all at the sword's very tip. With every swing, he started to get it, unlocking the true meaning of controlling his power. The rhythm of battle, the dull clang of metal, it was all crystal clear now. A devastating strike exploded, sending shockwaves of energy ripping through the air. As his blade carved a blinding arc, the blue energy trailed, a testament to his raw speed. And then, a breakthrough. "This is it," he declared, "if I can just temper everything I've learned." His hand clenched the hilt, blue power surging, ready for anything. His eyes blazing with electric blue energy, Johann focuses, recalling every single lesson on raw power. A dark, menacing aura erupts around him as he grapples with the sheer, undeniable danger of his own technique. His arm and blade now crackling with an explosive, vibrant blue energy. Then, with a single, decisive motion, he unleashes a devastating strike. The sheer, unadulterated force of it sending shockwaves through the air. The impact explodes, a blinding flash of raw power. From the shadows, an ancient, hooded figure observes, his face a mask of inscrutable wisdom. The residual blue energy from the attack slowly, majestically dissipates into the encroaching darkness. While a younger man stares, wide-eyed and utterly flabbergasted, at the sheer, unbridled power he just witnessed. With a single, devastating blow, he absolutely shreds his target. A surge of power coursing through him as he realizes he's finally unlocked the true essence of his abilities. But a silent observer watches, a low hum of anticipation in the air. Then, a challenge rings out, and Johann is ready. His mentor declares he's going all out this time, unleashing a furious, sweeping attack and daring Johann to face him again. But Johann isn't backing down, meeting the onslaught with an explosive counter. Their combined might erupting in a blinding flash of energy, leaving a shockwave that rattles the very ground. Kegel unleashes a devastating, energy-charged assault, aiming to school his opponent. But his target is a blur, dodging the strike with impossible speed, a confident smirk and a quick jab escaping his lips. Kegel's jaw drops in utter disbelief, utterly floored by the sheer audacity. Johann's control is absolute, he's mastered mana manipulation, unleashing the formidable power of the Thunder God's grace. His own energy explodes, not just countering, but absorbing Kegel's technique with a mind-blowing impact, a technique he perfectly absorbed. The veteran's shock turns to stunned awe, as he realizes Johann only needed to see the move once to perfectly replicate it, even surpassing the original. Dropping to a knee, Kegel stares at his hand, a chilling truth sinking in. The young prodigy is now wielding his own technique more flawlessly than he ever could. The veteran assassin's instincts screamed the undeniable truth. Unless some impossible miracle intervened, Johann had already ascended, becoming an insurmountable force. The legendary guild master of the Poison of Nissos, Kegel, could only whisper in disbelief, the impossible truth echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, a confident grin spread across Johann's face as he reveled in the sheer absurdity of the skill he'd just made his own. With a confident declaration, he exclaimed, "I've secured my meal ticket." Under the watchful moon, Johann made his decision, his mission here complete, he would vanish with the dawn. Still stunned, Kegel replayed the fight, realizing the pathetic extent of his attack, a single strand of hair. Was this truly how it ended? Johann, however, understood that Kegel already held all the keys to his own future power. Kegel, utterly humbled, could only admit, "You know I'm stronger than you. It infuriates me that I couldn't even lay a finger on you." The mentor drops some serious wisdom, laying down the final rules for his student. Before giving him the green light to go carve his own legend, recognizing all the grind he's put in. And the legend in the making, finally unleashed, is none other than Johann Eitz. Fast forward to a moonlit night, and the mentor's still got questions, wondering if he's really bailing, but Johann's just built different, always on the move. Around a blazing campfire, the mentor digs deeper, asking if being an assassin is why he can't settle, but Johann just shrugs it off, saying that's just how he rolls. Then, out of nowhere, the mentor drops a bombshell, asking about some super-secret legend, the Dragon King's master. And Johann's like, "Yeah, I totally ran into him," with a look that says it was a huge deal. He then drops a wild story, painting a picture of pure terror, a red-eyed monster towering over some poor soul, basically saying that guy was toast. With a smirk, he wraps up the story, hinting that anyone who dares to challenge him will meet a similar end, just like when they came for his head before. He pulls back the bowstring, an arrow hissing through the darkness, his mentor's voice a sharp command in his head, "Never forget your training. Stay calm." By the campfire's glow, his mentor drops some serious parting wisdom, reminiscing about their time together and calling him "my son" with a knowing smirk. The old man lays it out, first, get a weapon that can handle his insane power, and that means only one thing, Danu's steel. Johann's like, "What even is that?" as a legendary, glowing blade flashes into view. This isn't just any metal, it's pure magic, a legendary relic. And because of that insane power, Danu's steel weapons are practically non-existent, with only a few scattered across the globe. Johann's jaw drops, realizing this legendary stuff must cost a fortune. The mentor drops another bombshell, "You can't even buy Danu's steel." He then teases Johann for asking, before revealing his real goal, to push him to figure out his own path. Johann, totally exasperated, asks if the mentor's trying to make him an assassin, which just makes the old man explode, calling him a crazy brat for always thinking the worst. Kegel drops some serious wisdom, telling Johann that Danu's steel isn't just some item you can buy, its true power is hidden from those who only chase wealth. He keeps going, dropping a truth bomb, "Never look back, because if you don't live by your own rules, you're gonna crash and burn." Johann is all ears, promising his mentor he'll remember every single word. They just sit there, soaking it all in, the heavy vibe of their talk hanging in the air. Kegel's mind is on Johann, pushing him to engrave these next words into his very being, because another game-changing lesson is about to drop. His face gets super serious as he talks about the real enemy, the one you absolutely cannot defeat. He lays down the law, it's a dangerous enemy, and if you try to fight someone you can't kill, you're dead, no question. Staring right into Johann's eyes, Kegel finishes, saying if he just follows this one rule, he'll probably live. Johann takes in all that intense advice, his face showing deep thought as he weighs every word from his mentor. He's trekking through the silent, moonlit forest, a voice pounding in his head, a primal command, don't you dare die, Johann. If it's dangerous, bolt. If you can't dodge it, obliterate it. And always survive. His gaze sharpens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he silently declares, I'll carry those words, master. Always. His bandaged hand, a stark reminder of every battle fought, tightens into a fist. But elsewhere, at that exact instant, the ancient, formidable Eight's castle looms. A hushed, tense conversation is underway in a shadow chamber, a voice coolly asking, is the alcohol to your liking? Karamov, the imposing armored figure, hangs on every word as Kegel reveals insidious traces, like poison, hinting at a critical path. A mysterious woman with light hair lets out a puff of smoke, a crisp sound echoing in the air. Her gaze fixed on the shattered, glowing artifact in her grip, muttering about the sheer cost of the thing she just trashed. Kegel, with his iconic white hair and piercing red eyes, observes the scene with an almost bored look, casually noting, what a shame. But she's not backing down, throwing out a bold challenge, claiming the only booze better than hers is chilling in Lord Gissen's private chambers. Kegel's face doesn't even flinch, coldly shutting her down, you must be mistaken. I have no interest in such things. But she just won't quit, doubling down on how very comfortable Lord Gissen's bedroom truly is. A confident smirk plays on her lips, as she promises he absolutely won't be disappointed. Now holding a pristine new object, her voice takes on a surprisingly wistful tone, musing about how they could have been friends and relieved each other's loneliness. Kegel's red eyes blaze, his patience completely gone, as he snarls a definitive, get lost. He listens intently as the woman, with a defiant glint in her eye, declares that Sir Karamov has arrived much too late. His eyes narrow, and he delivers a chilling rebuke, Lord Gissen's bedroom is not a place for such reception. With a dismissive turn, he shrugs off the entire affair, declaring he was getting sick of this anyway. A sinister grin spreads across his face as he raises a hand, relishing the impending chaos, humph. I shall enjoy myself. Then, in a blur of motion, he strikes. He surveys the immediate devastation, his face a mask of cold indifference. The woman's scream is cut short, blood exploding from her mouth as she's thrown back, a brutal opening act to the entertainment known as slaughter. But the carnage isn't over. Nearby, Karamov is also caught in the brutal assault, crying out in agony as he takes a devastating hit. The entire scene is engulfed in a crimson haze, a stark testament to the sudden, brutal violence. Johann 8 stands, a chilling realization hitting him like a physical blow. His eyes snap wide open in pure shock as an ominous crimson glow erupts from the depths. The horrifying truth of the light's origin becomes undeniable, an entire village, consumed by a raging, merciless inferno. Perched on a ridge, staring down at the utter devastation, he can only utter a single, desperate question. The sun's going down, but something's seriously wrong. A massive plume of smoke is tearing through the twilight sky. That smoke. It's got a group of riders on high alert, pushing their horses to the limit, racing straight towards the inferno. A bearded horseman is freaking out, urgently reporting to his unseen lord, insisting they need to ditch this fire at the Eight's estate and get back to the castle, pronto. They keep moving. A horse whinnies, charging through a massive archway straight into the estate. Inside, a chilling voice cuts through the air, a hand resting on something shattered, calling out an unseen figure for finally showing up after all this fun. 2 armored guards are locked and loaded, one of them practically spitting at the person they're facing, calling them out as just some pathetic low-ranker. A chilling voice barks orders, demanding the terrified man pick up the pace, warning him that Sir Karamov's patience is razor-thin. Eyes blown wide with sheer terror, the man freezes, a colossal, ominous gate dominating his vision. But beyond that gate, the terrifying armored form of Karamov looms over a blood-soaked battlefield, his glowing red eyes burning with an infernal light amidst the fallen. Bodies are strewn everywhere, broken and bleeding, their twisted forms a grim monument to the sheer, brutal power unleashed. The terrified man can only choke out a disbelieving, what? Karamov's heavy, armored boot crushes past a fallen guard, his chilling indifference on full display. Then, with a terrifying shift, Karamov's glowing red eyes lock onto the man, his voice booming, you're late, aren't you? Still reeling from the sheer horror, the man stutters, trying to form a question, what are you? Karamov cuts him off, his armored hand now crackling with a sinister, glowing orb of energy, doing right now, What in the world are you doing? This is insane. It's just a purse. But his pleas fall on deaf ears as Karamov's orb flares with an even more terrifying red glow. He delivers his chilling verdict, you're guilty of attempting to assassinate His Majesty, a crime of high treason. By royal decree, your entire lineage, your very house, will be wiped from existence. The man's face twists in horror and defiance, shouting back, absurd. This is just a purse. He screams, realizing the truth, you're just fabricating charges to execute me. With a cold, unwavering gaze, Karamov cuts him off. "I won't let you dictate terms." The orb in his grasp surges with raw, destructive power. Then, with a voice that brooks no argument, he commands, "Blow the horn." The orb crackles, a harbinger of the destruction about to be unleashed. He raises a gauntlet hand, red energy absolutely exploding from it, as his voice drops a chilling command: "Eradicate the Yates family, root and branch." The decree continues, demanding their history be wiped out and their land utterly annihilated. With an explosive surge of energy, Karamov raises his gauntlet fist, red power absolutely crackling around him. The final, chilling order rings out: "Wipe them off the map." Responding to his will, a horde of armored figures, their eyes burning crimson, surges forward with a terrifying roar. The clash begins as a shield takes a brutal impact. Then, with a deafening roar, a colossal explosion erupts, engulfing the landscape in fire and debris. Amidst the fiery aftermath, Karamov stands, observing the devastation he wrought, and remarks, "Ah, what a vicious human you are." An old man kneels, a glowing blade at his throat, his thoughts a desperate battle cry: "Never forget. Stay calm." Karamov's voice, cold as steel, pierced the silence, snarling for the location of a bastard son. Then, with a cruel smirk, he vowed to send the old man straight to his maker. No mercy, no hesitation. Karamov's blade descended, a guttural knife ripping from his throat. The purple-streaked blade became a blur. And then, a brutal, crimson impact. The old man's eyes blew wide, a silent scream of horror frozen on his face. But then, a new figure emerged from the shadows, a young warrior whose eyes burned with anguish, his desperate cry echoing, "Father Valberg." The elder lay broken on the scorched earth, Karamov's blade a grim monument to his demise. He clutches the elderly man, his voice raw with desperation, unable to process the horror. The imperial family's bloodline is already tainted, he thinks, as the narration drops a bombshell: Valberg's father should be dead. His eyes lock onto his father's injured face, a single, choked word of disbelief tearing from him. Meanwhile, the inferno rages, devouring the village, a brutal trap designed to flush Valberg out. With a surge of urgency, Valberg declares they must rush back to the castle, his father still cradled in his arms. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos, snapping his attention. From a distance, Karamov coldly observes the burning village, a single thought about Lord Johann crossing his mind. As a figure on horseback charges closer, Valberg recognizes the voice, demanding if it's Pell. The newcomer confirms his identity, assuring Valberg that he's safe. Karamov's glowing red eye narrows, observing the new development with chilling calculation. Amidst the inferno, he collapsed, his hand trembling as he reached out, a desperate plea escaping his lips: "Lord Johann. My lord." A guttural cry of pure agony tore through him, his face a mask of despair as the flames danced behind him, mocking his loss. But the inferno couldn't consume his memories, flashing back to sun-drenched days, to the loving smiles of his father, Johann, and a gentle woman, a stark contrast to the present horror. Yet, the brutal reality shattered the illusion, his father's lifeless face, bathed in the hellish light of the burning village, a permanent scar on his soul. He towered over the fallen, the sheer scale of the destruction a monument to their loss, while tiny, trembling figures bore witness to the horror. The piercing wails of the innocent children mirrored the torment in his soul, a haunting chorus of despair amidst the burning ruins. Their innocent, tear-soaked faces, and the unmoving figure of Johann, burned themselves into his very being. His face, a canvas of raw, unbridled grief, mirrored the raging inferno that had devoured his world. A ragged gasp tore from his throat as he balled his hand into a desperate fist, his knuckles bone-white, drawing blood from his own flesh. The inferno rages, but Valberg stands unyielding, his eyes burning with a silent fury. Pell, ever the voice of reason, tries to snap him out of it, warning him of the peril, but Valberg just gives a curt okay, his focus on the innocent life he holds. The very air screams a question, a desperate, haunting echo for the fallen leader. He ignores the desperate cries, the pleas of the survivors. Valberg pivots, leaving the inferno behind, his blade a silent promise. A chilling memory surfaces, a woman's desperate plea to flee, her words a haunting echo of the ever-present threat. His father's name, a desperate, guttural cry, reverberates through his very soul. Every step is a declaration, a powerful stride away from the devastation, towards an unknown future. A new banner unfurls, a new path forged, he carries the weight of his destiny, unyielding. The image of his father, Johann Eitz, burns bright in his memory, a powerful beacon guiding his every move. A chilling edict screams from a weathered sign: Duke Gissen Eitz, executed for treason against the emperor. And the decree warns: retrieve his remains without permission and you'll face the same brutal fate. A haunting echo of the past, a memory of Johann Eitz. But now, Valberg stands defiant before a tattered banner, as a voice snarls, accusing him of being the Duke's bastard son. Suddenly, two guards close in, one spitting: "Thought you were dead. Did you come back to die?" But before they can even blink, he explodes into motion. His attack slamming into a guard's defense with a brutal thwack. Followed by a lightning-fast slash that draws blood. "This brat," a guard roars, "don't just stand around. Get him." Valberg's eyes blaze with a furious red glow, his resolve unbreakable as the chilling command echoes, "Kill him, now." Eyes blazing crimson, Valberg exploded into action, a whirlwind of devastating strikes. Every hit landed with bone-shattering force, making his armored foe reel back with a desperate cry. Then, the finishing strike. The mighty warrior screamed as his armor crumbled. A flurry of lightning-fast slashes followed. Valberg finally paused, kneeling amidst the fiery wreckage, staring at the defeated helmet, a chilling question haunting him, "Why am I even fighting?" Pell, watching from behind, voiced his own crippling fear, questioning their return to the fight and if Valberg's father would even understand. Pell's face was a mask of terror, utterly convinced he should be running for his life. Valberg's hand trembled above the defeated helmet, his thoughts darkening, a chilling realization dawning: if he turned back now, he'd just die for absolutely nothing. His crimson eyes flared with an unyielding, burning resolve. Valberg's eyes, now blazing with an electric blue, snap open in pure shock, recognizing the impossible face of his mentor. He stares up at the armored figure of Karamov, who stands over him, seemingly unharmed, and then to the familiar face of Johann, who lies injured nearby, realizing that both his defeated foe and his long-lost father are inexplicably alive. Karamov's own eyes glow a menacing red. As Valberg struggles to comprehend the impossible return, demanding to know why his mentor came back, while Johann weakly urges him to flee. Karamov, observing the reunion, warns Valberg that staying will only lead to his demise. Then, in a shocking twist, he offers a helmet, a relic from his past, to Johann, a gift for when he becomes strong. Valberg's blue eyes burn with a renewed, fierce resolve. As he processes these shocking events, recalling a past lesson from Johann about understanding the true difference in skill levels. With his eyes blazing an intense blue, Valberg's mind raced back to a pivotal moment, a lesson from his mentor that now screamed for his attention. "Never forget your training," Johann's voice boomed in his memory. "If things get too wild, bail." He'd laid it out plainly: your enemy. The Emperor's Knight. A force so overwhelming that even I had to bolt without a second glance. But then, the ultimate challenge: but, if you're forced to fight. When there's no other option but to fight. Then the gloves were off. Then you go for the kill. Johann roared, and a determined young Valberg had affirmed, "Right." The image of the imposing armored enemy burned into his consciousness. And Valberg's resolve hardened, knowing that time is now. Karamov, the Emperor's Knight, loomed large, a living embodiment of the lesson he'd just relived, and Valberg was ready to unleash everything. The wisdom of his mentor, Johann, burned in his mind, a stark reminder: never forget your training. Stay calm. Then, a deafening thud. Karamov, a monstrous armored titan, absolutely shattered the entrance, his crimson eyes blazing with pure menace. The sheer force of his entry ripped through the ancient stone, leaving the elite guards absolutely shell-shocked, one of them barely gasping, "What the hell?" Panic flared as another guard screamed, "How did this monster blow through all our defenses?" But before they could even think, Karamov's gauntlet fist, absolutely crackling with crimson energy, exploded forward. The impact was brutal, a sickening crunch of bone and steel, showering the area with blood. Ignoring the carnage, Karamov's voice thundered with unbridled fury, "Get out here, you asshole." Another guard charged, only to be instantly decimated, a crimson blur of pure, unstoppable power. Still on the warpath, Karamov is a blur of destructive force, leaving a crimson trail of raw power. Armored boots slam down, shattering the very earth beneath him as he charges. Behind that menacing visor, those burning red eyes are locked on, hunting for blood. One more down, his sword a crimson blur of death. Over the fallen, he sneers, "So the rumored son of Ates really survived." Then, his eyes lock onto a golden armored titan, and he challenges, "You're that guy in front of me. The one whose magic then. Johann Ates, was it?" The golden warrior holds his stance, his battle-scarred helmet a testament to his might. With a defiant snarl, he retorts, "I'm not here to exchange names. Just think of me as one more man." Karamov's expression darkens, spitting out a single, venomous insult. Karamov's icy stare is met with a cutting retort from the armored warrior, who fires back, "You shouldn't be out patrolling if you need to be liked." Karamov snaps back, daring to ask if the guy even cares about his own life, then just a cold, "Fine." But the armored warrior isn't backing down, delivering a chilling challenge, "If you want to die, then come at me." Karamov's rage explodes, roaring back, "You don't need to tell me that." His glowing red eyes blaze with an inferno of resolve. Valberg's blade connects with a crushing clang, unleashing a shockwave of orange energy as he absolutely clashes with Karamov. The sheer force of the blow sends the armored figure stumbling backward, red slashes of energy practically tearing through his defense. Without a second to breathe, the cloaked warrior lunges again, his sword a blinding blur of motion. Another crushing impact rings out as the blade slams into the armor, sending sparks absolutely everywhere. The sword practically screams with residual power, vibrating intensely from the sheer force of the repeated blows. Valberg's glowing purple blade rips through the air. A blur of pure speed. Slamming into Karamov's heavy armor with an explosive shower of sparks. He doesn't let up, instantly shifting his stance for the next assault. Delivering another brutal strike that sends Karamov staggering back. But a guttural growl escapes the armored titan. And suddenly, a fierce, crackling red aura explodes from him. The energy surges, swirling with terrifying intensity. As Karamov unleashes a devastating crimson blast, utterly shattering Valberg's blade. Against all odds, Valberg takes a deep breath, his mentor's words burning in his mind, "Never forget your training. Stay calm." He lets loose a barrage of glowing arrows, a desperate, blazing assault against the armored menace. Then, a lightning-fast dash, and his blade flashes out in a desperate, final gambit. But the armored titan barely flinches, his arm flaring with a sinister red energy, effortlessly deflecting the blow. No time to react, Karamov's counterattack is already upon him, a crimson explosion of power. The blow connects, a crimson nova erupting as he's blasted backward. He's sent spiraling, a ragdoll against the sheer, unbridled power. And then, he hits the dirt, down for the count. Karamov looms over the defeated hero, his crimson gaze piercing, a chilling whisper escaping his helmet, "Interesting." He watches Valberg's desperate, glowing assault, a powerful attack arcing through the air, but he's unimpressed. Yet, with a casual flick of his wrist, Karamov conjures a crimson barrier, effortlessly deflecting the blow like it's nothing. Before Valberg can even react, Karamov unleashes a devastating wave of red energy, engulfing his opponent in a flash. The force of the impact sends Valberg reeling backward, a helpless projectile against the overwhelming power, completely outmatched. A cruel satisfaction emanates from Karamov as he declares, "This is truly enjoyable." He's loving every second of this. He demands, "Entertain me more." He wants to see more of Valberg's struggle. His voice rings with contempt as he identifies his opponent, "Bastard son of eights." The taunts are relentless. Finally, Karamov stands triumphant, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the defeated Valberg, who lies broken on the ground. The battle is over. Karamov unleashes a crimson-streaked assault, a blur of pure power. Ripping through the very fabric of reality. His blade a relentless force. Slamming into Valberg's golden defenses. A cataclysmic strike. Valberg's legendary Dhanu's steel armor explodes inward, blood and shrapnel erupting from the impact. The force sends him flying, a broken puppet. As an onlooker can only stare in disbelief, questioning if anyone could possibly survive such a blow. Valberg's mind reels, his gaze fixed on his shattered gauntlet, the impossible truth dawning, his impenetrable armor has been utterly annihilated. He hits the ground like a meteor, utterly vanquished. With a grip tightening on his blade, a moment of pure shock hits him. His glowing red eye snaps open in utter disbelief, roaring, "That's impossible. Humans shouldn't be this tough, even in Dhanu's steel." The sheer force of his last attack still reverberating, he demands, "Just who is he?" No time for questions, Karamov unleashes another devastating sword strike, slamming it into Valberg with raw, unbridled power. The very earth cracks and splinters. Karamov looms, a towering shadow of dominance over the broken fighter, his blade held high, a testament to his overwhelming power. But then, a fresh surge of shock hits him, a low growl escaping, "Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this." Blue energy crackles and explodes around them, a raw display of Karamov's devastating might. His mind races, a single, chilling thought hanging in the air, but... The relentless assault continues, his weapon arcing with crimson light as he presses his attack. Another heavy strike lands, shattering the ground and sending more fragments into the air. He delivers a wide, powerful swing, a scoff escaping him as he thinks of Valberg's unexpected resilience. He's just a brute with no magic, he muses, he only fights with pure power. The thought lingers in his mind, a flicker of doubt in his absolute dominance. Despite his internal questioning, he continues his relentless assault, bringing his weapon down with crushing force. The blows keep coming, each one infused with raw, destructive power. Valberg is driven to the ground, taking another overhead strike that sends dust and debris scattering. Karamov observes his opponent, his thoughts returning to the inexplicable endurance. As I expected, he thinks, he's even tougher than he looks, he's swinging purely on instinct. Karamov was still on the offensive, but inside, he was boiling. This guy fought with no technique, no form, just pure, raw instinct. His crimson eyes burned, how could Sabine have left him so untrained? Yet, there was no denying it, this guy was seriously dangerous. One thing was clear, this had to end, and it had to end now. He knew that stupid slash was coming again, and Karamov was ready to shut it down for good. Then, with a deafening KAH. His attack slammed home, a blinding explosion of power. Pure power surged. Red and blue light exploding on impact. As Karamov put everything into the hit. The sheer force threatening to finally crush his unbelievably tough opponent. The battle raged, Karamov's armored boot crashed down, unleashing a devastating blue energy shockwave. With a sneer of pure frustration, Karamov roared, daring Valberg to come at me, brat, and promising his precious head would be forfeit. Then, a colossal crimson explosion detonated from Karamov, swallowing Valberg whole and blasting him backward. The blue energy kept hammering, each strike a brutal, concussive blow. Valberg's eyes went wide, the blue light blinding him as he reeled from the sheer, overwhelming power. Karamov's arm, blazing with malevolent red energy, sliced down, driving Valberg back even harder. Another wave of blue energy, razor-sharp and piercing, slammed home. Then, with a primal roar, Karamov unleashed a monstrous, glowing serpentine beast of pure blue and purple energy, fangs bared and eyes blazing, ready to devour Valberg. The serpentine beast slammed into Valberg, exploding in a blinding, cataclysmic burst of blue and red energy. He takes the full hit, face twisted in a grimace, but blue energy explodes around him, pushing back against the crimson inferno. The powers collide in a maelstrom of light and debris, a chaotic vortex where blue streaks absolutely shred through the fiery red. But before the dust can even think about settling, the armored figure is blasted backward, recoiling violently from an unseen counterattack. He struggles to regain his footing, his dark armor cracking under the strain, as crimson energy starts to leak from the fissures. A moment of pure, unadulterated disbelief washes over him, his mind absolutely reeling from the unexpected turn of events. His glowing red eyes widen in shock, a flicker of pure terror crossing his face as he realizes the tables have completely turned. Before he can even blink, a powerful blue fist descends with a resounding "kwang," striking with devastating, bone-shattering force. The blow connects squarely with his cheek, his face distorting from the sheer, brutal impact. A massive explosion of red and orange energy erupts from the point of contact, sending debris flying in every single direction. The devastating punch lands, a raw explosion of blue power. Launching Karamov backward, a torrent of dark energy spewing from his body. Valberg doesn't let up, a phantom in motion. Unleashing another earth-shattering strike that rips through the air. Karamov's helmet shatters, his face a mask of pure agony as black power erupts from every orifice. The hunter's hand crackles with residual energy, poised for the kill. As Karamov is absolutely obliterated through a solid brick wall. He collapses amidst the rubble, a broken husk, dark energy still oozing from his ruined form. But wait. Through the shattered visor, those eyes ignite with an unholy, burning rage. Even after that insane beatdown, the warrior's mind screams, "No way can I drop my guard." Not when Johann Eitz is still out there, alive. Towering over his downed foe, the armored warrior is still battling his own mind, the sheer intensity of his focus refusing to waver. Through the shattered visor, his eyes blaze with an unholy red fire, a terrifying display of the sheer, untamed power still raging within him. The ground is a gruesome canvas of blood and broken armor, a stark reminder of the absolute carnage they just unleashed. The warrior, battered but unyielding, stands victorious, his foe utterly crushed beneath him. From the dirt, the defeated warrior stares up, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Then, a blinding, crimson aura explodes around the warrior, his power surging to an insane new level. Still sprawled on the ground, the defeated fighter gasps out a single, desperate word, "Hey." His voice barely a ragged whisper, he demands, "Why did you do this?" Karamov, a titan in his heavy armor, stands unyielding, his every move a testament to his imperial majesty. His gauntlet fist clenches, a stark reminder that the Holy Empire teeters on the brink, more unstable than ever. A chilling realization dawns as he remembers his majesty's ultimate move, unleashing the imperial sword to fix everything. His eye flares with a sinister red glow behind the helmet, his mind fixated on the legendary blade, Manhwa. He towers over the fallen Valberg, sword held high, a chilling laugh erupting from his core. First a low growl, then a booming, maniacal laugh that shakes the very ground. The laughter explodes, a raw, triumphant roar tearing through his helmet. And he roars, "I am moved. Johann Eitz. This puny battlefield can't even hold his true power." His red eyes ignite with furious power, sword raised, as he vows, he'll learn that his power knows no limits before it's too late. With his crimson eyes blazing, Karamov's voice booms, extending an irresistible offer, "Come with me to the Empire, Johann." A flicker of unease crosses Johann's features, as he grimly accepts the Emperor's reach, muttering, "I should have known you were his man." The mental assault intensifies, Karamov's imposing helmeted figure emerging, declaring, "The Empire's endless gold will grant you glory." He stands amidst sprawling, fertile lands, as the voice of temptation swells, promising dominion, and you shall rule over vast fertile lands. His Majesty himself will even appoint you as his imperial knight. The scene morphs, depicting him on bended knee before a majestic, robed figure, the ultimate demand echoing, become the emperor's sword. A desperate, urgent cry rips through the silence, screaming, Johann. The tempting echo of the offer still hangs heavy, as the thought of endless gold flashes through his mind. Taking a deep, determined breath, Johann stands tall, his hand clenched around the hilt of his sword. A bizarre feeling washes over him. As he's shown a future he once craved, now twisted into a fiery nightmare. But even amidst the inferno, he feels absolutely nothing. A chilling realization that this isn't his destiny. Then, with an explosive burst of will, he flat out refuses the illusion, his eyes blazing with defiant blue power. The entire mental construct shatters around him, cracks ripping through his very reality. Karamov, the mastermind behind this whole mind game, is absolutely stunned. Johann's voice explodes with righteous fury, directly accusing his tormentor of murdering his father and countless innocent lives. And the mention of the common folk, the serfs, clearly hits a raw nerve with the armored villain. He doesn't back down, his voice cutting through the tension, slamming Karamov with the truth of his father's murder and countless others. Karamov just laughs, a chilling, dismissive sound, spitting out, over serfs. Then, his voice explodes, a venomous roar, demanding to know if Johann's own mother was nothing more than a low-born serf. The tirade continues, a torrent of contempt, branding them insects. Weak vermin. A terrifying red glow erupts around him as he roars, the strong drink the blood of the weak. With eyes blazing, he declares, that is this world's law. But Johann stands firm, his face a mask of iron will, unbroken by the torrent of hate. Then, a shocking crack in his facade. Karamov's voice drops to a desperate whisper, I'm sorry, master. I can't. But as Karamov stumbles, a blinding white energy ignites around Johann's arm, the true battle about to begin. He channels his power, a silent, intense command to control the raw, explosive force surging within him. Then, his arm, now a conduit of pure white energy, explodes forward. The impact is cataclysmic, a blinding, crimson-white detonation. Karamov's head snaps back violently, a geyser of blood erupting from the point of contact. A primal, agonizing scream rips from his very core as the full, brutal force of the strike overwhelms him. He's launched through the air, a mere projectile against the crushing power. Johann's fist remains, still crackling with a fierce blue aura, the aftermath of his devastating blow. But then, amidst the chaos, Karamov's eyes ignite with an unnatural blue glow, a desperate, defiant roar escaping him, for the Emperor. Yet the momentum is unstoppable, slamming him into the ground with a final, sickening crunch and a spray of crimson. Despite the brutal impact, Karamov's eyes blaze with blue light as he screams in outrage, worthless lives. The raw fury distorts his face, as he continues to roar, the blue glow intensifying around him. Another unseen force slams into him, sending a shockwave of red energy through the air. His voice, ragged with pain and indignation, echoes, what makes you think you're so great? He bellows, his entire being radiating defiance, even as the impacts continue to batter him. A violent burst of red energy erupts around him once more. That you get Tio judge who deserves Tio live and who doesn't, he challenges, his voice cracking. The final blow connects, tearing through his flesh, spraying blood across the chaotic scene. His eye, now bloodshot and weeping crimson, still burns with an unyielding, furious light. The brutal assault continues. Unseen impacts land with concussive force, shaking the very air. Red particles explode into the air, another devastating blow connects. Crimson energy surges with each impact, relentlessly driving him back, no quarter given. Then, a gloved fist connects with crushing force, the impact echoing like thunder. Karamov reels from the blow, blood splattering from his head as he's driven back, a true warrior pushed to his limits. Finally, he collapses to the ground, a ragged cough escaping his lips, but is this the end? Looking up, his face is a mask of blood and defiance, his blue eyes still burning with an unyielding, furious fire. Even through the pain, he manages a contemptuous retort, you fool. You should have known. The defiance is unreal. He takes another brutal hit, bone-jarring and relentless, but his mind is still razor-sharp, scoffing at the attacker's empty threats. His face twists in pure agony, but the memory of the Emperor's order, the one he flat-out refused, just ignites his stubborn fire even more. He glares up at his tormentor, a silent, burning question in his eyes, why no only suffering? From this point on, everything was about to change. Another devastating blow connects, a hand blazing with raw power, hitting with bone-shattering force. His already mangled face contorts even more, his one visible eye burning with an ominous red glow, a testament to his unyielding, dark will. This world just accepts death so casually, a brutal truth that screams for survival, you gotta eat or be eaten. He remembers the brutal truth, the lessons burned into his very soul. His hand clenches, stained with the consequences of a world where survival demands sacrifice. But even amidst the fiery echoes of his past, the memory of his family, his people, butchered and enslaved, fuels an unyielding, burning resolve. They only did what had to be done, he thinks, standing firm against the inferno, unbowed. He will never regret what he did. No matter what anyone says. This. A colossal, ancient stone gate creaks open, revealing a shadowy unknown beyond its formidable barrier. As dusk settles, Johann Eitz, cloaked and mysterious, strides towards the looming gate. 2 armored riders stand guard just beyond the entrance, their silent vigil amplifying the tension as the gate finally yields. Meanwhile, a chilling voice echoes, cutting through the tension with a stark ultimatum, "I'll ask you one more time." A desperate elf, eyes wide with terror, looks up, his voice cracking as he begs, "Is what you just said the truth?" His blue eyes are practically bulging with fear, a clear sign of the immense pressure he's under. The elf's desperate plea intensifies, crying out, "It is." Without a shred of falsehood. "Please, you have to believe me." Standing before him, the menacing Karamov, with his glowing red eyes burning through his helmet, prepares to speak, a silent armored guard at his side, as the elf's frantic pleas echo in the tense chamber. Karamov, ever the imposing figure, watches the elf, who desperately recalls being brutally beaten, slammed, and dragged into a horrifying, vivid nightmare. His gaze snaps upward, a silent scream in his eyes, begging for someone to believe him. Terror flashes in his eyes as he insists, that was the absolute last he ever saw of Sir Karamov. His eyes dart to a lifeless body, a chilling realization dawning as he asks, if that's true, is Karamov's corpse actually right here? His voice cracks with raw desperation, practically screaming, why would he lie? How could they possibly believe such an insane story without a shred of proof? A hulking armored guard, his brow furrowed in genuine confusion, grumbles, that's the exact part he can't figure out either, thinking someone must have just gotten it wrong. The guard then turns to the elf, delivering the urgent news, Master Jane, the pursuit party is fully prepared. Karamov's armored hand clenches slightly as he coolly replies, he understands, and he'll be there in no time. The hunt was on, and a commanding voice roared, get the word out to every single troop. A wave of armored warriors charged, the command ringing out, run him down. Karamov's eyes blazed with deadly intent, his voice a chilling decree, and finish him off. Elsewhere, an elf commander, his face a mask of rage, screamed the name, Johann Eitz is the target. Johann Eitz was blindsided, sent flying by a brutal impact. The elf commander's voice was pure poison, a disgusting traitor to his own kin. Then, another crushing hit, the force exploding on impact. Johann Eitz was hauled away, his body brutally dragged across the terrain. The elf commander's furious roar ripped through the air again, track him. Hunt him. Bring him down. The brutal assault continues as Johann Eitz is mercilessly dragged, a ruthless order ringing out. To kill him, or bring him back, no matter what. He screams in agony. As the relentless chase drags him further, his cloak whipping wildly. Meanwhile, the soldiers are furious he tried to escape alone, shouting warnings not to face him solo. The elf commander, eyes glowing with intensity, questions the target's motives, then barks out a command, seal off every road. He declares they'll hunt him all night, until he's completely exhausted. But then, a soldier drops a bombshell, asking if Commander Karamov is actually dead. The elf commander's eye widens, clearly stunned by the news, as he starts to grasp the gravity of the situation. A chilling command rips through the darkness, a brutal ultimatum, bring the target's head, or face the consequences. The crimson banner of power snaps in the wind, underscoring the sheer gravity of the decree. But far from the command, battered and bleeding in a fiery hellscape, Johann's mind races as a voice, a memory, demands his full attention. He plunges into his memories, a time when he was an empire's strongest mage, his status untouchable, but now, a sudden, brutal crisis has erupted with no warning, and he vows to survive, no matter the price. Deep within the shadowed forest, the elf commander surveys the chaos, realizing Valberg's intense worry is justified by the unfolding disaster, and a wave of relief washes over him, knowing Tion is by their side. Arrows litter the forest floor, a mysterious glowing orb suspended in the air, clear evidence of a brutal clash. Johann's mind flashes to Karamov's corpse, a desperate hope that its gruesome discovery will throw his relentless pursuers into utter chaos. And there it is, Karamov's heavily armored body, shattered amidst the debris, a grim monument to a savage end, as if the mightiest knight was butchered by a relentless blade. Battered but unbroken, Johann's mind flashes back to a critical moment, the weight of Dial's sacrifice, his shield, and the gnawing regret of a past abandonment. A sharp gasp of agony, yet his spirit refuses to yield. Taking a defiant breath, he declares his readiness to push on. A sudden creak echoes through the silence. Unveiling a majestic warhorse, its raw power evident in a soft, rumbling neigh. He instantly knows this beast, it's none other than Desen's legendary warhorse. A rare, genuine smile graces his face as he speaks to the magnificent creature, a heartfelt, "Thank you, brother," escaping his lips. With a swift motion, he's mounted, and the realization hits, with this incredible partner, he'll keep up the chase. His gaze sharpens with fierce resolve, and he declares his intention to bestow a new name upon his warhorse, marking a new chapter. He's on the move, the warhorse a beast of thunder beneath him, tearing through the night. But elsewhere, the hunt is on. A voice burns with resolve, "We have to find Philip." The trail leads to a creepy old barn, a perfect hiding spot, or a trap, under the moonlit sky. Suddenly, a soldier, eyes wide with panic, shouts about a flash, swearing it was the legendary Jehu's steel. Karamov, the armored commander, doesn't hesitate, his command slicing through the air as he orders his troops to scour every single corner. He knows his target is close. As his armored soldiers spread out, ghosts in the shadows, closing in. Two soldiers freeze, a sudden noise snapping them to attention. Then, a clear, heavy thud, footsteps. They're here. He's hit. A brutal, unseen strike rocks his armored body, sending him reeling. A deadly blade flashes, the attack relentless. The blow connects hard, leaving him grimacing in agony, blood spraying across his face. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the night, Karamov's. It's Johann Eitz. He's escaping on horseback. The hunt is on. Johann, now mounted, makes a break for it. He's tearing through the forest, hooves pounding the earth, a desperate dash for freedom. Karamov is furious, pointing a furious finger at the escaping target, roaring, "Shoot him down. Don't let that bastard get away." Arrows rain down. A deadly volley streaks through the night, aimed straight for the fleeing Johann. But Johann is a whirlwind of motion. His sword becomes a blur, deflecting every arrow, sparks flying with each clang. As the chase rages, the full moon hangs high, a silent witness to the desperate flight. He keeps pushing, running through the endless night. Finally shaking off the pursuit party and diving deep into the black forest. The forest itself feels alive, ancient trees twisting into ominous shapes. Then, a soft thump breaks the silence, coming from the gnarled roots. Another faint sound following in the oppressive quiet. Injured but alive, Johann finally stops, his loyal companion by his side, taking a moment to breathe. He glances over his shoulder, the weight of his escape settling in. But then, his eyes catch on something, a piece of armor, clearly high-end. A shattered, ornate helmet lies abandoned on the ground, a clear sign of the chaos that unfolded. Johann's gaze locks onto the weapon, and suddenly, a powerful, otherworldly glow bursts forth, a silent, shocking declaration of its immense power. He can't believe it, this bow feels impossibly light yet incredibly sturdy, and he instantly knows it's no ordinary weapon, it's the legendary bow of the ancient imperial family. The bow keeps throbbing with that intense purple energy, showing off these insane, ancient markings carved all over it. Johann's eyes narrow, recognizing a pattern he thought was lost to time. Could this really be an ancient imperial script? The ancient script ignites, burning a message directly into his very soul, "I am the one who recovers." More glowing symbols flash, hammering home the truth. Johann stands tall, the bow's power now his, its purple light blazing as his destiny unfolds, a fierce resolve etched onto his face. The ultimate truth is revealed, cementing his new, epic title, Crest Recoverer. He locks onto his target, the ancient bow pulsing with power, a silent mantra echoing in his mind, "Never forget your training. Stay calm." His eyes burning with resolve, he declares he'll unleash this power now, and that armor. It's as good as his. But before he can act, a terrifying beast with blazing red eyes erupts from the darkness, its primal scream tearing through the night. Sweat drips as he grapples with the shocking reality, this battle is brutal, and he's kicking himself for not being ready. But his glowing purple arrow flies true, slamming into the monster with devastating force. The beast screams, its body dissolving into a cascade of purple light. Later, a shocking discovery, he finds a wounded Valberg, carrying him through the woods, a new challenge looming large. His face set, a fresh cut on his cheek a badge of honor, he readies a potion, focused on the next move. Valberg is out cold, as the chilling truth is revealed, Karamov, the Emperor's Knight, is here, and another Crest Recoverer has emerged in his wake. Karamov, the Emperor's Knight, looms on his dark throne, a chilling presence in the gloom. With eyes burning red, he coldly declares, "The couple meant for sacrifice. Already slaughtered." His fist clenches, stained with blood, as he chillingly adds, "You know only suffering." And with a terrifying declaration, from this point on. But elsewhere, Johann's thoughts echo a grim reality, they knew nothing but suffering long before death claimed them. Lost under an endless, star-dusted sky, he desperately wonders, what do I do now? The crushing reality hits him hard, House Eitz is gone, burned to ashes, and I'm still broke. His hands tremble on his blade, utterly spent. I'm shaking from exhaustion. I need to rest, then figure this out. But then, a primal rage ignites, burning through his exhaustion, his eyes blazing with an intense, crimson power. He lets out a sharp grunt, a fresh wound on his back screaming in protest. Suddenly, a hulking, shadowy form bursts from the darkness right in front of him. Its eyes blazing with an ominous red glow, it's a black wolf. He lets out a furious, "Damn it," as he swiftly draws his bow, this unexpected fight catching him off guard. Seriously, of all the worst possible moments for this monster to show up, it's now, when he's completely drained and running on empty. The black wolf lets out a guttural "Jarr," its glowing red eyes locked onto him with deadly intent. He knows it, in this condition, he's got absolutely no chance against this beast. With his senses failing, he knows he can't fight now, he needs to get out of here, recover, and come back for revenge. But as he makes his desperate escape, a shocking realization hits him, he's found its house. Battered and bruised, Johan's face twists in a raw display of pain and exhaustion. When the devastating news hits him, they've already snagged his warhorse. The elf soldiers are swarming the forest, their commander's voice ringing with absolute certainty, he's gotta be close. Then, a chilling truth hits Johan like a bolt of lightning as he finally recognizes his hunters, it's the legendary wolves of Akadon. Disbelief floods his mind, how are they already here? The elf commander, a picture of grim resolve, snaps out commands to his relentless troops. A soldier freezes, senses on high alert, he heard something. The whole squad pivots, eyes locked on the rustling bushes, but from the inky blackness, glowing red eyes are already watching them. Trapped and surrounded, Johan's face transforms into a mask of fierce determination, he's ready to take on every monster in his path. He's free-falling, and the brutal truth hits him, the pursuit party is right on his heels. Terror flashes in his eyes, there's absolutely nowhere left to run. One desperate question screams in his mind, is this it? Is this the end? But as he falls, a terrifying, red-eyed monster emerges from the shadows below, ready to strike. He's still falling, completely helpless. Then, a blur. A razor-sharp claw strikes, ripping into him. The monster's red eyes blaze as it unleashes a flurry of attacks, forcing him to desperately defend. The colossal beast stands victorious, its shadowy minions swarming around it. And then, a deafening roar erupts, a chilling declaration of its absolute power. The monstrous black wolf unleashes a devastating attack, its shadowy limb crashing down with incredible power. Pinned under the beast's crushing weight, he fights back, a desperate cry tearing from his throat. Shocked and disoriented, he can't believe it, did the monster really not see him coming? But there's no time for questions. As he spots a crucial opening, his one shot at escape. Unleashing a burst of blue energy, he explodes into action, evading the monster's grasp. His resolve hardens, it's now or never, escape, or die trying. His face contorts in a primal scream of effort, his blue eyes blazing with raw power. A guttural roar rips from his lungs, ignoring the agony as he fights for survival. He's locked and loaded, a glowing arrow ready to fly, but a voice from his past cuts through the chaos, drilling into him, never forget your training. Stay calm. But before he can even release, a massive, armored boot crashes down where he just was, a near miss that would have ended him. He's already twisting, a blur of motion, dodging the attack and launching a devastating mid-air counterkick. The kick connects with a bone-jarring force, sending his enemy flying. No time to waste. He's already a blur, tearing through the forest, the chase still hot on his heels. But even as he flees, a vivid memory hits him, a younger him, soaking up wisdom from his mentor, a stark contrast to the present danger. He throws a quick look over his shoulder, his resolve burning, the world a blur of green and speed. Another memory, another glimpse of his mentor's unwavering presence, a beacon for the kid he once was. His eye, blazing with an intense inner power, mirrors the sheer speed of his escape, his resolve forged in fire with every single step. Fueled by the fires of memory, Johan's fist tightens, a silent, burning promise in his eyes. He flashes back to his people, his intense bow training, and the chilling shadow of helmeted foes like Karamov. A lone tear escapes, a raw testament to the agony he endures. His mind races to the desolate wasteland, a brutal monument to everything ripped away. He remembers his mentor's iron will, the comforting glow of his people's fire, then the gut-wrenching image of a shattered helmet, the death knell of their world. The elf commander, a chilling smirk twisting his lips, clutches the very emblem of their annihilation. A final, gut-wrenching farewell to his entire world. The inferno of his home, a searing scar on the land and in his soul. Eight's village, forever burned into his memory. The brutal truth of Eight's village's fall crashes into his mind, Johan relives the horrifying image of an elder, utterly crushed, sprawled lifelessly in the devastation. And there, a terrifying shadow, the black wolf, its eyes burning with pure malice, casts its monstrous form over the shattered landscape. The elf commander, a figure of cold victory, stands tall over the elder's broken form, a silent testament to the village's annihilation. Then, a chilling silence descends, a stark void where life once thrived. Those burning, multifaceted eyes of the beast, a nightmare etched forever into his soul, refused to fade. The chase was on. Johann was pushing past his breaking point, sprinting across the plains with armored figures hot on his heels, a relentless, terrifying threat. His muscles were screaming, but he just let out a frustrated "damn it," and kept going. And just when he thought it couldn't get worse, he spotted a monster. There's a monster here too, he thought, knowing these knights were playing for keeps. He was losing count, the sheer number of enemies he'd already taken down blurring into a desperate haze. 3 days. He couldn't believe these knights had been on his tail without a break. The body count was insane, he'd lost all sense of how many he'd fought. He was completely spent, at his absolute limit, with not an ounce of strength left to even run. With the knights closing in, he had one terrifying question: was there any way out of this nightmare? Still on the run, he can't help but wonder if this is it. Is he really about to get caught and executed after all this? From his hidden spot, he clocks a group of armed escorts rolling up in the distance. His eyes locked on their slow, relentless march. They're getting closer, and the formation is coming into focus. And he's already sizing them up. Armed escorts, he thinks, is this a merchant caravan? Or just some peddler? A new strategy clicks into place. Alright, he declares, I'll just blend in as a peddler. One look at his own grimy face, though, and he's like, wait. If I look like this, they'll think I'm a beggar. I gotta find some clean clothes first. Meanwhile, as the sun dips below the horizon, a massive walled city looms in the distance, a beacon of hope and a potential new chapter. Eldon's, the Katana Trading Company's sharpest mind, feels a disturbance in the air. His partner, Kan, immediately picks up on it, confirming a powerful presence just ahead. Then, the source of their dread appears, a single, heavily armored figure on horseback, sending a wave of shock through them, as the chilling words, "If a heretic shows up," echo in their minds. A deep, menacing growl vibrates from the armored warrior, his very presence a crushing weight. Kan, a Goran mercenary, locks eyes with Gom, a silent question hanging heavy between them as they face the unknown. But Gom, ever the hothead, scoffs at the danger, convinced they can easily overwhelm a single heretic. Goran, a seasoned Goran mercenary, quickly corrects him, emphasizing the black armor and warhorse: this is no ordinary foe. This warrior is a walking fortress, encased in full-body plate armor, a low, powerful hum vibrating from their very being. The sheer, crushing weight of its power makes the very air groan, a terrifying display of raw might. Karamov's presence was chilling, but Kan, ever the sharp-eyed mercenary, zeroed in on one terrifying detail, demanding if his partner had seen the sword at the warrior's hip. That hilt wasn't just any hilt, it screamed Sword Master, a rank reserved for the absolute elite, a terrifying symbol of power. One swing from that blade and they'd be butter. Going head-to-head with this guy was a death wish. Kan, with Goran now beside him, couldn't shake the feeling they were outmatched. Shouldn't we just bail, he urged, reminding them they were only 9 against this monster. Gom, the eye-patch-wearing hothead, wasn't having it. No way, he roared, unable to think of another option, then brazenly challenged, come here, dumbass. Kan, fed up with Gom's impulsiveness, snapped back, if you've got no plan, then shut your mouth. Cutting through the tension, Eldons, the shrewd cat merchant, took command. Goran, Kan. Get everyone prepped, he barked, ready to strike the second that guy made a suspicious move. Gom, always ready for action, stepped up, I'll scout ahead and check it out. The strategy was clear, wait for the cue, then, unleash hell all at once. Eldons took charge, and Gom was instantly on board, ready for action. The crew faced Karamov, a silent, menacing presence, his back to them as the sun dipped low. That sword master's blade just gleaming with pure menace. Gom laid out the plan: the moment Eldons gave the signal, they'd hit him from every angle. Eldons stepped up, greeting the silent warrior and introducing himself as the big boss of the Eldons Trading Company, lamenting their less-than-ideal encounter. Gom, watching Karamov's every move, questioned if dropping their guard was even an option, as Karamov seemed to notice the beast folk in their ranks. The mercs were practically vibrating with tension. And Eldons just confirmed their worst fears, declaring they absolutely could not drop their guard, not with that sword master's blade staring them down. With a fierce glint in his eye, Gom declared he'd have to figure out a way to get Karamov to drop his guard first. A hooded figure locks onto his target, a silent command echoing in his mind: remember your training. Stay calm. Then, he lowers his weapon, cutting straight to the chase: my name is Johann. He quickly clarifies his rough look, shrugging off any concern about bandits, insisting there's no reason to be wary. But he's clearly annoyed by their lingering suspicion, seeing no point in their judgmental stares. Suddenly, it clicks for the other side. And a cat-like peddler, flashing a wide, apologetic grin, quickly bows, admitting that as a merchant, he's always on high alert. Now on horseback, Johann eyes the peddler, who then makes a desperate plea to join him, revealing he lost everything in the bandit raid. The peddler seals the deal, offering his skills as a caravan guard, all for some food and a place to crash. Eldon sizes up the young man, thinking, he's definitely got the strength for it. And he's not even giving off any weird vibes. So, with a nod, he declares, all right, let's make this happen. And just like that, they're off. Eldon's declares their new mission, Mardel, here we come. And don't worry, I've got some cash. Johann flashes a genuine smile, looking back with appreciation, seriously, thank you. But Johann's smile vanishes as Eldon suddenly freaks out, Mardel? Where even is that? Oh no, not again. Back with the mercenaries, one of them shrugs, figuring he's just a kid and giving him a shot, but still tells his buddy to watch him like a hawk. Kan, clearly irritated, demands if he's being told to shut up, and Gom snaps back, affirmative, boss. Johann, with a determined glint in his eye, simply utters, all right. With his eyes locked on the distant path, he mentally declares, time to hit that checkpoint. Under a blazing sunset, Johann and Eldon's pushed on, their path leading straight to a heavily fortified checkpoint. Suddenly, checkpoint guards spotted them, one shouting, yo, incoming. But just as they got close, a squad of armored knights slammed the brakes on their journey, their commander barking, halt. Knights of Edicitan. The knight laid down the law, wanna pass? Then prepare for a full inspection of your goods. At the checkpoint, Johann, hooded and clutching a box, just wanted to slip through unnoticed, praying for a smooth passage. But Eldon's wasn't having it. He stepped up, bold as brass, declaring, the wolves of Edicitan. We've done business. I'm Eldon's of Katana Trading. Get me your boss. The knight's jaw dropped, stuttering, the Katana Trading Company. Katana Trading wasn't just any company, it was a massive commercial powerhouse, with its own office in the epic trade city of Mardel. Their power was undeniable, with their iconic banners waving high over the entire checkpoint. The elf's face twists with worry, a chilling reminder that even the impenetrable city of Mardel demands extreme caution, a place even the Empire fears to tread. But his thoughts are shattered as a knight on horseback accuses him of harboring a runaway slave, then demands documents for the fugitive. The elf's face contorts in a furious snarl, as he curses these bastards for finding him at the very first checkpoint. The knight points a finger, demanding to see who he's hiding. A chilling shing of steel rings out, and the elf recoils, letting out a pained grunt. The knight, blade now drawn, menacingly asks what his mother ate to birth such a creature, threatening to carve off his mashed-up face. Or, he adds, if he's hiding something. The elf's expression turns to stone, his eyes flaring with an ominous, blood-red glow. The knight's face contorts, a silent fury brewing, as he mutters a curse, his gaze fixed with intense resolve. With a sharp shing, his hand flies to his sword's hilt, the sound a prelude to battle, as he defiantly proclaims his intent to engage if pushed further. Then, with a guttural roar, he bellows for an immediate halt to the defiance. The steel flashes, ripping from its scabbard with a decisive shing, a clear declaration of his intent. Johann Eitz, ever composed, tries to explain his adherence to protocol, but the knight, seething, shouts him down, demanding his superior be summoned immediately. The knight's voice drips with venom, issuing a chilling warning of what's to come if they don't comply. But then, a powerful wolf-like beastman steps into view, eyes blazing, cutting through the tension to demand the knight's attention personally. Stunned by the beastman's sudden challenge, the knight grudgingly relents, barking orders for his troops to make way for the incoming forces. A phalanx of armored knights emerges, their arrival a chilling display of force, as the lead knight lets out a frustrated TSK, clearly annoyed by the turn of events. With the situation escalating, Johann Eitz, shrouded in his cloak and mask, draws his bow, his thoughts a fierce mantra of his training, a desperate plea to maintain his composure. But elsewhere, the knight reinforcements are thundering down the forest road. Karamov, leading the charge, lets out a guttural sigh of pure frustration, sick and tired of this whole ordeal. The relentless commander and his forces push forward, their heavy armor a symphony of impending doom. Meanwhile, at a clandestine camp, a desperate shout for a shield rings out, the alarm blaring for immediate defense. Karamov stands unyielding, his blade ready, a formidable presence amidst his elite knights. High above, the full moon hangs like a silent observer, its eerie glow bathing the escalating drama below. Johann Eitz, abandoning the warmth of the campfire and his allies, plunges into the deeper woods, barking orders to check their gear, and to put the goblin slayers on night watch, absolutely. Elsewhere, the shrewd beastman merchant, Eldons, is engrossed in a scroll, his mind churning with unseen calculations. Following the intense encounter, he looms over a figure by a roaring fire, confirming his name is Valberg, just as a powerful impact reverberates through the air. With a surprising gesture of kindness, he tells Valberg to just eat and sleep, no tasks required, and the man can only offer a heartfelt thank you. A silent moment hangs between the two in the deep woods, a brief, unspoken connection forged in the wilderness. A low hum rumbles from Johann, his mind clearly racing as he stares into the distance. Soon after, a sleeping roll hits the dirt with a soft thud, ready for a much-needed rest. He surveys the dark, imposing forest, a wry thought escaping him that sleep won't come easy tonight, as the surrounding leaves whisper in the breeze. Collapsing onto the makeshift bed, he lets out a deep breath, praying for the sweet release of sleep. As darkness fully envelopes the forest, Johann Eitz finally drifts into slumber, the small campfire his only companion. His eyes snap open, piercing the night as a new threat registers, pulling him from his slumber. Concealed within the shadows, a fierce resolve ignites in his gaze, the forest itself seeming to hold its breath. Good, he growls, a chilling command echoing through the quiet, get everyone ready. Perched high above, Johann Eitz outlines his devastating strategy, we'll surround them from the hill and strike them all at once. Breaking news from the military base, Staff Sergeant Kim Johan, a true leader, has absolutely crushed his training, earning himself a sweet 10-day reward leave and an exemption from the rest of the grind. In the modern military, training is everything, especially for the absolute elite who are gonna lead battalions, and these exercises go from one-on-one combat to insane battalion-level tactical simulations. These battalion-level tactical exercises are super intense and deep, and only the absolute cream of the crop, the elite of the elite, get to participate. And this guy, Staff Sergeant Kim Johan, totally crushed it, showing off insane leadership, becoming a legend for the other trainees, and scoring that sweet exemption and 10 days off. He's saluting Battalion Commander, Lieutenant Colonel Kim Hyun-woo, but you can practically hear the annoyed GRR escaping him. His face is a total storm cloud, you can practically feel the annoyance radiating off him. He bursts out, why, but then a smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, good thing I got out of that early. His real thoughts about the military? It's just an outdated, backward culture. He's still fuming, demanding to know why he should even bother, especially when the conditions are too good but still freezing him to the bone. And the absolute worst part? He's thinking the paycheck is smaller than a rat's tail. He absolutely rages, screaming about how outrageous the whole thing is, even with the benefits. His anger explodes into a full-blown fantasy confrontation, as he screams, who do you think you're talking to? He challenges them to come to his place, promising to show them exactly what they can't just walk away from. A primal scream rips from Johann's throat, cursing the entire universe. His eyes violently snap open, a sudden, shocking realization slamming into him. He's lying in bed, slowly surfacing from the depths, questioning if that whole nightmare was just a dream. But the irritation? That's definitely still there, etched onto his face. He's flashing back to intense training, a voice pounding in his head, stay calm, don't forget your lessons. But under the full moon's watch, a deadly ambush strikes. Arrows rain down from the shadows. A relentless volley closing in fast. But before they can even touch him, he's already moving, his hand a blur as he snatches his sword. His eyes blaze with an electric blue, the blade now fully unleashed. It's an attack. Those dark bastards are back for him. He can't believe it, he thought he was finally safe. No time to waste, he's gotta warn the mercenaries, now. The ambush is on, but he's not backing down. Remembering his training, he hears the echoes, don't forget your lessons. Stay calm. But hold on. Somewhere else, a younger fighter gets rocked by an unseen blow, while the veteran, Damson, with his signature eye patch, snarls, it's an enemy ambush. His face contorts in a snarl, the realization hitting hard, it's an enemy ambush. Still shaken, the younger guy remembers a previous attack, I saw this before the inn. So what I'm asking is. Damson cuts him off, his voice laced with suspicion, are these the same creeps who jumped you before, Damson? Annoyed by the constant questions, the younger guy fires back, shut up already. Damson takes a beat, then his eyes narrow, wait, you're saying those dark bastards didn't just burn themselves out? He muses, a new theory forming, I figured you thought they were totally capable. But that creep couldn't have been the one with the supplies and everything. He lays down the law, a grizzled veteran's warning, if you can't handle the real fight, you're not just going nowhere, you're not surviving. His stare, intense and unyielding, reflects a life forged in hardship, as he explains that he became a soldier precisely because he refused to rot away in some backwater village like his father, desiring to live like a real man. He became a soldier to escape a dead-end life, to be a real man, not just another forgotten face in a forgotten village. But his younger companion interjects, a clear note of defiance in his voice. He quickly clarifies, not claiming superiority over his father, but simply stating his own desire to avoid that same fate. He's not saying he's better, just that he refuses to end up like him. Before he can finish, a sudden, sharp impact rings out, wham. A lightning-fast strike silences him mid-sentence, sending the younger man sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud, his voice laced with disbelief and anger as he demands to know the meaning of the attack. Thud. He hits the dirt, furious, demanding to know if this is some kind of fight. But the older man's attention is already elsewhere, his expression grim as he declares, but the veteran's eyes are already scanning the horizon, his grim declaration cutting through the tension, enemy ambush. Both men look up, their previous conflict forgotten in the face of the sudden, shared threat. The fight is instantly forgotten as both men snap to attention, eyes wide with alarm at the incoming threat. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a storm of arrows erupts from the shadows, slamming into him and Valberg at the same time, sending them both flying. An arrow pierces his shoulder, but even mid-air, Damson screams a warning. Arrows keep pouring down, shredding the ground around Valberg as he dives for cover. Just like that, it stops. The arrow storm is over, leaving only the sound of the rain. Valberg gets up, yelling orders, but Damson's already up, eyes locked on the forest. He keeps yelling, his voice cutting through the silence of the woods. Damson, though, is past taking orders, his face a mask of rage, cursing the bastards who ambushed them. But then, something changes, and he looks down, a relieved gasp escaping him as he yells, thinking they're finally safe. Both men stare, the ambush finally hitting them, as the forest falls silent once more. The ambushers fall silent, and Damson, clutching his shoulder, demands to know if Eldons is safe, while Valberg tries to make sense of who they're even fighting. But a new player enters the field, a cloaked shadow ghosting through the foliage, his sharp eyes already pinpointing a hidden target under a wagon. Damson pushes Valberg to strategize, to find a way to fight back, but Valberg still hung up on why their enemies just vanished. Meanwhile, a grizzled, eye-patch-wearing commander rallies his armored troops, shouting for them to lock down a defensive perimeter around their wagon. Johann's eyes blaze with electric blue energy as he processes the battlefield, knowing any trap could be deadly, and deciding they have to hit first. His focus narrows, the blue glow in his eye burning brighter. The commander's subordinate, looking confused, asks for clarification, but the leader shuts him down, declaring they'll handle their own problems and he just needs to stay safe. Valberg, catching snippets of the conversation, is completely blindsided, a shocked, huh, escaping his lips. With unwavering resolve, the armored commander barks his last order to his soldiers, demanding they grab their shields and brace for impact. The eye-patch-wearing commander unleashes a furious roar, rallying his soldiers. It's time for war. But this isn't his first rodeo. He's been through battles like this before. Damson, ever the warrior, demands action, shouting for a shield to get into the fight. No chance. The commander, desperate, snaps at Eldons, revealing they don't even have enough soldiers for themselves. Valberg is hit with the brutal truth, fight on your own. A crushing blow as he realizes they're completely abandoned. But a hidden observer, Johann, watches with piercing, sky-blue eyes, his gaze locked onto the unfolding disaster. Then, a chilling presence erupts. Glowing red eyes pierce the shadows, signaling pure terror. It's Karamov. The monstrous face lunges from the darkness, fangs bared and ready to strike. Valberg's mind shatters at the sight, desperately trying to process the horror. These aren't just soldiers, they're monsters. The monstrous Karamov is here, and Kim Hyun-woo isn't wasting a second, screaming out his command. His voice ripping through the chaos, it's an all-out charge for every single unit. And just like that, the soldiers are a blur, charging headfirst into the unknown. But wait, a sudden realization hits Kim Hyun-woo, a chilling thought: if they all charge, who's left to guard the precious cargo? Too late. A soldier gets absolutely rocked, sent flying by a terrifying red glow from the shadows, as the unseen enemy snarls, "Who the hell are you?" Another one bites the dust. Karamov's glowing red eyes blaze with pure rage, as he roars, "How dare you!" But the charge doesn't stop. Even with their comrades falling, the soldiers push forward, fear mixing with their resolve. Witnessing the enemy's brutal power, Kim Hyun-woo makes a lightning-fast decision, roaring to his troops, that giving this monster an inch means they're all dead. He shuts down a protesting subordinate with a fierce glare, his determination burning brighter than ever against this impossible enemy. Boom! A devastating strike rips through the battlefield, sending shrapnel everywhere. Captain Goran, the soldier screams, his voice raw with terror. And then, the captain himself descends, sword raised high, ready to end it all. Crack! His blade slams down, taking out a helpless soldier in a single, brutal blow. But just as he's about to finish the job, a flash of purple energy erupts. Johann Eitz, wreathed in power, is on the move. His sword becomes a blur, a glowing arc of pure force. He's a phantom, closing the distance in less than a heartbeat. Clang! A deafening crash as his blade slams into Captain Goran's, stopping the attack cold. Goran's face twists in shock. Swords locked, the air crackles with tension as Johann Eitz stares down the stunned captain. The dust settles, but Goran's gaze snaps wide open, a chilling realization dawning, as if a monstrous power has just been unleashed within him. Then, from the very earth, a blade erupts, pulsing with an unholy red light, its surface practically drinking in the blood around it. Johan's face goes grim, instantly recognizing the terrifying blade, the legendary demonic sword now in play. Goran lets out a primal roar, the demonic blade a crimson streak, absolutely tearing through the soldiers around him. Every single strike is pure, unadulterated devastation, the sword's dark power making him unstoppable. Damson stares in utter disbelief, the glowing runes on the blade catching his eye. Is that thing actually sucking the blood right out of them? There's no denying it, that is 100% a demonic sword, pure evil in blade form. Johan's face is a mask of grim resolve, the sheer, overwhelming threat of that sword now crystal clear. Goran, on the other hand, is absolutely losing it, screaming in disbelief at the chaos, as a terrified soldier nearby just gives up, knowing it's all over. Deep in the shadows, a hooded archer locks onto their target, a chilling mantra echoing in their head, never forget your training. Stay calm. But the calm shatters as a soldier screams, furious, who are you to attack me? Damson, ever vigilant, observes the carnage with a hardened gaze. A terrified soldier's eyes snap open, a chilling thought dawning on him, he's a noble. Johan 8's eyes narrow, the name hitting him like a shockwave, Yates. Goran, caught in the demonic sword's thrall, whispers to himself, I only changed it a little bit, so that shouldn't be a problem, right? The hooded archer, piecing it all together, shouts, House Yates. They don't get it, but a noble with a demonic sword? That's no ordinary noble. The remaining soldiers are in full panic, realizing they're so screwed for messing with a noble house. But Goran, empowered by the demonic blade, stands defiant, a single, terrifying question echoing through the chaos. The demonic blade screamed with malevolent red power, radiating pure menace. Goran, now a terrifying figure, faced down the trembling soldiers. One dared to question him, asking if he would surrender. But Goran's eyes, blazing crimson, offered only a chilling ultimatum, meet their end by his sword. The cursed weapon, plunged into the earth, pulsed with dark energy. Its aura crushing the mercenaries' will. But it was useless. The fear was a physical force, suffocating them. One soldier, utterly broken by the terror, choked on a gasp, his face a mask of dread. And his sword crashed to the ground. That single clang was the signal, more blades followed, piling up in defeat. Finally, utterly shattered, the remaining soldiers dropped to their knees, their voices barely audible as they croaked out their surrender. Johan takes charge, his voice cutting through the tension as he addresses Goran directly, who can only respond with a hesitant, why yes, Sir Johan. With a commanding presence, his eyes lock onto the terrified soldiers, and he barks, bind them. Johan's eyes blaze with an electric blue, a crimson aura igniting around him, as he delivers the chilling next part of his decree. The red energy around him flares, a stark warning, as he makes it clear, anyone who resists will be cut down. Under the pale moonlight, a lone figure stands amidst the dense forest, his presence a silent sentinel. His companion, Eldens, turns to him with a worried plea, demanding to know their next move regarding the noble. The noble in question, though not inherently malicious, was primarily concerned with his own safety and equipment, a fact that clearly agitated Eldens. He reminds himself that they had allowed the man to join them when he asked. Considering it a gesture of goodwill, a decision he now seems to be questioning. Johan, however, simply instructs him to stay quiet and watch, assuring him that he will smooth things over, a chilling calm in his voice. Eldens, confused by the cryptic statement, can only utter a questioning sound, a sudden realization dawning on him. Before erupting in a frantic plea to protect his goods, lamenting that he would have charged a fee had he known the man was a noble, his merchant instincts taking over. Still reeling, Eldens snaps back, demanding to know what Johan means by repayment, but quickly pivots, expressing sheer relief that the other man is even safe. A wave of pure shock crashes over the merchant's face. He throws his hands up, vehemently denying that was his point, while Johan just calmly observes. A knowing smirk plays on Johan's lips as he coolly asks for a shield next time. Completely flustered, Eldens bows low, eagerly promising to lend him a shield, or literally anything else. Johan's eyes flash with a subtle glow as he delivers a chillingly simple, good. As Johan pivots to leave, Eldens, still utterly baffled, demands to know how he knew about the danger. The young man strides towards a waiting mercenary group, coolly pointing out Eldens never formally told him his location, leaving the merchant to stew in his own confusion. Finally, with a hardened, determined expression, Eldens accepts the unspoken mission. A desperate cry of, hurry up and move, thief, rips through the night, as Valberg blazes through the forest, the relentless thud of his pursuers hot on his heels. Suddenly, he slams to a halt, his armored allies instantly forming a battle line against a menacing force of heavily armed warriors. Valberg charges forward, eyes blazing, and unleashes a furious demand, who are you, and why did you attack us? A chilling voice from the enemy ranks declares, "We are the private army of House Bates," as a horrifying vision of a burning village and a monstrous shadow fills the mind's eye. But an old man, his face a mask of grief, cuts in, his voice trembling, "House Bates is gone. Destroyed by the monster who butchered his own kin." His voice cracks with pain as he details the horrific slaughter, innocent men, women, children, no one was left alive. But another armored warrior from the enemy line snarls back, "We are the wolves of Axon. And you were the ones who invaded our territory first." Deep in a shadowy forest, Johann, cloaked and intense, grapples with an inner voice, a powerful mantra to never forget his training, to stay absolutely calm. But then, a monstrous, winged terror with blazing red eyes dominates the scene, a chilling voice booming, "Since the Northerners betrayed us, we're the corrupted ones now." Another memory flashes, a desperate man's voice cracking, "We were cornered. No choice but to fall back. That noble executioner." A hand lands on his shoulder, and Johann's eyes narrow, "It's gotta be him." His eyes blaze with an electric blue, and Johann snarls the name, the Emperor's hunting dog, Karamov. Over a fallen armored enemy, Johann hears the noble's furious accusation, "This is a death-worthy crime. We never thought a noble would be with a commoner, Karamov." A hooded ally, remembering their struggle, states, "The Imperial Army branded us fakes." The voice presses on, revealing their betrayal, "And the Northerners abandoned us, calling us corrupted. I can't excuse being a bandit, but..." With Johann and his allies standing over a fallen enemy, the voice finishes their desperate plea, "We had no choice but to fight for survival." He unleashes a furious roar, demanding answers for the devastation, questioning if they comprehend the sheer suffering they inflicted. Eldons, utterly broken, desperately pleads his innocence, revealing the man's only motive was to shield his family. Another beastfolk warrior, absolutely livid, unleashes a primal scream, challenging their understanding of loyalty and history. Johann, sensing the escalating chaos, commands them to halt. With a steely gaze, he calms Eldons, asserting control over the volatile situation. A chilling realization dawns on Johann as he remembers Karamov's chilling declaration, "It was all for the Emperor." The Emperor's true motive, a dark secret, now becomes terrifyingly clear. It was a calculated move, a mere pretext to purge the nobility, a brutal justification to unleash Karamov. A pawn sacrificed for imperial ambition, Karamov was used up for the Emperor's whims. He's lost in the shadows, a dark thought consuming him, the architect of all this pain deserves the absolute worst death. But then, a conflicting thought hits him, realizing even these monsters are just pawns in a bigger game of power. He's torn, knowing they were forced into this life, but they're still bandits. What's the right move here? Valberg, ever the pragmatist, cuts to the chase, "What's the plan for these guys?" Johann muses that they're just like them, pushed to the brink. But Valberg cuts him off, declaring they've got all the intel they need. Johann simply nods. Out of nowhere, a bandit screams and charges, ready to smash them with a brutal club. He's screaming, full throttle, a pure rage-fueled attack. But before that club can even land, a blinding flash explodes, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. The bandit gets rocked, his weapon sent flying, his face contorted in pure agony from the insane counter. A brutal flashback hits, a voice screaming in his head, "Never forget your training. Stay calm." Back in the day, a younger Johann, seeing the raw brutality, couldn't help but challenge his partner, demanding to know why they were being held back. But Damson, with his battle-hardened face, shot back with icy conviction, insisting these guys didn't deserve an ounce of mercy. Johann hesitates, a flicker of doubt, then grudgingly gives in, muttering a reluctant, "Oh, right. Of course." Meanwhile, the captured thugs, utterly desperate, were practically groveling, begging, "Sir Knight, to spare them." And Goran, his face a mask of pure terror, swore on everything he had they'd never mess up again, begging for just one chance. The rest of the bandits were just as helpless, their pathetic struggles going nowhere against their powerful captors. Damson then locks eyes with Johann, his gaze unyielding, declaring he'd finish these punks off the second Sir Johann gave the word. Back in the present, Johann's grip on his sword hilt clenches, that old memory hitting him hard, the weight of past choices still heavy. He stares up, a sharp intake of breath as the past slams into him with full force. Flashback. A younger, armored Johann lays down the law, demanding the prisoners be disarmed and set free. But Goran, the bandit, is in total shock, sobbing at the sudden mercy, as Damson just smirks, a cruel glint in his eye. Damson pivots, his face hardening, demanding everyone's full attention. Goran's desperate gasps fill the air, but Damson cuts through it, insisting that letting these criminals go means more innocent lives will suffer. But Johann isn't backing down, his resolve ironclad as he states that stealing, even for survival, is a line he won't cross. Goran, pushed to the brink, screams back, pleading that he only ever learned to survive. From the sidelines, Eldons, the beast folk, snarls, mocking the idea of a noble understanding, learned skills. Damson, eyes like daggers, gestures to the other prisoners, throwing Goran's words back at him. Do you think they only learned to steal too? A captured bandit, still seething, declares his allegiance to Goran, admitting his loyalty is purely transactional. Damson, absolutely fed up, roars his frustration, telling these lazy bums to get real skills and a proper job. With the interrogation wrapping up, the remaining captives bow in gratitude, thanking Sir Johann for his unexpected mercy. But even with their thanks, Goran, still defiant on the dirt, snarls a chilling promise: they will never forget this day. Damson, eyeing the defeated bandits, urges a swift exit, wanting no part of any more drama. Johann, standing tall beside him, gets a firm "yes, Sir Johann" from Damson, ready for the next move. But far above the trees, a colossal, shadowy wolf beast looms, a dark silhouette against the heavens. A chilling wind whispers across the barren land, as the beast's gaze sweeps over the path below. Its eyes blaze with an intense, malevolent red, a clear sign of its predatory hunger. Following their intense confrontation, Johann's crew made a strategic detour to Rutzbeck village, a crucial stop before hitting Marcel, their carriage thundering towards the imposing wooden gates. He's locked in, steering the horses with laser focus, pushing deeper into the heart of this new territory. This village, a hidden gem among the hills, promises a brief, much-needed break from the chaos. But as they roll up, a figure steps out to meet them, and the word spreads: Sir Eldons, the village chief of Rutzbeck, has arrived. The chief, radiating a calm authority, takes it all in with a cool, "got it." His authority is undeniable, as the villagers rally, shouting, "Village chief." The village chief, Eldons, is absolutely ecstatic, practically shouting that it's been months since their last encounter. He gives Johann a hearty welcome, and the feeling is clearly mutual. A booming laugh escapes Eldons as he jokingly asks if anyone perished on the road, but then waves it off with a chuckle. He then shifts, detailing Johann's brutal encounter with bandits, an event so impactful it convinced Eldons to arm himself with a top-tier blade at all times. As Johann and Valberg head off, Eldons breathes a sigh of relief that they're safe, but he can't help but notice the deep-seated trauma etched onto Johann. His mind flashes back to the harrowing event, crediting their survival to the noble who journeyed alongside them, a powerful sword shimmering in his recollection. A vivid flashback hits Eldons, showcasing Johann's absolutely insane bravery during the fight. He ponders the noble connection, suddenly remembering that another highborn individual had actually passed through the village just weeks ago. Then, a surge of anger as Eldons vividly recalls absolutely thrashing that mercenary, Goran, and kicking him right out of the village. A hearty laugh escapes him, a knowing jab at the hot-headedness he'd witnessed, but he quickly pivots, declaring there's no need to fret now, this guy. He's the real deal, brave and righteous. And get this, even after single-handedly saving them from a bandit raid, he didn't even ask for a single coin. One old-timer, absolutely floored by the story, practically shouts in disbelief, how could a nobleman do something for free? No way. Eldons just grins, a knowing glint in his eye. This old man's got stories for days, he muses, all thanks to that night, their village is now a bandit-free zone. Seriously, in this day and age, one true knight is worth 1,000 soldiers, even turning mercenary thugs into public safety heroes. The skeptical man cuts in, declaring the timing of Eldon's tale to be absolutely perfect. He elaborates, saying Eldon's presence means he can finally ditch his non-stop grind for a few weeks, dreaming of wine and relaxation before he bounces. But Eldons, ever the realist, points out that things have been spiraling out of control. Eldons, the innkeeper, a genuinely good-hearted beastfolk who'd been in the village forever, had practically raised Johann since he was a kid. Still fuming, the bald man gripes that the wrinkly baldy is totally trying to snatch his buddy. He lets out a frustrated "HAAH," clearly annoyed at anyone daring to cross him. Then, with a sneer, he challenges them, demanding to know where this precious noble has actually vanished to. But what about the precious noble they're all talking about? Nowhere near a noble estate. Instead, he's hunched over and weak, barely able to whisper about his gnawing hunger. His tattered clothes and desperate state scream that he's about to kick the bucket on the street like a common beggar. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, snapping him back to reality. An armored figure steps forward, questioning if he's truly Sir Johann. Johann, looking utterly drained, manages a weak reply, then the armored guy shoves something into his hand. The pouch hits his hand with a satisfying clink of coins, and the armored guy explains it's the loot from their last confiscation. His bandaged hand shakes, and the sight of all that cash makes him gasp in pure shock. Goran keeps talking, explaining they sold off everything they took, and while it wasn't a jackpot, it's still a decent chunk of change. As he sits there, staring at the money, Goran's voice cuts in, totally shocked he didn't pocket any of it, especially since he was the only one who caught them. He just lets out a deep his face a total blank as he tries to figure out what's going on. Goran, looking a little annoyed, then tells him to just take the cash and share it with his squad. The sheer generosity, or maybe the crazy order, makes Johann yell out in total shock, staring wide-eyed at the overflowing money bag. Stunned, Goran presses him, demanding to know if he really passed on his cut of the loot. A sly grin spreads across Johan's face as he confirms, he's already claimed his portion. Goran's jaw drops, utterly baffled, wondering if that meager sum was all he took. Johan brushes off the concern, declaring it's absolutely no big deal. His face hardening, Johan clarifies that the loot means nothing compared to the lives sacrificed, and he only claimed what was essential to restore the inn. Goran's eyes snap open, a sudden, deep understanding washing over him, then he points out that Johan faced it all by himself. But Johan, resolute, cuts him off, declaring they fought as one, and the spoils belong to everyone. Goran, reeling from the sheer generosity, stammers, asking if he's seriously just handing it all over. Completely flustered and blown away by Johan's conviction, Goran can only gasp his name in utter shock. The weight of a profound lesson hangs in the air, a silent, powerful truth, a heart that cares for his men, that is the true dignity he taught. As the crowd stirs, Goran's voice cuts through the din, demanding their full attention, listen up. His voice booms, carrying the incredible news of Sir Johan's unparalleled generosity, a gift for every single one of them. You lot. Sir Johan has shown generosity to you all. The captain's revelation drops like a bombshell, unveiling the full, unbelievable scope of their leader's benevolence, and distributed the proceeds from selling the spoils of war. With a sweeping gesture, he lays down the law for the utterly stunned soldiers, line up and come forward one by one to receive your share. An electric shockwave of disbelief rips through the ranks as the men grapple with the impossible news, their minds reeling. What did I hear? To us? You're distributing the money that Sir Johan had been his. The initial shock quickly morphs into an unstoppable wave of buzzing excitement, as the sheer, unbelievable reality of this windfall finally hits them. The murmurs explode into an earth-shattering roar, a primal, collective cheer erupting from the now ecstatic men. Goran, his face practically glowing with raw emotion, unleashes his own triumphant shouts, his voice a powerful addition to the absolute joyous chaos. Suddenly, a chorus of desperate shouts rips through the air, piercing the silence from behind a massive, imposing gate, Johan. The frantic shouts intensify, a relentless chorus demanding attention, Johan. Elsewhere, a humble inn sign, a beacon of temporary peace, hangs silently, a stark contrast to the chaos brewing. But inside, Johan is trapped in a nightmare, a guttural groan tearing from his throat even as he grips his sword, his sleep anything but peaceful. Then, a persistent, insistent knocking pounds against his door, shattering the fragile peace. The handle twists, a chilling click echoing in the quiet. His eyes fly open, a ragged gasp tearing from his lungs as he's ripped from sleep, the nightmare's icy grip still clinging to him. But before reality fully sets in, a terrifying vision sears into his mind, a pair of malevolent, glowing red eyes, the chilling face of his deepest fear. The nightmare coalesces, revealing Karamov himself, cloaked and menacing, his glowing blade ready, a chilling premonition of danger. Suddenly, a thunderous "Kwang" shatters the silence, jolting him awake with an explosive force. The night before the big attack on Johan, a mercenary lets out a wild laugh, as the call goes out for everyone to line up and get their cut of the spoils, a stark reminder that Sir Johan's mercy was a thing of the past. A collective "WHOA" erupts from the crowd, as the mercenaries get hyped for the coming loot. The excitement boils over into a full-blown roar, as they can barely contain their anticipation. But out in the desolate darkness, someone's screaming his name, over and over, until another voice just yells for them to shut up. Oblivious or just not caring, Johan Ates glides through the night, his dark cloak making him one with the shadows. Every step is precise. And a faint smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, how everyone's just fighting over chump change. He's playing the long game, remembering how he poured all his wealth into the innkeeper, betting on goodwill to pay off big time. Spotting someone, he calls out, "Yo, you coming or what?" The old-timer spins around, a grin spreading across his face, challenging, "You know who I am, kid?" Johan snaps back, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, "Duh. You're the noble who rolled in with Eldons, right?" He quickly adds, "I'll hook you up with the VIP room." Leading the way, Johan casually mentions the Vistana Trading Company already footed the bill, telling him to just follow along. Eldons grins, clearly impressed, muttering about Johan's unexpected generosity. Johan, glancing over his shoulder, just shrugs, "Perfect. I'm beat anyway." Eldons motions ahead, "All right, show me the way." Elsewhere, Valberg glares at a map, absolutely fuming, "Seriously? Am I the only one left in the dark?" An hour of brutal combat, and the armored warrior delivers a cold, hard truth, no pay, not a single cent. The bald man's face contorts in pure fury, a guttural "damn it" escaping his lips. The bald man's rage intensifies, feeling utterly disrespected, then a sudden, hints at a new, unsettling thought. High above the city, Johan Ates, cloaked in shadow, stands alongside Karamov, their gazes fixed on the urban sprawl beneath them. A mysterious purple potion, clutched tightly in a gloved hand, hints at what's to come. Then, a chilling transformation. Karamov's face contorts into a sinister grin, his eyes blazing with an infernal red glow. Finally, a moment of pure bliss. Valberg unwinds, soaking away the day's frustrations in a luxurious, bubbly bath. Submerged in the soothing waters, Valberg can't help but feel the sheer absurdity of finally catching a break. Soft beds and warm baths. Unimaginable luxuries. He never knew such simple comforts could ignite so much joy within him. He stares, eyes wide, at the sheer grind it was, just to exist as a human. Back then, even a beat-up old bed was a dream, he had no idea what real struggle looked like. Born into nobility, he once thought life was tough, a laughable thought now. He flashes back to Emperor Eldon's first decree, a game-changing moment that rocked their world. He wasn't alone in the suffering, countless others endured even worse. Yet, he endured, outlasting even those who seemed to have it better. Suddenly, a surge of pure frustration hits him, he curses his situation and wonders if teaming up with Karamov was the right move. The weight of the offer crushes Valberg, forcing him to confront a terrifying truth. There has to be another way. Then, like a bolt of lightning, an idea strikes him. His mind races back to those mercenaries, the very ones threatening everything he holds dear. A mercenary band, proud and fierce, wouldn't flinch at a simple merchant. No, their fear must stem from the colossal trading company. Bingo! A flash of memory, from his academy days. These companies, a network of information and influence, share intel across borders. He knew that a powerful trading company, like Eldon's, could even control a country's army. If a mercenary group was being controlled by such a company, then he could use that trading company to control the mercenaries themselves. He needed to get close to the trading company, to find out what they truly wanted. Well, he'd think about the rest of the details later, for now, he just needed to fill his stomach. He decided to stop overthinking for the night, and just crash. The night passed quietly, with only the distant signposts marking the way to the tavern and the city gate. Finally, he drifted off to sleep, his soft snores filling the quiet room. A voice from the past cuts through the silence, a mentor's chilling reminder, never forget your training. In that memory, Johan's bandaged hands are a blur, knocking an arrow with deadly precision. His sky-blue eyes lock onto the target, the bow groaning with lethal intent. But in the present, Valberg's hand is already on his blade, drawing steel with a lightning-fast swing. He thrusts his arm forward, a defiant challenge to the shadows, daring them, you people really think you can take me? The memory flashes back, Johan's hooded face snaps up in shock, his eyes widening at an unexpected threat. His blue eyes ignite with power as he clamps down on an enemy's arm, a fierce "answer me" ripping from his throat. Johan's face contorts with fury, his gaze like daggers, as he snarls, are you one of Karamov's lackeys? No answer needed. His sword becomes a blur, striking with a brutal "pwahak." Suddenly, a desperate struggle erupts. An unseen hand clamps down, and the victim screams, let go of me. With a brutal heave, they're sent flying through the air, whoa. They slam into the ground, the impact shaking everything. The aggressor moves in, pinning them down, leaving them gasping and whimpering in terror. Pure terror washes over them, as they can only whimper, I am scared. The cloaked assailant looms closer, their eyes burning with an ominous green glow, ready to strike. Just as the final blow is about to land, a blur of green light erupts. A powerful, glowing claw slashes down with incredible speed, intercepting the assailant. It's over. The assailant realizes their fatal mistake, but it's already too late. With a deafening crash, they're sent absolutely flying, slamming into the ground with brutal force. A chilling realization struck him, the foe he'd just faced was no mere mortal. Rewind 5 minutes, to just before the chaos erupted at the inn. The innkeeper, Eldon's, was catching some serious Z's. Totally oblivious to the impending storm. But soon, Eldon's was up and chatting with Pio, a young villager, and Jae-hyun, the Goran mercenaries' rookie, confidently declaring, of course. Elsewhere, Yellen, a former Black Hawk tribe member, was urgently warning a young woman, you know how fast and strong he is. He rolled up with a whole crew. There's no way we're winning this. A stern voice cuts through the night, a chilling reminder, never forget your training. Stay calm. The tension is palpable as a critical mission begins. Back at the scene, Pell, the legendary horse fanatic of Rutbeck village, is absolutely mesmerized by a stunning horse, muttering that this is his moment to steal it, just as planned. The majestic beast, a true marvel, lets out a soft, almost regal whinny. Pell, with a calming touch, gently pats its powerful flank, hushing the magnificent creature. Gamson, Pell's buddy, can barely believe his eyes, asking if this legendary steed is really the most expensive in the world. Gamson racks his brain for the name, stuttering, what was it again? Suddenly, the topic shifts as a voice, possibly Jae-hyun's, cuts in, challenging them, have you ever seen a sword that can slice a goblin in half? He remembers seeing that very sword, glowing with raw power, wielded by the greatest soldier he knew, realizing that a blade packed with that much magic couldn't be anything but astronomically expensive. Jae-hyun and Pio, completely hyped, chime in that the knight who owned it was so powerful, he didn't even need to carry it. He glances up, a subtle creak cutting through the night as Damson surveys the scene from an elevated perch. A harsh cough rips through the silence from Damson. When suddenly, a pair of menacing red eyes ignite the darkness, sending a jolt of terror through him. But below, an overwhelming, glowing blue force smashes into Jae-hyun, knocking him flat. Damson's eyes go wide with pure shock, yelling out, "What the hell is going on?" Too late. A powerful, armored hand snatches him, yanking him from his perch. Being dragged into the shadows, Damson screams a final, desperate plea to Jae-hyun, "Run for your life." Jae-hyun's fingers dig into the dirt, the sound of footsteps fading as he's left alone. Pure panic sets in. He's completely screwed, desperately wondering if his suit can even get him out of this mess. Deep in the shadows, an armored warrior is on high alert, screaming, "Who are you?" While another, feeling a dark presence, shouts to stay calm, but demands to know what kind of trick is being pulled. But high above, on a rooftop, two mysterious hooded figures are just watching the whole thing go down. Just then, Jae-hyun is relieved to see Pell ride up on his horse, a much-needed ally in this mess. But that relief is instantly shattered as Jae-hyun and another guy are suddenly freaking out, screaming to hurry up. Then, a massive impact rocks the ground, and they're left wondering, what is going on? In a moment of pure panic, Jae-hyun screams out, "Pra, where's Vulin?" Next to him, the other guy just lets out a blood-curdling scream, his face twisted in absolute terror. Then, with a horrifying realization, Jae-hyun just states the brutal truth, he's dead. Or he's about to be fucking dead. The forest path turns into a death trap, and a desperate shout echoes as the ambush is sprung. Chaos explodes as the group scrambles, screaming to move faster and not leave Eldons behind. Then, a brutal crimson blast rips through the scene, unleashing pure destructive power. The blast sends an armored warrior flying, crashing down, as terrified faces scream in silent horror. Amidst the carnage, Jae-hyun hits a knee, a furious red aura exploding around him as he unleashes his raw power. He snatches up the wounded Pell, hauling him through the devastated ruins. His face twists into a snarl of pure, raw fury, his eyes blazing with a terrifying, blood-red glow. Deep within the shadows of the forest, Johann Eitz pulls back his bow, a silent mantra echoing in his mind, "Never forget your training. Stay calm." Meanwhile, the desolate southern outskirts of the Holy Empire lay exposed, a chilling wind tearing through the barren landscape. A stark reminder of the unforgiving territory. Back in the forest, Johann's hand finds purchase on a weathered wooden barrier, a quiet triumph in his eyes. It's done, he affirms, knowing the raw power that resides within him. Meanwhile, two heavily armored guards patrol the desolate region, one of them nonchalantly stating, "Yeah, it's cool," as they close in on a grim warning notice. The sign explicitly warns that these people have their own noble property, and by their own records, they and their families have been here for 100 years. This chilling notice is part of the expulsion of the Holy Empire's southern realm, a brutal decree forcing out its long-standing inhabitants. One guard challenges the other, "What did you expect to end up getting married?" highlighting the grim reality, then adds, "So then all these people are depending on something." The first guard drops a bombshell, "I heard that they only ate chicken," then reveals the shocking truth, and they were from Baron Valberg's territory. His companion's jaw drops, exclaiming, "What?" Valberg stares up, a dark cloud of despair hanging over him as he grapples with the devastating reality, all of them ended up like this. Elsewhere, two guards stand, their conversation echoing the grim reality, one incredulously asking, "Just for something like that?" A heavy thud signals a swift movement. As night falls and the full moon rises, a lone building stands silhouetted against the dark. Inside, the beastfolk Eldons is absolutely devouring his meal with gusto. Every bite is pure satisfaction. But the peace is shattered as he looks up at Damson, announcing, "Oh Eldons, there's a problem." Damson, ever the pragmatist, demands to know what it is. With a worried frown, Damson immediately realizes the mercenary fund is nowhere near enough to tackle this new crisis. Eldons unleashes a shocked roar. While Damson slams his hands onto the table, his voice erupting in pure disbelief. He curses the troublesome situation, having gambled on a discount, especially with their massive mercenary contingent. Eldons' face contorts with growing dread. As he grapples with the chilling idea of capturing Damson and the devastating fallout for everyone else. Meanwhile, a young mercenary watches the veteran's unwavering composure, a testament to the sheer power of the man who commands Damson. Eldons, however, fights to regain his composure, the crushing reality of their mercenary funding crisis bearing down. He desperately clings to hope, vowing to find a way, even if it means a direct confrontation with Damson. A deep, troubled sigh escapes him, the weight of his decisions crushing. Beneath a massive full moon, a lone building in a tranquil village glows, hinting at the calm before the storm. Inside, a crucial village meeting wraps up, the chief announcing, "All right, let's end this meeting right here." When suddenly, a frantic voice shatters the calm, yelling to the village chief that, "This is bad." The chief, confused, listens as the villager reveals the tribute takers were caught red-handed, trying to steal their stuff. Pure distress contorts the chief's face, quickly morphing into rage as he curses those useless brats. The villager, desperate, asks what their next move is, but the chief snaps back, demanding to know why he's even asking. With a decisive gesture, the chief commands, "Gather up tributes to offer to them right this instant." The village chief, absolutely seething, screams that they must hand over one of their captured slaves as tribute, calling it the bare minimum. And then, with a furious gasp, he barks orders to prepare tributes for the tribute takers, to be laid out right in front of the nobles. One villager, absolutely horrified, dares to challenge the chief, refusing to let a child be sacrificed. But the chief's rage just explodes, blasting the villager for caring only about their own kids. He slams his hand down on the wooden table, roaring for silence. His voice exploding with pure fury, screaming, "You damn idiots." The sheer force splinters the wood beneath his palm, a brutal display of his absolute, unyielding will. He then calms, but his words cut deep, reminding the terrified villagers of the last war's devastation, demanding if they'd rather lose everything than make these sacrifices. Still reeling from the recent demands, the village chief doubles down on his grim lecture, declaring that the only way to make a move is to become a noble, the only path to survival. He illustrates his point with a chilling example, recalling the fate of those who dare to covet a noble's property. For those without means, they're simply robbed, or even worse, sacrificed to the nobles. He recounts how some places had their entire villages wiped out all because of stupid pride. It was simply because they didn't offer the chicken and 3 bags of grain as tribute, because all nobles are like that. His voice rising to a furious shout, he demands to know what the noble, who their brats messed with, is going to do. Grabbing a villager by the collar, he screams that their impudence is going to get them all killed. Looking down at the terrified man, he states plainly, he cannot protect them. The chief's face contorts in a final, desperate warning, detailing how the noble might even cut off the hands of everybody in the village while babbling about a knight's honor. Damson, with a hardened gaze, drops a truth bomb, they're deep in Count Jarpen's territory. And no matter what, that noble's house would never, ever, throw them a lifeline. He lets out a harsh laugh, spitting out that nobles are only ever about their own twisted honor games. He jabs a finger, daring them to think if those nobles actually give a damn if they live or die. Suddenly, the village chief slams his hand down, his voice exploding, "Wake up, you fools." Damson and a villager recoil, their faces twisted in pure despair, as the chief's brutal words hit hard. Damson can't even look at the chief, turning away, his mind a storm of doubt. He finally speaks, his voice barely a whisper, "You think I actually feel good about this?" The chief's voice cracks, filled with raw sadness, as he confesses, "I'm sorry to those innocent children," his eyes sweeping over the villagers, a crushing weight on his soul. He declares, "This decision is for the village. Accept it." A tense silence grips the villagers, their worried whispers filling the air. Faces contort in despair, as fear and sorrow overwhelm them. Watching the unfolding drama, Johan's gaze turns grim. His eyes blaze with power as he realizes, damn it, this is way bigger than I thought. What he thought was a simple monster hunt, is actually a cover for a full-blown expedition. The ominous red sword he wields is the key, a pawn in their twisted game. A cold determination settles over him, he'll stay out of their way from now on. The villagers remain terrified, muttering about being scared and then released. He sits alone, his mind racing, grappling with the weight of his discovery. Suddenly, a villager approaches, his voice cutting through the silence, demanding to know if he's okay. But Johan just shakes his head, a silent refusal to acknowledge the truth. His face contorts, a raw display of fury and helplessness, as the grim reality sinks in. Elsewhere, Karamov, the armored menace, looms over the terrified villagers, his voice a chilling pronouncement of their failure to control their guests, hinting at a devastating price for their insubordination. Pio, Jae-hyun, and the other villagers are forced to their knees, their faces a mask of terror beneath the night's oppressive shadow. The brave villager who dared to speak to Johan is now sprawled on the ground, violently silenced. But even from the ground, the villager's eyes burn with defiance, his voice roaring that this oppression has gone too far. Witnessing this brutality, Johan's face transforms into a mask of grim resolve, his voice cutting through the chaos with an undeniable challenge. He's got the villager by the head, his voice dripping with pure disdain, telling them they can all just leave, utterly disgraced. And that's exactly why he's gonna personally make up for it by chopping off these witches' heads. Then, with a brutal strike, the villager's eyes go wide with terror as he's instantly silenced. A sharp clang rings out as Johan whips out his weapon, his voice cutting through the air, firm and resolute, declaring his actions are for honor. He charges forward. His face set in a grim mask as he confronts the armored figure head-on, his words a direct challenge to the oppressive force. He keeps going, his voice absolutely unwavering, that anyone who's sullied their honor deserves to die. Meanwhile, the villager, now held back by a soldier, is pleading desperately, begging them to just stop. As the confrontation explodes, Johan's thoughts flash to a silent apology, a quiet "I'm sorry, Bullen," echoing in his mind. The brutal beatdown continues. A villager gets absolutely rocked, reeling from a devastating blow. His face twisted in pure terror, screaming out for his son. The weapon, having just delivered a crushing blow, now stands menacingly stuck in the ground. Karamov's voice drips with pure menace, his eyes burning a furious red. As he snarls, demanding to know if they even heard him tell them to stop. One villager, pushed to the absolute brink, clutches a knife, his face a desperate mix of fear and defiance. But the sheer, overwhelming terror of the moment instantly crushes him and the others, their faces locked in pure, unadulterated horror. Karamov's armored legion stands silent and menacing, their sheer presence crushing the already terrified crowd. As the chaos unfolds, Johan's eyes scan the cowering villagers, a burning question igniting in his mind: have they completely lost their minds? His gaze pierces the air, a challenge in his voice as he confronts them: why are you here, killing people for Karamov's intel? But then, a twist. He throws out a wild idea: if they want justice for these crimes, they should just make them pay with cold, hard cash. A beat of silence, a pregnant pause, as he lets his audacious proposal sink in. The villagers remain on their knees, a silent, terrified audience to his bold declaration. A knowing smirk crosses his face as he breaks the tension, a casual "oops, was that too obvious," escaping him. He clears his throat, flashing a coin, and doubles down: let me repeat myself. His eyes blaze with conviction, a powerful question echoing: seriously, how can honor ever be worth more than a human life? Then, with an undeniable command, he lays down the law: untie them, now. And Karamov, you and your crew, listen up. Thwack. A dagger slams into the ground, signaling the dramatic conclusion of the standoff. A kneeling elder stares up in utter shock, his mind blown by the sheer nobility of the figure standing tall. With a child by his side, the old man is overwhelmed, barely able to speak his deep remorse. Johan stands tall as the elder wails for his son, and a woman nearby is practically begging for forgiveness. The mother clutches her child, tears of relief streaming, as Johan simply watches, his presence a beacon of calm. His mind is blown, unable to process such incredible nobility, realizing Eldons was right about this legend. Tears are gushing as he apologizes again and again, ashamed he ever doubted Sir Johan. A whole crowd of villagers bows low, showering Sir Johan with their deepest thanks. Their collective thoughts scream, pledging eternal gratitude, and cursing their own stupidity for falling for such blind rage. Kneeling, bound, and utterly broken, a villager's desperate apology echoes, a stark admission of their past doubts about Johan. As other bound villagers look on, one grumbles about their sheer luck, knowing full well they'd be dead if circumstances were different. The ropes bite into his wrists, a brutal reminder of his powerlessness. Still on his knees, the villager snaps, demanding to be freed from his bonds. Regret flashes across his face as he curses himself, wishing he'd just stayed silent. Elsewhere, a different villager's face contorts in pure dread, certain that even if he survived this moment, his demise was sealed. Without warning, a malevolent red energy flares around him, wrenching a terrified scream from his throat. A menacing figure, an older man with an eye patch, suddenly appears, his hand clamping down on the villager's head with a chilling grin. The eye patch man's voice drips with dark promise, telling the petrified villager that his fate will be made easier. The unseen assailant's hand descends with terrifying speed, and Johann Eitz can only manage a confused protest: what are you talking about? Before a brutal impact sends a spray of crimson across the air. The sheer force of the blow throws him back, his body recoiling violently as the menacing arm of his attacker looms over him. His eyes widen in pure shock, the blue irises glowing faintly as he struggles to comprehend the sudden, overwhelming assault. Still reeling from the impact, he stares blankly ahead, his mind struggling to process the events. A moment later, still disoriented, he can only manage a bewildered, huh? Boom! A lightning-fast strike explodes, painting the scene in a shocking burst of red. Then, another devastating hit sends an armored enemy flying, crashing down in a shower of gore. The onslaught is relentless, every hit a critical blow. One last, bone-shattering hit twists a face in agony, another enemy down for good. And with one final, brutal move, the last armored foe hits the dirt, utterly defeated. Johann's eyes ignite with an electric blue fury, a blazing red aura exploding around him as he roars: "What do you think you're doing?" But a mysterious eye-patch-wearing figure watches the chaos, his face hard as he mutters, "Under the Emperor's eye." He then reflects on his own dark past: "I've only ever been a pawn, working for a noble's whims." The eye-patch-wearing leader glares at the chaos, a chilling declaration escaping his lips, looks like you didn't take my word seriously. Now I have to see their blood. A visceral KUK escapes, as Johan's face contorts with raw, untamed rage. Two mercenaries, one human, one beast folk, are visibly stunned, their eyes wide with utter shock at the escalating confrontation. Unfazed, the eye-patch leader presses on, directly confronting Johan, admitting his power against the monster, but immediately pivoting to the disrespect shown to their command. He drives his point home, declaring that Damson's orders, the very honor and lives of their mercenary group, have been utterly trampled. His eyes drift to a lifeless body, a stark testament to his unwavering commitment to the mercenary group's honor and rules. A lightning-fast draw, and a deadly blade flashes, ready for action. Johan stands poised, sword fully drawn, an aura of lethal determination radiating from him. The eye-patch leader locks eyes with him, his voice a steel-hard challenge. If you still believe I have defied your authority, then punish me. The eye-patch man is not backing down, his blade practically screaming for a fight, daring Johan Ates to take his best shot. Johan's gaze intensifies, a silent battle raging behind those piercing blue eyes. He's got to shield his people, no matter the cost, even if it means owning up to his past mistakes. The burden of leadership weighs on him, but his resolve is unbreakable. Then, in a flash, Johan whips out his sword. The blade screams as it leaves the sheath, and everyone, even Eldons and the chief, are stunned. He grips it hard, the sword now fully unleashed. Staring down his challenger, Johan drops a bombshell, an apology. That apology just hangs there, leaving Eldons and the chief completely floored. After Johan's shocking apology, the eye-patch man's face contorted, his voice dripping with pure disbelief. He roared for an explanation, his fury palpable, demanding to know what was happening. Johan, still on his knees, merely accepted the dressing down, his head bowed in utter submission. The eye-patch man's rage ignited, furious at Johan's perceived disrespect and reckless behavior towards a noble. But then, in a shocking twist, he accepted the apology, threatening severe consequences if it ever happened again. As the eye-patch man extended his hand, Eldon stared, a shocking truth about this noble finally hitting him. He thought to himself, this guy was seriously different from any noble he'd ever seen. He was honorable and courageous, but without the usual noble arrogance. Eldons couldn't help but wonder, how could someone like him even exist in this messed-up world? His gaze sharpens, a fierce determination burning within him, knowing his legend is about to explode. Vowing to forge an alliance with the eye-patch man, no matter what it takes. Elsewhere, beneath an endless expanse, a fresh adventure dawns. A caravan pushes through a breathtaking mountain pass bathed in golden light, relentlessly moving forward as dusk approaches. Amidst the travelers, a hand clutches a gleaming golden pocket watch, its detailed design sparkling under the fading sun. Johan, astride his horse, casts a look behind them, a realization dawning. He can't explain it, but this is a golden watch. His face contorts in utter disbelief, as if confronted with an impossible reality. Out of nowhere, a young woman with a bright smile steps forward, her voice cutting through the air. Are you Johan? The crowd erupts, their cheers echoing, Sir Johan. Approaching the village gate, he realizes these are the villagers, here to shower him with gratitude. An elder steps up, holding a humble offering, and Johan asks, what are those? The elder points to the golden pocket watch in Johan's hand, questioning, a watch. Is that some kind of super rare item for you? The elder insists the watch is fit for a noble, begging Johan to take it as their thanks, even if it's all they have to give. The elder, with deep sincerity, declares, you have my gratitude. Johan, scrutinizing the watch, mutters, never seen a watch this neglected. He realizes leaving these villagers vulnerable is a huge risk. The elder, determined, declares, while we get ready, I'll ask if we can offer him some food. With an intense stare, Johan simply says, understood. The villagers erupt in joy, convinced the Honorable Sir Johan Ates has accepted their plea. Hidden in the dark, he pulls back his bowstring, a silent warrior honing his deadly craft, as a phantom voice drills into his head, never forget your training. Stay calm. With his arms still bandaged from recent battles, he grumbles about the unease of taking in others, a dismissive humph his only outward sign. Even under the watchful eye of the moon, his discomfort lingers, another humph betraying his deep-seated wariness. Later, by the flickering campfire, a mercenary snorts, never trust a guy who doesn't drink alcohol or soup while camping, as another sighs, this is gonna be a long night, all for the village. A young man nervously approaches him, holding out a cup, and with a hesitant Master, he offers food. He curtly responds, thanks. He eyes the young man, a hint of annoyance in his voice, Master, huh? He then lays down the law, change how you address me. I'm not your master. Stunned, the young man fumbles, W8. Your name. What did you just say? But then, a spark of understanding ignites in his eyes, and he bows, thank you, Johan. He brushes off the suggestion to reveal his past, declaring it utterly insignificant, nothing to spill, but Jae-hyun immediately jumps in, boasting he's got more than enough wild stories of his own. Unfazed by the brush-off, P.O. pushes harder, demanding to know why he'd ever become a noble. But Johan, ever the master of deflection, smoothly flips the script, insisting he wants P.O.'s story first. P.O., caught off guard but game, nods, kicking off his narrative by revealing he started as a merchant. He moved and flipped weapons across entire regions. His main gig was hauling weapons forged by local blacksmiths. But then, a noble's command twisted his path, forcing him into the dangerous game of gold smuggling. Johan, puzzled, probes the noble's reasoning, asking why anyone would order gold smuggling, and if the war was behind it. P.O., his hand clenching with raw emotion, reveals his desperate need for cash to support his family. P.O.'s confession hits hard, his voice cracking as he drops the bombshell. His younger siblings were sick and starving. That's the brutal truth of why he kept delivering the gold, a desperate gamble to save his family. He kept it up, pushing his luck, until one day he got snitched on, and the guards swooped in. Johan, taking it all in, challenges P.O., implying that even with his good intentions, he should have found a way to say no to the order. P.O., totally freaking out, can't wrap his head around Johan's words, demanding to know why he even bothered with a talk if he already knew everything. He reveals the Emperor's direct order had him locked down, unable to breathe a word about any of it. Johan curses the Emperor, his eyes flaring with intensity, then hits P.O. with the ultimate question, did he at least get the money to his siblings? Tears streaming, P.O. breaks down and confesses he was too terrified to even touch the blooded money himself. He drops the final bombshell, the gold was ultimately taken as a bribe for the guards. He tries to play it off, claiming dust got in his eyes, but the tears tell the real story. He tells P.O. there's nothing to apologize for, trying to brush off the past. But a raw frustration ignites inside him, his eyes burning red as he confronts the brutal reality, this world is designed for the exploitation of the weak. He thinks about how, powerless, you're exploited like a criminal, like it's just another Tuesday. If it were him, he'd be totally helpless, just another victim, but then he snaps back, reminding himself he's a hunter, strong, and doesn't care about that stuff. But the faces of the exploited flash before him, and he knows he can't just stand there and watch them suffer. He remembers people like Godin, enslaved after being used by nobles, a stark reminder of this world's brutal reality. His inner conflict rages, demanding if this is truly right, finding the whole situation absolutely pathetic. A fierce resolve hardens him, proclaiming this isn't something he can just ignore. He remembers his own past, the exploitation he faced, a memory burning behind his glowing red eyes, and he knows he could never forget that feeling. Godin's desperate plea echoes, but the stern voice cuts through, reminding him to never forget his training, even if death looms. He looks up at Johan, a nervous energy radiating, and stammers, barely holding it together. Then, a surge of resolve. Godin declares, they'll survive this, together. But the resolve quickly gives way to a worried glance, the danger still very real. Elsewhere, a mysterious masked figure, sword and shield ready, looms over Johan, who's just trying to get some rest by a meager fire. But the quiet is shattered by a chilling alert, a monster is here. Johan, looking utterly exhausted, can only question the news, cursing his lack of rest. Godin, his face etched with worry, demands to know, where is it? Johan doesn't even flinch, pointing into the shadows, and they're off, sprinting into the unknown. A terrified young woman kneels, her eyes reflecting pure horror. Back in the forest, a voice urgently calls out to Johan, pushing him deeper into the darkness. While another asks if the monster is finally here. It's too dark to see anything, but a sinister red energy is already spreading across the ground. Even an armored driver confirms it, there's definitely a monster out there. Johan's eyes narrow, and he points directly at the source of the chaos. A terrified Godin asks for reassurance, but Johan just tells him to get back. Flashing a confident smile and declaring that everything's going to be fine. Then, with absolute calm, he orders the armed men to stand down. The darkness itself seems to scream as Godin's eyes blow wide, pure terror etched onto his face. His sword is up, shaking, a desperate, futile defense against the unseen, while the soldier behind him is just as petrified, both utterly lost in the face of the unknown. What? He chokes out, the sound barely escaping his throat. Eyepatch Man lays down the law, ordering his crew to stand down. But Pell, the knight, can't believe what he's hearing, questioning the command. Eyepatch Man, however, is already making his move, declaring he'll handle the reconnaissance personally. He then leads his squad, P.O., Jae-hyun, and another mercenary, straight into the ominous depths of the forest. One of the mercenaries voices his doubt, wondering if the knight can even survive this. But Eyepatch Man cuts him off, emphasizing that monster hunting isn't just about bravery, it's about specialized skills. He drives his point home, stating that with the right skills, they can conquer anything, but makes it clear, they're mercenaries, not heroes, and their only currency is coin, not glory. Johann Ates feels it, a chilling, undeniable presence that screams danger, a sensation he knows all too well. As he pushes deeper into the shadowed woods, a surge of crimson power erupts from him, painting the dark forest with an ominous glow. He charges onward, recognizing the terrifying aura, a power so cold it could freeze your very soul. Then, from the absolute blackness, two blazing red eyes pierce the night. Johann stands his ground, his own energy blazing as he faces the shadowy, malevolent entity. He takes a decisive step, ready for anything. The truth hits him like a shockwave, it's the legendary Black Wolf of ill omen. No doubt about it, this is the monster he's been dreading. And there it is, fully unleashed, a monstrous wolf with eyes of pure fire, a nightmare from his past. He knew the Black Wolf had attacked the wolves of Achaean, not him. But he knew it could charge at him at any second. And just end him. His resolve hardened, I know. Into the suffocating darkness, Johann's voice cut through, come out. Don't hide. Then, from the abyss, a terrifying form with blazing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs burst forth, unleashing a blood-curdling snarl. Its massive jaws gaped open, a primal, earth-shaking growl erupting from its depths. Johann, bow drawn and arrow ready, glanced back, a memory flashing through his mind, did you see him? Never forget your training. Elsewhere, Eyepatch Man and a stunned woman stared in horror, the man exclaiming, how are we gonna deal with that monster? The woman, utterly bewildered, responded, I didn't see it. I've never seen anything like that before, ever. He stands his ground, eyes locked on the colossal Black Wolf, ready for anything. Then, in a flash, the beast strikes with a devastating paw, a blur of pure power. A deep, menacing growl rips from its chest. But then, a frantic shout cuts through the air, a desperate call for him. Eyepatch Man, clutching the terrified woman, can only curse, demanding the little punk get out of the way. But Johann is already there, effortlessly gripping the wolf's snout, calmly telling it not to panic, calling it, this big guy. Because this isn't just some monster, it's the Black Wolf, the legendary Guide of Dawn. He keeps the mighty beast still, his calm presence a powerful anchor. The wolf gazes up, its voice shockingly clear, seeking his affirmation. Back with the observers, the Eyepatch Man and the woman next to him are absolutely transfixed, witnessing history unfold. And the legend begins, in the darkest age, under a moonlit sky, a warrior was forged for one purpose, to kill. And the named wolf, the Guide of Dawn, became his unlikely ally. He breathes, the Guide of Dawn, a name that carries immense weight, hinting at a power far beyond their comprehension. This warrior, a legend forged in his cruel name in the darkness, fought like a demon, refusing to yield. He stood his ground when everyone else was running away from the battlefield. His will was unbreakable, a blazing inferno against the shadows. Finally, at the end of a war that tore the continent apart, the warrior achieved peace, but his journey ended tragically in a cave. His legacy, a haunting whisper from a forgotten age, lived on. The Black Wolf, a legendary ally, battled fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights with its warrior, then embarked on an epic solo quest. Its destiny called it to another mission, for this was the one and only Guide of Dawn. Imagine a shadowy, powerful wolf, its very being glowing with ancient energy. Johann, remembering his terrifying encounter, challenged the elder, demanding if he recalled the beast. He was certain this was the Black Wolf of ill omen. Eldons, utterly shocked, clarified that the Guide of Dawn was a legendary figure from the Eastern Empire, a story whispered through time. But as the tale journeyed south, it got twisted, its true essence lost. Johann pressed again, stating the Guide of Dawn was a black wolf, a fact Eldons admitted was an ancient secret, known only to true elders. This forgotten history clearly infuriated Eldons, who was visibly fed up with the common misconceptions. As Johann reeled from the truth, a worried woman gently touched his shoulder, her voice hushed as she questioned if the Black Wolf was truly that kind of entity. The Black Wolf unleashes its raw power, a primal surge of energy tearing through the forest. A terrifying growl rips through the air as it charges forward with unstoppable momentum. Eldons watches, jaw dropping, a chilling realization dawning on him, this changes everything. His eyes lock onto the beast, a single, earth-shattering question echoing in his mind, is this the legendary, Wolf God's Guide of Dawn? Then, a sudden, shocking realization hits him, a forgotten truth exploding into his consciousness. He remembers an ancient Eastern Eldon's prophecy, a chilling verse that declares, give a name to the divine beast, and it becomes your visual. This is huge. The weight of this revelation crushes him as he grapples with the impossible, is this Black Wolf the legendary hero, or something even greater? No, it can't be. But the terrifying question screams in his mind, what if he is? Elsewhere, Johann, reeling from the earth-shattering truths, whispers to himself, not yet prepared to unleash his own secrets, debating whether to drop the bombshell. The pressure mounts as Eldons pushes, demanding to know why he won't just name the beast already. Johann's mind races, grappling with the legend's immense power, the world-shattering implications, and the burning question, is this truly the moment of destiny? A moment of uncertainty, a pause for thought, then he turns to Eldons, seeking guidance on the perfect name. Suddenly, a searing memory ignites within him, a stark reminder of a crushing defeat, the last time he surrendered to despair. His fist tightens, the shame of that buried memory fueling a fierce determination, a new resolve blazing in his gaze. A surge of conviction, a powerful decision, he proclaims, I will name you. The name rips through the silence, Karamov. Eldons is stunned, reeling from the sheer, terrifying weight of that single word. Suddenly, a raw, crimson energy explodes, kicking off the intense showdown right after the Black Wolf got its name. Out of the swirling chaos, Karamov, the Black Wolf, fully manifests, a monstrous, shadowy entity with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws, unleashing a terrifying roar. Facing down the terrifying beast, Johann 8 stands firm, his expression locked in determination as a powerful red aura explodes around him. From a distance, Eldons watches with a look of deep concern, while Damson intently observes the epic showdown. With a surge of his own power, Johann unleashes a brilliant blue and purple energy blast, slamming directly into Karamov. The impact sends the shadowy beast recoiling, its form flaring with crimson energy as it desperately struggles against the overwhelming force. The blue and purple energy expands rapidly, swallowing Karamov whole and starting to tear at its very essence. Under the relentless magical pressure, Karamov's shadowy form distorts and stretches, unable to hold itself together. Finally, with a powerful pull, the creature is sucked into a swirling blue and purple vortex, disappearing completely. He locked eyes with the terrifying Karamov, a shadowy beast with burning red eyes, ready to unleash an absolute torrent of power. His eye ignited with a blinding blue glow, and a shocked "Whoa" ripped from his throat. The raw magical power slammed into Karamov, making its shadowy form twist and contort in agony. Completely consumed by the Guide of Dawn's overwhelming might, Karamov's very being started to tear apart. The beast was sucked into a violent, spiraling maelstrom of blue energy, its massive form rapidly collapsing inward. The storm of magic vanished, leaving Johann 8 holding a tiny, pulsating blue orb, Karamov's power now trapped within its luminous prison. He studied the orb. Karamov's faint visage trapped inside, and a smirk played on his lips as he stated, "You're mine now, Karamov." A satisfied grin spread across his face as he mused on his victory, realizing his father's words rang true. "Father, you were absolutely right. This is incredibly convenient." Under the pale glow of a crescent moon, an eerie silence blankets the forest. As a group of armored figures discovers a defeated beast, its body trembling on the ground. One of them questions the scene before them. While Johann, observing the situation, reflects on his plan, relieved that the Black Wolf didn't become a burden on his own eyes. As he stands over the subdued creature, one of the armored figures approaches him, expressing a deep respect for him as the first one they encountered. The speaker continues, recounting how he protected them from bandits, showed mercy to his enemies, and even forgave them with honor, before paying their respects to the one who saved them from the beast. Indeed, the cloaked figure is hailed as the hero of these troubled times. A determined expression settles on his face, his gaze unwavering. Among the onlookers, the man with the eye patch stares in disbelief, uttering his name in stunned recognition. Nearby, a woman echoes the sentiment, her eyes wide with shock and awe. He's the hero of these troubled times, a glowing arrow nocked, ready to strike. Aimed at the snarling Black Wolf. Then, with the beast defeated, he just walks away, leaving the armored figure stunned. A subtle, knowing smile plays on his lips as he gives them a quick glance back. But Eldons isn't letting him off the hook that easily, quickly apologizing for his earlier assumptions. The beast folk merchant is shocked as the cloaked figure flat out rejects the idea of being a hero. Declaring he's not the hero they think he is, just a wanderer looking for an inn, not worried about making a living. His face turns serious, clearly thinking about the hassle of getting dragged into more trouble. Eldons, bowing super low, quickly assures him that his presence is absolutely no burden to anyone. And then, the merchant humbly asks for permission to join him on his journey to the nearest trading company. "Can I at least repay you for your incredible kindness?" Eldons pleads, his hand outstretched. Johann, clearly intrigued, wonders, "I've never even heard of this place. What kind of city is it?" Marseille, the legendary free trade city, is a beacon in this region. And every single path converges there, making it absolutely vital. Eldons reveals the shocking truth, it's the first free city standing after the demon's devastating breach. Johann, unable to refuse such a heartfelt plea, finally relents, "I simply cannot ignore your kindness." A vibrant blue energy pulses around Eldons as he bows in profound gratitude, "Thank you, Sir Johann." Johann's mind races, the Empire can't touch trade there now, but the market is still booming. He then declares to Eldons and the silent Black Wolf, "If this works out, I could restart my life as a merchant." On a night of war, a warrior finds his wolf a name. He just hoped no weird rumors would spread about the trading company, or about him being some kind of hero. But how epic would it be, he wondered, if he truly were that kind of hero. Regardless, whether it was his past life or now, he was still grinding as a wanderer, just trying to survive. But a dark, shadowy force, eyes blazing red, promised that its foes would know only suffering. Because from this moment on, this time, everything was about to change. Johann, with an unshakable resolve, declared his path forward, step, by his own absolute will. With a powerful, unified declaration, they were ready to go. Their ultimate goal, the legendary city of wealthy merchants, Marseille. The journey concludes as the sprawling city of Marseille comes into view, its rooftops and courtyards bustling with unseen life, ready for whatever comes next. This is the destination, the legendary city of Marseille. After an epic journey, the legendary city of Marseille finally appears, its majestic buildings piercing the heavens. As they get closer, Godin can't help but worry, thinking about everyone waiting back home. And just like that, they're swallowed by the bustling market, a whirlwind of energy and chaos. Godin, ever practical, suggests they hit the shops, since they're finally in a merchant city. Suddenly, Godin's eyes snap to something, demanding to know what the black wolf is staring at. He ponders finding some grub, maybe for his furry companion. Johann, clearly deep in his own head, finally responds with a delayed, almost distracted, "Oh, right." Just one day before they hit the city of Marseille, Johann, Godin, and the black wolf were still pushing through the night. His mind already racing with thoughts of the formidable Karamov. He couldn't afford to forget a single lesson. Then, his gaze fell on the glowing beast next to him. A puppy this big? No problem. But a monster like this rolling into the city? That's a riot waiting to happen. Did it even get it? The black wolf just cocked its head, responding with a curious woof. Then, out of nowhere, a massive burst of raw, blue energy exploded from the wolf. Its entire body crackling with insane power. Blitzing with blinding speed. Completely overwhelming Johann in a flash. The black wolf, after its explosive power display, has completely transformed into a tiny, fluffy blue creature, letting out a surprisingly soft growl. Johann can't believe his eyes, staring down at the now tiny beast, utterly bewildered by its sudden size change as it lets out adorable little barks. Godin is absolutely captivated, unable to process that this unbelievably cute creature is the legendary black wolf of ill omen, practically screaming about its cuteness. He scoops up the tiny wolf, a massive grin plastered across his face. And Johann, watching the whole thing unfold, coolly states that given their current circumstances, they probably won't be running into any more trouble. This tiny wolf, now looking like the cutest puppy imaginable, instantly melts the hearts of everyone watching, drawing gasps of adoration. Later, as they take a break, surrounded by a crowd of curious villagers, someone speculates if the creature is some exotic monster from another land, and Godin quickly apologizes for its supposed bad manners. Johann calmly tells him not to worry, thinking to himself that once you hit a certain power level, you don't have to jump into every little problem, especially when you're still on a mission. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts, calling out his name, Johann. Godin, beaming, lays out the shopping list. A big bag means luggage, oil, and vinegar, but he's got the equipment handling covered. Then, a thought strikes Johann, and he asks, "Wait, weren't you a merchant's apprentice?" But the young man's face falls, as he frets, "Can we even afford a bag? We need the money too." Then, a soft glow surrounds his outstretched hand, and he declares, "I." Godin. Suddenly, with a fierce gaze, he brandishes a single silver coin. Johann, mirroring his gesture, then proposes a deal, everything he mentioned for just one silver coin, and the boy eagerly reaches for it. He then ponders aloud, what can you even buy with just one silver coin? Just 30 minutes later, an impressive haul of supplies, including a massive backpack, is somehow ready to go. Godin, absolutely swamped by the massive pack, lets out a triumphant phew, proclaiming, this should be enough, while his mentor watches on. He's still reeling, utterly stunned that all these supplies were snagged with just a single silver coin. As Godin expertly adjusts the massive supply backpack now loaded onto his shoulders. Johann stares, absolutely floored, as Godin casually drops the bomb that he even scored some items for free. Turns out, his insane gift of gab let him flip completely shattered junk for a massive profit, making future shopping a breeze. A triumphant grin splits Godin's face, knowing he's completely dodged 30 years of credit recovery worries. He didn't just snag all the gear and grub they needed, Godin somehow managed to rake in even more cash. Deep in the silent forest, Johann ponders their week's worth of supplies, food, water, meds, weapons, and armor, all thanks to Godin's wild, unexpected talent. If he can hustle like that, then maybe, just maybe, he's actually ready for the brutal fight ahead, even against Karamov's army. After witnessing Godin's shocking business prowess, Johann's mind races, vowing he'd rather quit than ever haggle like that again. A wry smile plays on his lips as he declares, Godin was born for this. Forget their lost brother, this kid's a natural merchant. But Godin's face falls, a stark reminder of the grim past he carries. He fumbles with a worn bag, the weight of his past visibly pressing down. He remembers the crushing reality of slavery, each day a terrifying gamble with death. Trapped in a cycle of despair and terror, until Johan's arrival shattered his chains. Watching the kid, Johan can't help but think, I feel like a slave too, before a genuine, thank you, Godin, escapes him. Godin's face lights up with a sincere smile, declaring, slave or not, he'd still be by Johan's side, no doubt. Johan's eyes go wide, a flush rising to his cheeks as he blurts out, hearing that actually makes him happy. He locks eyes with Godin, laying down the gauntlet, from here on out, I'm counting on you. Godin's face lights up with an ecstatic grin, shouting his eager agreement. His energy is off the charts as he yells their next mission, a wild escape from Marcel, sealing it with another okay. Johan, who once saw himself as a mere monster, is now basking in an unprecedented wave of happiness, all thanks to their arrival in the vibrant commercial district. The district is buzzing, and a beaming server brings him a drink, her bright smile just adding to the good vibes. He's absolutely devouring a massive piece of meat, pure satisfaction on his face. Yeah, the prices are a bit wild, but the leather goods are top tier, he observes, then proudly declares, my Godin is seriously something else. As he surveys the bounty, a wave of nostalgia hits him, thinking back to when he couldn't even buy a single piece of bread, a stark, powerful contrast to his current, thriving reality. He's absolutely buzzing, realizing that now, he can stack paper and feast like a king whenever he wants. This is the life. He flashes back to the grind, those brutal days on the road, when finding a bed was a luxury he couldn't afford. The brutal memory of freezing cold stones chilling him to the bone every single night, still hits different. But now, he takes a deep breath, shakes off the past, and with a surge of determination, he makes a game-changing decision. He proclaims, with absolute certainty, that he's putting down roots right here, right now. And just like that, Sir Johan is dreaming big, picturing his happy ever after in Marcel, with the moon as his witness. But hold up, because fate, being the trickster it is, had other plans entirely. The very next day, he found himself in the sprawling, chaotic Marcel city square, a stark contrast to the quiet life he'd envisioned. Taking a moment to himself, Johan digs into a simple meal, reveling in the unexpected calm that has settled over his life. Strolling through the bustling city streets with his new companions, he can't help but feel a sense of ease he hasn't known in ages. Yet, his peaceful demeanor shatters in an instant, as a grim understanding washes over him, this is bad. Their stroll is abruptly interrupted as they spot a gang of thugs causing chaos in the marketplace, eliciting a shocked cry from one of his companions, another band of bandits. The old man's face contorts in anguish, confirming their worst fears and adding a heartbreaking detail, this time, they even took my daughter. Seeing the old man's terror, Johan's eyes harden, a silent vow forming that while they might be scared, he certainly isn't. Facing the distraught old man, a steely resolve settles over him, realizing that despite his own atrophied state, more people desperately need his intervention. Nearby, the old man's daughter seethes, her fists clenched in a furious, helpless damn it. And just like that, Johan charges into the fray, directly confronting the bandits, who arrogantly challenge him, completely oblivious to the storm they've just awakened. A gaunt, gray-skinned bandit, clutching a crude skewer, snarls a desperate demand, his hunger palpable. Starving for days, this is a straggler from the infamous Black Wolf pack of Axstein. Lost from his main group while hunting Johan, he drifted all the way to Marcel. Still demanding payment, his words are abruptly cut off by a sudden, shocking force. Johan unleashes a burst of raw power, his eyes blazing with intense blue light as he lets out a furious roar. The bandit recoils in pure agony, his face contorted in a silent scream of terror. Johan's extended hand glows with raw blue energy, blasting the bandit backward as he lets out a furious curse. The bandit instantly recognizes that distinct aura, the overwhelming power of Johan. As his eyes continue to blaze, Johan's grim realization hits, they've tracked him all the way to Marcel. He's bleeding. But the shock quickly turns to a chilling realization, his enemy is still standing, and a fierce blue glow ignites in his eye. No time to think. The Black Wolf roars, launching a furious, clawed assault. But then, he sees him. Godin is down, and that's all the motivation he needs. But Johan is faster. A blinding blue energy attack erupts, a pure kinetic blur. Crack. The Black Wolf's head snaps back from the brutal hit. Victory. Johan stands over the fallen beast, sword in hand, the immediate threat gone. But wait. A new wave of enemies charges in, yelling, a whole horde of them. His jaw drops. The first one was just a scout. He's not alone, not by a long shot. No choice but to run. Johan and Godin bolt on horseback, realizing they need to lay low and avoid everyone for now. Suddenly, a friendly local calls out. But Johan, staying sharp, quickly shuts down the offer, keeping their cover tight. With a swift move, he signals Godin to push their horses harder. As the local gives them one last warning, They blast through the crowded market. Johan's eyes locked on their escape route. Up ahead, a massive crowd is already forming. Everyone staring intently at something beyond. A huge gathering that screams something big is about to go down in the city. Leading a powerful contingent, a commanding figure boldly declares to the anxious crowd, "Do not worry. This is none other than Captain Brattle, the legendary captain of the Oak Tree Mercenaries." With unwavering resolve, he rides through the city, his voice booming with a promise to absolutely wipe out the band of bandits, guaranteeing the region's security. His powerful declaration rings out, a solemn vow to make Marcel safe again. Meanwhile, a young girl on the sidelines is absolutely starstruck, gasping, "I can't believe I'm seeing them in person." Her eyes wide, she whispers, "Are they famous?" as the reality of the Oak Tree Mercenaries sinks in. The iconic banner of the Oak Tree Mercenaries, with its proud emblem, soars above them, a testament to their status as one of the Empire's top mercenary groups. Behind Brattle, his battle-hardened mercenaries ride with fierce determination, their grim expressions a testament to their legendary prowess. The young girl, still utterly captivated, gasps, "They must have been called all the way from out," realizing the sheer scale of the threat. Johan's mind races, a chilling voice cutting through the silence, a stark reminder, never forget the lessons learned. A brutal vision of the Black Wolf, broken and bleeding, sears into his thoughts, the voice a relentless command, "Stay calm." A chilling thought strikes him, he might already be exposed. Clutching the ominous red stones, he's reminded of the pain he's endured, the voice a dark prophecy, "Only suffering can save you." The terrifying Black Wolf looms again, a chilling reminder of the suffering he must face head-on. From this moment, there's no turning back. Then, a desperate cry pierces the darkness, "Snap out of it, Johan. You're still human." A mystical fox spirit, scales of fate in hand, delivers a profound truth: life is a balance, good deeds for good lives, bad deeds for bad. This profound wisdom hints that even the mighty empire shouldn't dare to recklessly tamper with the delicate balance of humanity. He draws his bow, a shadowy hunter in the deep woods, his mind racing through the lessons learned, realizing that thankfully, he's not alone in this secret, so there's no way he can just ditch his mercenary training. But a terrifying thought hits him. What if his identity gets exposed too soon? Would anyone still accept him then? Then, a mystical fox spirit, clutching a paw-emblazoned shield, drops a truth bomb, "No way." He flashes back to a brutal fight, side by side with Katana, the stakes crystal clear. If his secret got out before they truly connected, he'd be dead, no question. His determination solidifies, the mission is undeniable, he cannot lose his company and has to get recognized by the Empire. So, until he earns that company's trust, his identity must stay hidden. With a fresh surge of resolve, he moves through the busy streets, a soft, "Excuse me," barely audible as he weaves through the throng, his true self locked away. He's suddenly confronted with a direct, pointed question. A sleek, cat-like beast folk, Ibelka, steps forward, declaring herself in charge of the Eldon's company, and makes it clear she's thrilled to finally meet him, eager to forge a powerful alliance. Ibelka, with a confident smile, repeats her name, and doesn't hold back, confessing her immense admiration for his legendary exploits. Her bold proposition continues, as she lays out their ambitious plan to forge an unbreakable bond with him and his entire lineage. Then, with a charming, hopeful smile, she drops the bombshell, an invitation to join her at the Katana Trading Company, if he's not too busy. Arriving at the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch, this place is seriously massive, hinting at some major dealings. Meanwhile, Katana is already having a rough time, groaning, "Ugh, seriously, stop biting me." But check out Johann Eitz, chilling in this super fancy room, totally soaking up the high-class vibes. He's thinking, "Alright, I finally made it to the company." And he's already strategizing, "This could be my big break, a real chance to change everything. Just gotta play my cards right." Just as he's getting comfortable, someone new pops up, dropping, "Heard about you from Eldon's." It's a maid, complete with animal ears, who then says, "Let me properly introduce myself." And then, with a perfect curtsy, Ibelka reveals her identity, "I'm Ibelka, a maid here at the Katana Trading Company, Marcel branch." Ibelka, the sharp-witted maid from House Yats and manager of the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch, made her grand introduction. "Johann, ever the gentleman, returned the greeting, it's a pleasure to meet you." With a graceful bow, the maid reciprocated, extending her respect to Sir Johann. Moving deeper into the grand establishment, he gave his assent, "Sounds good. Let's do that." Moments later, a steaming cup appeared, and Ibelka proudly declared, "This tea. It's crafted from the finest leaves, straight from the Mediterranean region." A hopeful smile graced her lips as she added, "I truly hope it suits your taste." He took a thoughtful sip, then, with a slight smirk, corrected her, "Actually, this is coffee. But thank you for the drink." Unfazed, Ibelka quickly explained the coffee's tea-like aroma, earning a nod from Johann, "Exactly. You're incredibly perceptive." A man who forgets his training is just an animal, she thinks, her eyes piercing through him. And with a sly grin, she drops the bomb, we can guess why you're here. She watches him from across the table, waiting for his move. His eyes ignite with a fierce blue light, a primal command screaming in his head, shoot. Unfazed, Ibelka presses on, that kind of guy. The devil owns him, because. She boldly states, you've got ambition burning in your soul. Johan's cool facade shatters, a stunned bursting out. Then, she drops the name, Elijah told me. Her words hit hard, plunging Johan into a brutal flashback, a devil-protected warrior, mercilessly crushing foes, desperate to reclaim his lost dominance. The tension builds as Ibelka drops another bombshell. She lays it bare, I was able to discern your ambition to save the city with your own hands. But he's not having it, pushing back with a defiant retort. I don't know about that, but I'm not the kind of person to be easily controlled. Ibelka just smirks, you've been seen through your true intent. With a sly grin, she drops a chilling truth bomb. Ambition isn't a bad thing, but it's a double-edged sword that can be wielded by the devil. A subtle red aura flares around her, building the suspense. And then. She cuts to the chase, revealing her company's true motives. Our company loves to sponsor those with power and those who are worthy. Boom. His eye ignites with a fierce blue glow, a voice screaming in his head. Here it is. It's an opportunity for a deal. Ibelka seals the deal, extending an irresistible offer. If you wish, we can even introduce you to the governor. The governor? That name hits different, and Ibelka drives it home. He repeats, the governor, as she clarifies, the governor is essentially on the same level as the king. But then, a fierce determination ignites in his eyes. He declares, I can get the company to be on my side. His eyes blazing with an intense blue glow, he hardened his resolve. If this worked, not even the governor could touch him. He had to accept this, no matter what, his jaw set in stone. Then, facing the maid once more, he pressed for the full scope of the Katana Trading Company's sponsorship. This sponsorship, she detailed, meant access to every service the Katana offered, their powerful crest shining with promise. But there was a catch, he first had to prove his worth. And then, the bombshell, one critical condition, as a mysterious, glowing orb materialized in her grasp. He had to make a promise, she demanded, her eyes locked on his. The mission, take down the bandits terrorizing the city. They needed his power. So, he confirmed, they wanted him to single-handedly wipe out the city's bandit threat. Johann H. shuts down the first offer immediately. While Ibelka coolly reveals the Oak Tree mercenaries are already gone, and the Katana Trading Company has a different mission for him. He's immediately suspicious of this vague new assignment. While Ibelka's face twists into a sly, almost predatory grin. The city's monster problem is spiraling out of control, crushing the market, and the Katana Trading Company is eating it up, consolidating all the power. Ibelka reveals that the more the people complain, the harder it is to control the mana flow. Hinting at a dark secret behind the city's chaos. Then, with a chilling smile, she drops the bombshell, the only condition for his sponsorship is to wipe out the bandits, and she means all of them. Her eyes blaze with an eerie green glow, underscoring the brutal reality of her demand. With the Katana Trading Company's brutal expectations now crystal clear, she challenges Sir Johann for his answer. After that intense meeting, Johann is left alone, his mind racing, grappling with the brutal terms he just heard. Time flies, and under a fiery orange sky, he's back in the city, its massive buildings practically glowing in the sunset. Those massive buildings and banners are like silent judges, a total opposite of the dark, wild lands he just came from. He's heading for a huge archway, and there's Ibelka, waiting for him, a constant reminder of his mission. She greets him with a welcoming voice, immediately hitting him with the question, Johann, welcome back. How did it go? He just slightly turns his head, his face a total mystery, giving her absolutely no immediate response. Ibelka's face twists with worry as she calls his name again, totally picking up on his weird vibe. Then, a tiny, almost hidden smirk creeps onto his face, a silent signal of victory, or maybe, something way darker. He bursts out, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, let's go suck on some honey. Ibelka's eyes widen in shock, her voice a bewildered whisper, WH what? Still reeling from his bizarre statement, she stammers, VVAI Chupermel. The narrative abruptly rewinds, flashing back to a pivotal moment 1 hour prior. There, Johann's face hardens, his voice cutting through the air with an unwavering, I refuse. In a metropolis of this scale, it was inevitable that grievances would surface concerning resource allocation. Yet, the question gnaws at him, why would they bypass proper channels and resort to murder? Their insatiable greed knew no limits, he muses, clutching a small, dark berry, his conviction firm, he would not kill innocents for this. His eyes blaze with an intense blue as he declares, "I refuse to do it." Then, in a jarring shift back to the present, his voice rings out with an almost manic cheer, "Let's go suck on some honey." Ibelka's eyes practically pop out, a shocking realization slamming into her as if a voice screams to fasten up, because this is the real deal. Her face contorts into pure confusion, leaving her absolutely speechless. Meanwhile, a cat-eared merchant drops a bombshell on Johann, telling him he passed, and he's just like, "Wait, what?" She spills the beans. They're meeting Lady Katana, the Duke's daughter, for a sponsorship deal, then apologizes for being so bold, calling him a valiant knight. Holding up a small, glowing orb, the merchant hypes up what she calls the absolute best honey in the entire shop district. Ibelka, totally fed up, snaps at Johann, asking if he seriously didn't know about Lady Katana, then adds that they sell top-notch stuff at fair prices. The merchant cuts in, boasting that they're super popular with other merchants, and insists on talking about their proposal. Ibelka fires back that popularity doesn't mean they're accepting anything, but the merchant just keeps pushing, claiming her honey is the absolute best. Johann Eitz is deep in thought, pondering a shocking engagement between a duke's daughter and a commoner, wondering why anyone would even apologize for it. But the cat-eared merchant isn't waiting around. She boldly extends her hand to Johann, ready to seal a deal, as Ibelka, completely bewildered, can only repeat her disbelief. Without a second thought, he grabs her hand, shouting his acceptance with pure excitement. A massive grin lights up his face as the deal is done, calling upon Saint Loac as their hands connect. He then makes a grand wish for mutual benefit, but Ibelka's face is a clear picture of pure irritation. Her frustration hits its peak as she snaps, demanding to know the meaning behind the merchant's mysterious honey. Johann, trying to be helpful, attempts to clarify, translating it as, basically, "Let's go eat something expensive." He grins, hand outstretched once more, proudly declaring it the honey of the Duke's trading company. He finally asks the crew if they're ready to roll out, and Ibelka, hyped up, shouts that they're finally making their move. Meanwhile, a blonde maid hypes up Godin on their big send-off, and Godin, pumped, thanks her back. A massive grin takes over his face as he drops the bomb. He's been sponsored by the Duke, literally the second he stepped into Merito. Everything, he thinks, is absolutely crushing it. He's clutching a glowing orb, casually dropping the bombshell that the Duke's daughter is now his little sister. Talk about a power move. Taking in the epic landscape, he boldly claims this as his new training ground, daring any future challengers to step up. But the desolate, swirling energy of this new zone hits him hard, making him realize that the easy life he once dreamed of is officially a distant memory. Even with that harsh truth, he just grins, adjusts his cloak like a boss, and decides it's finally time to have some fun. But as the squad pushes into a dark, creepy forest, a blood-curdling shriek rips through the air, signaling that serious trouble is already here. He pulls back his bow, the silent wisdom of his training screaming in his head, "Never forget, always stay calm." But the forest's calm is ripped apart by a horrifying shriek, as a grotesque insectoid monster with blazing red eyes bursts into view. The sight that greets him is pure pandemonium, helpless villagers trapped as more of these horrifying bugs close in. The earth itself shatters and glows with a terrifying red energy, a raw display of devastating power. His eyes snap wide open, the sheer magnitude of this assault is beyond anything he's ever seen. Ibelka and Godin are just as stunned, their faces a mask of terror and dawning horror. He takes in the carnage, demanding answers. Why are so many innocent lives caught in this brutal onslaught? Godin spots his mentor, a wave of relief washing over him as he calls out. He turns to Godin, cutting straight to the chase about Goran, desperate for answers about this catastrophe. He's locked in, listening as his companion drops the bombshell. The monsters are going full throttle, getting more violent by the day. His companion keeps dropping truth bombs, revealing that after watching the chaos unfold, the city's merchants are already bailing, and Harleen. It's a ghost town. The sheer scale of the devastation is undeniable, a monstrous claw ripping through the ground, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. A grim realization washes over him, the news of Harleen's abandonment hitting him hard. Across the land, the people are fuming. A mob of citizens is screaming for answers, demanding someone pay for Harleen's downfall, feeling like absolutely nothing is getting done. But a furious noble shuts them down, his face a mask of rage, spilling the shocking truth: the Emperor is already cutting the sand on Harleen, basically signing its death warrant. This bombshell sends shockwaves through the noble elite, who are absolutely losing it, screaming "nonsense," and wondering if the Emperor has completely lost his mind. The portly noble, absolutely livid at the disrespect, roars, demanding to know what kind of crazy talk they're spouting, refusing to believe the Emperor is losing it. His face twists into a mask of pure panic, as the terrifying implications of the Emperor's alleged memory loss finally hit him. The Emperor's shocking decree sends tremors across the land, and he's caught in the crossfire of public fury, hearing the desperate cries of the abandoned and the defiant shouts of loyalists defending the throne. He scoffs at the rumors of the Emperor's senility, dismissing them as petty noble squabbles, but the sheer audacity of those nobles still burns him. But his focus quickly snaps to the Emperor's deployed forces, a chilling question echoing in his mind: what are those mercenaries up to? Elsewhere, a maid strides up to imposing doors, her voice cutting through the silence as she calls out for branch manager Ian. Inside, the fox beastfolk is already at her desk, eyes scanning a document, a fresh report in her hands. She already knows about the Emperor's mercenaries, cutting off the maid's report, her expression grim. Still visibly worried, the maid presses on, demanding to know what those mercenaries are truly doing. Her eyes glowing with fierce resolve, the branch manager makes a chilling declaration: they must reach the capital before those mercenaries can even think about it. Ibelka's jaw drops, her hands clenching as the shocking news hits her like a truck. The intel drops a bombshell: the liaison's body was found near Marcel's forest yesterday. The maid is visibly shaken to her core by the gruesome find. Meanwhile, the fox beastfolk absorbs every word, his face a mask of serious contemplation. He knew it. The fox beastfolk declares, the oak tree mercenaries are already on the offensive. He snaps to his maid, and Ibelka jumps, responding with a quick, yes, ma'am. With an intense stare, he barks an order: find Juetier, the mage of the Ifeel River, and bring them here. Still reeling, Ibelka's hands clench again, the gravity of their mission sinking in. The mission: uncover if the liaison's death was a prophecy fulfilled or a brutal takedown. Under the silent gaze of a full moon, the tranquil night is broken only by the soft rush of water. As the Ifeel River's waterfall cascades with an ethereal blue glow, illuminating the darkness with its vibrant, magical energy. Submerged in its depths, Juetier, the mage of the Ifeel River, contemplates the news he has received, a quiet I see escaping his lips as he processes the implications. Standing by the water's edge, his long white hair flowing around him, he muses that merely searching for the mage won't change anything, the true problem lying deeper than a simple pursuit. A sudden realization dawns on him, a soft gasp escaping his lips. His eyes widen as he recalls the details: the man who killed Marcel's liaison and fled, the implications of such an act now clear. As his hand dips back into the glowing water, imbued with a soft blue light, he realizes the killer is now brazenly digging through Marcel's money pouch. The magical energy within the river pulses with his growing resolve. A silent vow forming in his mind: things won't go the way that bastard thinks it will. A soft clearing of a throat echoes through the grand hall. As the venerable Juetier, known here as Lord Sweka, makes his entrance. A young beastfolk maid, Ibelka, bows deeply, offering a formal welcome to the esteemed guest. She expresses her sincere gratitude for his presence. But the elder's gaze is sharp, his voice cutting as he questions the presence of someone serving the captain of the Oak Tree mercenaries, a thought of a broken deal simmering beneath his calm exterior. Ibelka, visibly distressed, quickly offers a heartfelt apology. Unmoved, Lord Sweka declares his immediate intention to retrieve Lord Ian. It's fine, the ancient lord declares, cutting off Ibelka's hesitant pardon. Her eyes snap wide, realizing the sheer power of his will, he'd handle any trouble himself. A chilling glare silences her, a silent command not to test his patience. Why yes sir, she quickly concedes, as the lord lets out a decisive ahem. The whispers of the Ifeel River confirm it. He would finally come face to face with him, right here. Then, a powerful presence manifests, a new figure stepping into the light. At last, he intones, his very being radiating an ethereal glow. He stood before the epic edifice, a day of massive ambition dawning as he prepared to meet the governor. Inside, he mused on his audacious plan, intending to gain the governor's favor and solidify his name in Marseille for good. This was his chance to end his wandering days, to finally be recognized by the emperor himself. His footsteps echoed with purpose. A confident stride carrying him forward as he wondered what kind of person the governor would be. Suddenly, a small, blue fox-like creature looked up at him, calling out his name, Ian. Ian glanced down at the creature, asking, "What is it, Karame?" The small beast seemed to be reacting to something, as Ian mused that Karame's name belonged to a divine beast. As if confirming his thought, the creature clung to his leg, a silent exclamation of its presence. Johann 8 stands before an ancient, mysterious figure, sensing an uncanny awareness radiating from him. With an intense, knowing stare, the elder challenges him, "Do you even realize Karame is a divine beast?" Stunned, Johann fires back, "Who are you?" A chilling thought crosses his mind, the creature doesn't even know this guy. Unfazed, the elder reveals his identity, "I am Swelga, the legendary sage of the Ifeel River." Emphasizing his authority, he declares, "I am the sage of the Ifeel River." Johann's mind races, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he whispers, "A sage?" With a dismissive wave, the sage cuts to the chase, to put it simply, "I'm a mage." The bombshell drops, and Johann's eyes widen in shock, "Oh." Even Karame's eyes flare, sensing the sudden shift in the air. Stunned, he confronts the elder, "You're a mage, old man." The sage of the Ifeel River coolly confirms, indeed, but I'm also a mage. Johan's jaw drops. I knew of the sage, but a mage. The elder just smirks, surprised you didn't know. The sage just muses, is that so? Johan tries to speak, but the old man drops a bombshell, for someone hunted by the Empire, you're pretty good. Actually, you're really good. Johan's eyes go wide. How did you know that? The sage calmly reveals his secret, through the magic, the mystery of the Ifeel River. He drops another bombshell, the Ifeel River lets me see the past and the future. Johan's mind is blown. His face shows pure shock and awe at the sage's incredible power. The sage challenges him, got an answer? Johan can only manage a stunned, why? He challenges the sage, demanding to know if he'd really pull a move like that. Juetier fires back with a rhetorical question, dropping the bombshell that he's the sage of the Ifeel River, a mage who literally sees past and future through the river's flow. He then lays out his true agenda, declaring he couldn't care less about the petty political games of the mundane world. Johan's mind races, connecting the dots, as he realizes only the most legendary mages, those tied to the Ifeel River, could wield this kind of power. And there's more, the sage adds, his eyes locked on Johan. He lays out the cold, hard truth, if he wanted to rat Johan out, he'd have done it on the down low, not spilled his deepest secrets right to his face. Johan's face changes as the sage's words hit home, and he can't help but admit the old man's got a point. And with that realization, everything clicks into place. He's still reeling, trying to wrap his head around Juetier's insane powers, as the sage just chills and watches him. His eyes widen, utterly stunned by the revelation, a single, burning question igniting within him, before his gaze drops, a new, urgent thought forming about the enigmatic sage. Suddenly, a sharp memory of Karamov's dismissive voice slices through his thoughts, scoffing at the mere concept of magic, a harsh, derisive snort accompanying the utter disbelief. The knight's internal monologue rages on, utterly baffled by the notion of mages, completely unable to grasp how magic could defy the fundamental laws of life and death. But Johan's own eyes ignite with a vibrant, electric blue, his thoughts snapping back to the knight's words. As he grapples with the profound implications of magic, and how one might possibly harness such incredible power. He turns to Juetier, a burning question on his lips, could even a normal person possibly learn to wield such power, the sage letting out a soft, pained groan in response. He realizes with a jolt that to truly master magic, he would need to transform into an absolute prodigy. His eyes blazing with raw, blue energy, Johan declares this to be his ultimate chance. A powerful, crackling blue aura flaring around him as he fiercely resolves to skyrocket his magical level. He's all ears as the ancient mage, Juetier, lays down the gauntlet, win one round of a game, and the magic lessons begin. A flicker of disappointment, but then, Juetier doubles down on the deal, magic on the line. The mage then clarifies, is he talking about something next level, beyond mere chess? Johan, always direct, throws out arm wrestling as a potential contest. But no, he unleashes a devastating, explosive strike. His fist connects with raw power, shattering the air with a shockwave. He declares, chess is out, follow him now. Sure, the game of kings is cool, but it's nothing compared to the game of gods. Laser-focused, he positions his hands, gearing up for a precision move. Then, with a swift, forceful motion, his hands unleash a ripple of power, pure control on display. A sudden, intense realization hits him like a truck. And what's the challenge? Laid out right there, it's the ultimate strategy game, go. The old man just tells him to sit down. Then, the mage, with a sly grin, asks if it looks too hard. But Johan hates. He's not even looking, thinking it's way too easy for him. Then, the bombshell. He casually drops that he actually won a 4th Dan Go tournament before, completely blindsiding Juetier. Flashback to his glory days. He's got this, he knows he can win. He slams a stone down with a glowing aura, but even he admits this isn't his typical battlefield. With an intense gaze, he locks eyes with Juetier and makes a chilling promise, he's going to win. The legendary mage, Juetier, kicks off the Go match, declaring with an air of supreme confidence, alright, I'll go with an easy move. But Johan, with a smirk that screams victory, fires back, I'll win perfectly. Thank you for playing. With a move that crackles with unseen energy, a golden aura flares around his hand, signaling the true depth of his power. The golden light around him explodes, a visual testament to his absolute resolve. 50 minutes later, the Go board is a battlefield of wits, each move a calculated strike in this epic clash. Juetier's face contorts in pure shock, utterly baffled by the board, as Johan Ates can barely contain his triumphant smirk. Then, with a perfectly executed, almost innocent tone, Johan speaks to the stunned mage, Lord Juetier. The usually composed mage, now completely rattled, practically begs, please let me take back a few moves. Absolutely not, the ancient mage roars, his patience wearing thin, you've already taken back your moves 5 times. His jaw drops, utterly flabbergasted, I'm losing in this game of Go. Eyes wide with shock, he demands, is this really your first time playing? He slams his hand on the board, his pride wounded, even the Sultan of the Sahara Empire couldn't surpass me. Johann, cool as ice, simply states, it's because you taught me, Lord Juetier, a dramatic pause hanging in the air. Then, his eyes ignite with an intense, otherworldly blue glow as he challenges, one more game. If I lose again, I'll give you something that will help you in life. The mage's face lights up, his curiosity piqued, oh. A gift? A confident, almost mischievous grin spreads across Johann's face, well, if you insist. Juetier strokes his beard, a chilling realization washing over him, how many handicap stones have I given you? Juetier, utterly drained from the last match, tries to convince himself he's fine, even as his mind screams for a break. But with a confident flick of his wrist, he's already ready for the next battle. Suddenly, a thought strikes Juetier, and he throws out a casual question. He can't believe Johann's stamina, asking if he's sure he doesn't need a break, because this game is so intense, it's literally making his head pound. But Johann isn't backing down, scoffing at the idea of a break, declaring he'll only win once he completely dominates Juetier's every move. And as he speaks, his eyes ignite with an eerie blue glow, leaving Juetier absolutely stunned by this impossible, never-before-seen power. Snapping out of his daze, Juetier remembers his promise, and drops a bombshell, he's heard of people with combat gifts. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt, and he shouts that such powers must be real. But before Juetier can even finish, Johann cuts him off, demanding his attention now. Deep in thought, Juetier reveals, some call the supernatural, the unseen power, in nature. With a faraway look, he adds. Some are spirits swirling in the wind, others blaze forth in fire. And some even lurk within the smoke of burning sulfur. He remembers, one fool even dared to brag about discovering a mystery in the Black Forest. He chuckles, but that last part. Purely personal. Mages, they tap into the power of these spirits, he declares, surrounded by their glowing forms. Spirits usually hand over their power for whatever they can get. He warns, his hand poised over the go board, but sometimes, their whims demand a fatal price. A chilling whisper cuts through the silent, dark woods, never forget your training. Stay calm. The arrow is drawn, the tension palpable. Meanwhile, the intense go match continues. Juetier drops another truth bomb, power without control. You're just a weapon. Johann, ever humble, downplays his own strength, but Juetier just smiles, reminding him, you're still young. But the calm is shattered by a shocked cry, Lord Swetka is here. A sudden thud, and a maid bursts in, bowing low as Johann stands up. The maid profusely apologizes for not greeting Lord Swetka sooner, but the mage casually brushes her off, declaring he was just enjoying a game with the kid. But inside, the maid is absolutely seething. Mages are so annoying, she rages, I told him it was urgent. She tries again, desperately calling out to Lord Swetka. But a deep rumble from the go board cuts her off, as the game's intensity only grows. A defeated Naya escapes her as she finally gets it, the old mage is literally tearing down the barn with his go game, and nothing else matters. The maid's voice explodes in exasperation, her desperate plea echoing, just begging for one more page. She tries again, screaming for the mage, who's still totally engrossed in his go game with Johann. Her urgency skyrocketing as she insists this matter is critical and demands his attention now. Johann actually glances her way, maybe sensing the sheer gravity of the situation, while the maid just questions the mage's composure, wondering what kind of person he even is. Totally unperturbed, Juetier just dismisses the maid's concerns, telling Johann to accept his loss, then adds, almost as an afterthought, that he was merely playing a few games with the knight. He finally acknowledges her, totally feigning surprise at her presence. The maid, visibly beyond frustrated, explains she can't possibly prepare for the impending arrival if she isn't given the necessary info. She lets out a strained, mocking laugh, throwing his earlier dismissive words about merely playing games right back at him. Juetier just smiles serenely, while the maid glares, her patience clearly at its absolute limit. The cat-eared maid is not backing down, practically begging them to wrap up the game because something huge is about to go down. But Johann? He's got a whole different agenda, casually handing over 2 mysterious, glowing bottles. A quick ahem, and then, he just drops it, here, take these. What are they? Then Johann drops another bombshell, reminding him of a promise and revealing these aren't just any potions, they're matter flasks filled with the very essence of the great tree. Juetier, looking a little sheepish, finally admits, yeah, I did promise them. These aren't just any liquids, they're the legendary water of blessing and water of returning, each packed with incredible, ancient power. A mercenary clutches his sword, a pained grunt escaping him. As another's eye widens in sheer terror, recoiling from an unseen threat. A third, sword drawn, screams in disbelief, demanding to know what horror confronts them. Before they can react, Johann 8 strikes, a powerful kick blurring through the air. From the shadows, his eyes glow a fierce red, the impact of his assault rippling through the darkness. A heavy thud echoes as the blow connects, sending shockwaves through his target. The sheer force of the attack erupts in a crimson burst, shattering the very ground beneath them. A powerful, crimson energy pulses, emanating from a female figure. Manifesting as a monstrous, shadowy visage with piercing red eyes. Her silhouette stark against the overwhelming, vibrant aura. 3 men recoil in sheer terror, one barely managing to articulate his shock. His face contorted in a silent scream. While another can only gasp in disbelief. The devastating force of her attack carves a massive, glowing crater into the forest floor. The impact reverberating with incredible speed and power. Leaving the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch standing ominously under the night sky. Holding 2 enigmatic vials, one blood red, the other glowing blue, Johann can't help but question if these are the legendary water of wrath and water of blessing. But then, Juetier drops a bombshell, explaining that the Eifel River has been hiding an ancient secret, a mystery of life and death he's been chasing his whole life. But the river always held back its deepest truths, until Johann showed up. Johann's jaw drops, stunned by his unexpected role in all this, as Juetier keeps dropping knowledge bombs. First up, the water of wrath, that fiery red potion, can supercharge your mana, but beware, it could also obliterate your body. And the blue vial, the so-called green marble, is a total game changer, capable of purifying mana and healing any injury. Johann's face lights up with a huge grin as he shouts his amazement, totally blown away by these insane magic items and overflowing with thanks. Clutching the red vial, he ponders aloud, mind blown that magic items are real, and debates whether to chug it down or save it for something even crazier. A white-haired elf confirms the grim news, while Juetier reveals the shocking truth: the capital's merchants, and their precious cargo, have been intercepted. Her face tightens with concern, as Juetier emphasizes the dire stakes. Only 3 elite merchants handle these routes, making their vanishing act a catastrophic blow. The elf woman cuts in, revealing the chilling truth: they've been completely out of contact for days. Juetier's face darkens, delivering the crushing blow: they fell 3 days ago. Her eyes flash with alarm, the gravity of the situation sinking in. She reveals the identities of the vanished, a mercenary and a woman, both confirmed elves. Her voice sharpens with urgency, demanding to know, what about the goods that were due to arrive today? Juetier's mind races, recalling the grim report from a surviving guard, confirming the devastating truth: the oak tree merchants are gone, wiped out. The elf woman's voice is laced with dread, a chilling "this is a problem," echoing the narrator's stark declaration: it's a huge problem. Meanwhile, Johann 8's eyes burned with intensity, his focus absolute. Then, with a decisive nod, he affirmed, "I understand." Elsewhere, in a city basking in an unseasonable warmth, a grand council hall lay prepared, poised for a pivotal gathering. Massive, regal chairs were perfectly aligned, their polished surfaces reflecting the anticipation in the air. Then, a new face, Baron Einbeck, burst onto the scene, a look of utter shock plastered across his features. He strode into the chamber, an attendant trailing behind, declaring, "Oh dear. It seems I am late." Wasting no time, the Baron seized control. "Now then, let us begin the council for." Introducing Baron Einbeck Vivant Auvergne, a powerful figure ready to lead. A silent tack echoes as a mysterious spiral tattoo on his neck practically vibrates with hidden power. But his mind is elsewhere, flashing back to a grim memory: happy birthday, for Rustiche, lost amidst a sea of mourners at a funeral. He snaps back to reality, just as a commanding voice cuts through the air, greeting the city council members. It's the governor himself, a powerful, elderly figure, who declares, as most already know, he leads the city. This is none other than Governor Marcel Villaco Trainieni, the man in charge. Johann quickly offers his respects, glad the governor made it, but the governor's already moving on, ready to drop a bombshell introduction. He scans the room, taking in all the powerful families of the capital, and keeps his speech rolling. He lays on the charm, thanking everyone for squeezing him into their packed calendars. Then, with a knowing grin, he repeats his big announcement: a new face is about to join the council. This is a world where the Empire's protection is a joke, leaving humanity utterly exposed. Johann's eyes blaze with an intense, almost supernatural blue glow. While a desperate voice screams, begging for a chance to help, demanding to know what must be done. He remains a silent observer, taking in the unfolding chaos with a somber gaze. Baron Einbeck, with a sickly sweet smile, drops a bombshell on the governor: the elite mercenary group they hired utterly failed to stop the bandits. Governor Marcel's face contorts in shock, his voice booming as he demands answers: what happened? But another council member cuts him off, shouting that none of this would have happened if they'd just gone to the Holy Emperor from the beginning. This whole mess could have been avoided, a smug council member declares, clearly enjoying the blame game. The chamber erupts as more voices pile on, screaming that the emperor is directly to blame for the bandits and must take full responsibility. The city council meeting was an absolute war zone of words, with one faction screaming for lower taxes and pinning it all on Governor Marcel, while the other side roared back, defending the emperor and branding their rivals as traitors. The anti-emperor faction kept up their relentless assault, their voices reaching a fever pitch, but the pro-emperor faction wasn't backing down, firing back with furious arguments, their faces twisted in pure rage. Corruption charges and doubts about the emperor's protection were flying everywhere, the whole debate just spiraling completely out of control. Watching the absolute madness unfold with a sly smirk, Kim Yo-han, the politician, couldn't help but think, he had no idea what any of them were even talking about. He couldn't help but notice just how many people in the room were against the emperor, and that thought was definitely sticking with him. His smirk vanished, replaced by a grim realization. Johan knew his own neck was on the line, and he'd be in serious trouble if his real identity ever got out. As the chaos reached a fever pitch, an ill-feared figure, probably the moderator, stepped up, begging the wild crowd to just calm down and get some order. His voice, though strong, barely pierced the noise as he desperately repeated his plea, begging everyone to just get it together and show some respect. But the council chamber was still pure pandemonium, with the yelling and accusations just going on and on. He remembers the chilling words of his mentor, a voice that still rings in his ears, never forget what you were taught. Even now, facing the unknown, he must remain calm. But elsewhere, a sharp-eared woman with silver hair commands attention, addressing the elder beside her with a calculated gaze. She declares the governor has gravely underestimated them, and a backup plan is already in full swing. This audacious plan, it's revealed, involves deploying a second subjugation force. With one clear objective, to strike the bandits at their stronghold. The revelation sparks a collective gasp and outrage from a group of stunned nobles. One reddish-haired noble, however, simply scoffs, dismissing the entire strategy as a fool's errand, exactly what he'd expect from someone of lower class. The governor's utterly shameless scheme, it turns out, is nothing more than a desperate ploy to buy time. A delay for which he expects a hefty reward, even as a terrifying horde of skeletal figures looms ominously in the darkness. He can't believe it. The governor's troops are being deployed against bandits. This could mean his capture, his execution. The stakes just got impossibly high. A guttural cry rips from his throat, his face a mask of utter horror. But elsewhere, in the halls of power, a calm voice cuts through the rising argument, demanding a more subdued discussion. Governor Marcel, ever the diplomat, praises the noble's invaluable contributions to the city council, insisting he's always been grateful for his help. But Baron Einbeck, with a knowing smirk, shuts down the governor's proposal with a firm, no thank you. Marcel, undeterred, tries another angle, revealing the king is tied up with a massive rebellion up north. Einbeck, a burning city reflected in his eyes, declares his intent to lighten the king's load, no matter how small the effort. Governor Marcel, pushing his agenda, confirms, a new subjugation force is being prepped to crush those bandits. But Einbeck, his smile gone, cuts straight to the chase, he's far more worried about the skeletal horde than some petty bandits. Johann Eitz lets out a massive sigh of relief, his face finally relaxing as the intense council meeting wraps up. But even with the meeting ending, the governor's words still ring in his ears, as Marcel Velasco Trainieni just won't let it go. He's still going on about the king being tied up with the Northern Rebellion, insisting they need to be super careful about bandits, all to save face and not look like he's slacking off. Marcel is getting seriously worked up, shouting that no matter what anyone says about the emperor's favor, things are not looking good. But Baron Einbeck? Totally unfazed, with his little fox buddy literally laughing it up right next to him. Finally, Marcel shuts down the heated debate, declaring the meeting over and urging everyone to show up for the next one. The meeting breaks up, and a blonde maid hums a little tune, giving a sly look back as she walks away, totally noticed by Johann. Einbeck, now by himself, is lost in serious thought, completely silent. Meanwhile, Johann gets tapped on the shoulder by someone off-screen, who's asking if he's got a moment to spare. Oh, of course, he replies, but deep down, he's dreading whatever comes next. Seriously, my luck is the absolute worst, he grumbles, wishing he'd had time to brace himself for this. Seriously, my luck is the absolute worst, he grumbles, wishing he'd had time to brace himself for this. The attendant leads the way, to my office, and Johann, with a resigned, yes, sir, falls in step. A new face emerges, a stern noble, sporting a magnificent mustache and flowing reddish-brown hair, clearly in charge. Please, take a seat, sir, the attendant offers, gesturing to a plush chair. Johann sinks into the chair, a quiet, oh, thank you, escaping him as he braces for the inevitable. The noble cuts to the chase, remind me, what house did you say you were from? A confident smile spreads across his face as he declares, I am Johann Eitz of House Eitz. He listens, a silent challenge in his gaze, as Einbeck Vivant Auvergne takes it all in. Then, a flicker of surprise, a spark of recognition ignites in Einbeck's eyes, as he declares he knows Johann's origins, followed by a sharp, knowing intake of breath. He then reveals the truth. House Eights isn't just a name, it's a mythical legend in the northern specialty, a direct lineage warrior family whispered about by those who truly understand power. Even the attendant, usually unflappable, lets out a shocked gasp, barely believing that such a legendary family could be real. Einbeck, ever the opportunist, declares it perfect timing, then casually mentions he just happens to have some rare liquor from his own estate. A rich glug fills the air as he pours the exclusive date palm-infused liquor, a rare treat for a rare guest. Presenting the drink, Einbeck offers a knowing smile, implying Johann must be longing for home, a calculated move of hospitality. Johann, a subtle smile playing on his lips, accepts the potent offering, the rich liquid still flowing into his waiting glass. He offers a quiet, yet firm, thank you for the unexpected, potent gift. He hangs on every word as Einbeck Vivant Auvergne drops a bombshell. Eights isn't just a name, it's a legendary title, forged through generations. Einbeck then casually drops, that even he's clueless about the name's true origin. He lets out a laugh, clearly enjoying the mystery. Johann, on the other hand, is floored by this bombshell, his face a mask of pure disbelief. Einbeck's mood instantly darkens as he drops the grim truth about the Eights family, revealing their house was utterly annihilated ages ago. He calls it nothing short of a catastrophe. As he speaks, a horrifying vision of a majestic estate consumed by an inferno erupts in Johann's mind, the flames devouring all in their wake. The burning house's image sears into his mind, mirroring the sheer weight of Einbeck's revelation in his grim face. Einbeck finishes his tale, declaring the house was utterly annihilated by bandits, leaving 0 survivors. His eyes locked, he's absorbing every word as the Baron drops another bombshell. Among the houses wiped from existence, one was whispered to be the absolute noblest. Einbeck's face is dead serious, as he finally drops the name of that legendary house. The name hits hard, House Eights. But it's a name that's been completely erased from history. A shiver goes down his spine. Einbeck, totally missing his vibe, tries to brush it off, saying some things are better left untold, but he just stares back, utterly bewildered. He snaps back, plastering on a fake smile and waving off his own weird reaction, telling Einbeck it's totally fine, nothing to see here. His grip on the glass subtly clenches. Einbeck, sensing the shift, smoothly changes the topic, pouring another drink and casually asking if he knew a Sir Johann, and that name. It hits him hard. He just stares into his glass, admitting the name rings a bell, but he's drawing a blank on the details. The name hits him like a lightning bolt, and suddenly, his sky-blue eyes ignite with an electrifying, raw intensity. He fights a silent battle within, his jaw locking as he grapples with the sheer force of it all. But before he can even grasp it, a new, commanding voice slices through the tension, a mysterious figure with blazing red eyes and dark skin cutting straight to the chase, declaring an end to the pointless wordplay. His piercing gaze, locked onto Johann, radiates an unspoken challenge from those fiery crimson eyes. And then, with a chilling, calculated delivery, the figure drops a bombshell, a question that rips open Johann's forgotten past. Johann Eights? A mysterious white-haired figure with blazing red eyes cut straight to the chase, their voice dripping with impatience. Demanding, how about we stop with the pointless wordplay? Johann Eights? Johann Eights is blindsided by the direct address, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. While Johann is still reeling from the revelation, the mysterious figure stands, their presence growing more imposing. With a dramatic turn, the figure makes a shocking declaration, I will follow you, Sir Emperor. Their crimson eyes blaze with a hidden agenda as they look down, a chilling intensity radiating from them. Johann, completely bewildered by the Sir Emperor title, can only manage to ask, what do you mean by that? A sly smirk plays on their lips as they reveal their ultimate loyalty, my decisions are solely for Marcel's benefit. A chilling voice cuts through his thoughts, a stark reminder to never forget his training, to keep his composure. With steely resolve, he makes his stand, vowing to remain right here. Then, the enigmatic figure, eyes blazing crimson, lays down the law, the bandit gang is the immediate threat, and they are to be annihilated. He presses on, challenging Johann to earn his stripes, to prove his indispensable value to the city, because if he fails, those crimson eyes ignite with an intense, unearthly glow. His sharp, pointed ears subtly shifting as his stare becomes a searing judgment. He'll be delivered directly into the Emperor's grasp. Battered and broken, a chilling realization hit him, he'd finally found peace, only for destiny to slap him with a new, crushing burden. He questioned everything, asking himself, who even was he anymore? Should he just bail? Horrific images of grotesque monsters, their forms burned into his memory, flashed before his eyes, a brutal reminder of the sheer power he once commanded. His eyes snapped open, dread warring with a sudden spark of defiance. No. Nothing in this world came for free. With a fierce surge of resolve, he pushed himself to his feet, his eyes burning with newfound purpose. If this was the game, he'd play it. He'd earn the governor's favor and make this place his own. Suddenly, a voice shattered the quiet, as a young woman with light brown hair shouted, "Johann! Check it out, the Imperial Reinforcement Force is here." He watches as a small group of villagers points towards the horizon, one of them asking if these are the men they've been waiting for. A look of surprise crosses his face as he wonders aloud, "The Laco gathered them for me." Indeed, the approaching host is none other than Marcel's second bandit subjugation force. A vast contingent of soldiers and knights marches steadily along the road, their numbers far exceeding what he might have anticipated. Among them are distinguished figures, including members of the St. Jenna Monastery, a renowned group. He expresses his amazement at the sheer number of people gathered in one place, while the villager beside him asks if they are famous. The villager confirms, they're well known around here. She points out a blonde knight, mentioning that he's a hero who saved a duke, famous for his valor. The St. Jenna Monastery, it is revealed, is a group of holy knights dedicated to slaying demons. A knight from Count Barton's forces surveys the scene, a silent thought echoing their legendary prowess, these are warriors who can hunt trolls. Meanwhile, a commander of the Red Iron Knights, an overseer of these legendary destroyers, can't help but feel a surge of pride, and a shiver of fear, at the sheer power of his own forces. As the forces converge, more of Count Barton's elite knights flood the area, their armor a blinding spectacle. These soldiers, straight from Irangs, are legendary for their unwavering bravery and unmatched combat skills. Elsewhere, Johann and his blonde companion are deep in conversation about elves, pointing out that they're usually seen as rude and cruel. After a quick sorry from his companion, Johann coolly brushes it off, telling her not to worry about it. They settle onto a low wall, and he gives a simple "alright," ready to take a closer look at whatever's coming. A majestic lion banner snaps in the wind against the brilliant sky, sparking a hopeful thought, I hope I'll be fighting alongside them. Suddenly, a shockwave of surprise hits Lady Ian, her name echoing as she cries out. Behold! The legendary Captain Kümmel, absolute unit of the Red Iron Mercenaries, steps onto the scene, radiating raw power. Back with Johann Eitz and his blonde companion, he's already sizing up the new player, calling him quite the character and declaring, I'll be in your care. Lady Ian steps up to Johann, telling him to chill out and speak comfortably. Johann, ever the professional, apologizes, stating he can't just chat casually with a captain of that caliber, especially when he needs to maintain his own image for his troops. But Kümmel, with his crew backing him up, isn't having it. He calls Johann thoughtless, bluntly stating that even a mercenary captain deserves respect. Johann, unfazed, just gives a simple, thank you. Back with his squad, Johann shifts gears, now focused on strategy, wondering how the holy forces will make their move. The big question, how are the knights moving? The answer, they're rolling out with Captain Kümmel's crew. The elf commander, with a fellow knight, seals the deal, confirming, so shall we. Two new players enter the scene. Valine from St. Dina Monastery and Mant from St. Galatia Monastery are on high alert, taking in the chaos. But wait, Captain Kümmel, the mercenary legend, isn't just watching. He's stepping up, offering his entire force to the Holy Knights expedition. Mant, ever the stickler for rules, can't help but comment on Kümmel's decent vibe, but he's got a major hang-up with anyone who doesn't get command authority. But Valine? He's all about that reasonable vibe, seeing the wisdom in Kümmel's offer. Meanwhile, Johann Eitz is getting grilled by his cat-eared companion, who's totally freaking out about the massive troop deployment. The ground trembles with the sound of countless marching feet. Knight Gustav of Linter is totally unfazed, boldly stating that their crew alone is more than enough to handle whatever comes next. But Laurent, another knight of Amrix, with Leon by his side, drops some wisdom on Gustav. Count Barton always has a master plan. Mant, deep in thought, can only manage a contemplative HM. A sharp voice pierces the silence, demanding to know if the rider is Johann Eitz from the legendary House of Eitz. Without a moment's pause, he boldly confirms, yes, I'm Johann of House Eitz. The name Eitz hangs heavy, met with a skeptical, echoing question. Knight Gustav, unimpressed, scoffs, declaring he's never even heard of this House of Eitz. Laurent, another knight, jabs a finger, issuing a chilling threat, mess up on the battlefield, and I'll punch you in the heart. Johann's eyes flash with a subtle glow as he takes in the warning, his face set in grim determination as he vows to remember every word. But Captain Kümmel, the dwarf, cuts in with a venomous sneer, blasting Johann as a shitty dwarf captain and flat out refusing to take any orders from him. He doubles down, warning Johann not to even think about asking for their help, and dismisses him with a condescending, yes, yes. Shaking off the petty squabble, Gustav barks orders to his branch manager, demanding a grand reinforcement field be prepared, all in his name. With Gustav locking down the final details, he fired off a quick confirmation, promising immediate readiness. The order dropped, and the energy surged. It was go time. And just like that, the knights, Valine and Laurent among them, were on the move, thundering out of camp. Johann Eitz kept pace on foot, eyes locked forward, ready for anything. He couldn't help but think, knights. Nothing scarier, and then, a quick, does the manager even get it? The thought lingered as he pressed on. Even with everything going on, he felt like the universe was conspiring against him, piling on even more work. Checking in on the night's progress, he let out a frustrated sigh, barely anything was done. Out of nowhere, the manager popped up, asking what was up, a totally normal occurrence. Calling him Sir Johann, she dropped the news, someone wanted to see him tonight. He stares out, a deep intensity in his eyes, the pressure of his duties clearly weighing on him. Then, a small, cat-eared figure nervously steps up, asking, "Is it Valberg again?" Fidgeting with clear anxiety, the manager stammers, it's. But elsewhere, the night before the second bandit expedition force rolls out, an open field near the Marcel rally point pulses with arcane energy, a stark reminder, never forget your training. Around roaring campfires, the expedition is hyped, one voice shouting, "Tomorrow night, you can eat up and drink." But another quickly cuts in, "If you're too drunk to fight tomorrow, you're getting sent to the mines as a slave." Laughter and cheers erupt across the bustling camp. As Kümmel, the mercenary captain, clinks drinks with Laurent, loudly declaring that only elves get the privilege of refusing booze, meat, and women. He then roars, "Cheers to the scheduled Pieri battle for our enemies." Nearby, Lady Ian and Valine are locked in a heated debate, one declaring, "No way are we relying on simple magic. Our swords and courage will rip our enemies apart." The lady, aghast, fires back, "What kind of barbarians are you? The rules of nobility are a minefield, where even declining a drink can be seen as a grave insult. It's all about trust, or the lack thereof, as a group of boisterous nobles loudly proclaims. When a sharp click cuts through the air. And a door creaks open. Inside, the blue-haired noble coolly directs Johann Eitz to sit. Leaving the knight to wonder if these nobles actually think he's a fool. And if he should just let them test his limits. The noble, clearly recognizing him, then declares that Johann is the one leading the charge against the bandits tomorrow. Before dropping the bombshell question, "Isn't your reason just about the money?" He processes the previous encounter, a mental checklist running through his mind, never forget the training, stay calm, always. But his focus is shattered as a new voice cuts through the air, demanding his attention. It's Baron Einbeck, a figure whose very banner screams loyalty to the Holy Empire. Einbeck wastes no time, cutting straight to the chase. "Who are you among all these mercenaries, here for nothing but coin?" Those words hit hard, and Johann's eyes narrow, a silent challenge in their depths. Einbeck presses on, revealing a crucial detail. Marcel might claim neutrality, but the truth is far more complex. But in reality, Marcel's moves are straight out of the anti-emperor playbook. Then, the direct hit, "Do you get why I can't trust you?" Johann's response is a defiant, "No." The air crackles with unspoken challenge, but Johann holds his ground, unyielding against the Baron's probing gaze. Still reeling from the Baron's accusations, Johann forces himself to stay grounded, understanding that a single misstep could be his undoing. A low laugh rumbles from the Baron, clearly entertained by Johann's composure, as he prepares to drop some serious wisdom. He lays out his philosophy. Merchants, he explains, demand two crucial elements. And Johann, without missing a beat, declares, profit and strength. Einbeck's brow arches, challenging the strength part, before revealing his true meaning, a fighter, a warrior. Johann, sensing a deeper game, presses him on the why, calling back to the Baron's earlier promise of a life lesson. Einbeck closes the distance, dropping a bombshell. He's dug into Johann's past, and he knows about his family. Johann's composure cracks, his eyes flashing, as the weight of Einbeck's surveillance hits him. Watching Johann's subtle shift, Einbeck's inner monologue reveals his true game. Discerning the truth from Johann's words is the ultimate test. He's thinking about the past, how treason against the Lord and the serfs was all for nothing. But now, it's about a new lord. He's brushing off the past, wondering what good a no-name house is to a merchant company anyway. He's telling Johann his family name doesn't matter. They only took him in because they saw his raw power. Johann's eyes narrow, cutting straight to the chase. "What do you want from me?" "Forget the bandit hunt. Einbeck's got a whole new plan. Telling him to use his power for the king. It's a deal no trading company could ever beat." Johann just stands there, silent, letting the offer sink in while Einbeck stares him down. The Baron lays it all out. The ultimate prize is a shot at becoming a royal knight. This isn't just about knighthood, it's about hope and a title for his entire family. Johann wrestled with the offer, knowing that this path with Einbeck and the Emperor promised ultimate glory and peace. But a nagging doubt echoed, but... He flashes back to a brutal past, a man wielding the Emperor's trust, who decimated his family and his entire people. And the same monster who caused all that pain, dared to make him an identical offer. His gaze hardens, recalling the audacity of the proposal, to become the Emperor's personal weapon. Naturally, he couldn't possibly accept that offer. Einbeck hangs on every word as Johann reveals the offers were alike, but this time, there's a huge twist, demanding his full attention. Then, with a bone-chilling calm, Johann drops the bomb about the Emperor's subordinate. He personally ended him. Einbeck's eye practically pops out, a mix of shock and pure terror, as he gasps out a single, stunned word. What? Einbeck explodes, utterly floored that Johann didn't just refuse, but actually annihilated the Emperor's top guy. Johann's eyes blaze with an unyielding fire, his voice a steel-hard promise: for everyone trapped in this world, no one will stand in his way. A golden, ancient structure flashes into view, a symbol of the Emperor's past offer, as Johann's words hit with absolute, unshakable resolve. Einbeck's face contorts in a primal scream, the truth of Johann's past hitting him like a freight train. He can barely comprehend the impossible truth: the survivor of the wiped-out House 8 stands right before him. Then, a chilling voice from the darkness confirms it: it's him, the one and only. A blinding blue energy erupts from his clenched fist. While Einbeck stumbles back in pure shock, the truth hitting him harder than any blow. The blue power surges around Johann's hand, his voice cutting through the air, declaring that without Einbeck, his resolve would be absolute. A raw, untamed surge of power explodes. And with a ground-shattering impact, Johann's sheer presence cracks the earth itself, a brutal display of his power and iron will. A haunting voice from the past screams a crucial lesson: never forget your training, and always, always stay calm. But now, with a burning fire in his eyes, Johann makes a chilling vow: he'll wipe out those bandits himself. This isn't about loyalty or duty, it's not for the Emperor, and definitely not for Marcel. He channels the brutal wisdom of his past: no weapons. Use your fists. No fists. Use your head. No head. Then unleash your soul. Fueled by that raw conviction, a devastating impact explodes. But just as quickly, his attention snaps to something new, a furious surge of rage escaping his lips: that bastard. He seethes, questioning the sheer nerve of anyone who thinks they can meddle, believing they can save him while actively obstructing his path. Then, a sudden, sharp gasp rips through him, a sound of pure shock and pain. Overwhelmed, he crashes to the ground, his heart ablaze with an unbearable inferno, struggling desperately for every breath. He clutches his chest, a blue aura flickering as blood spills from his lips, the horrifying truth hitting him like a truck. His eyes, now blazing with an unnatural blue, scream pure agony. A desperate, blood-choked question rips from his throat: is this poison? The blue light explodes into a furious red, and he collapses, his body racked by an unseen, brutal force. A bone-jarring thud echoes as he crashes to the ground. Lying broken amidst the pulsing red energy, a raw, furious curse tears from him. Even as he struggles, a defiant rage burns in his gaze, utterly refusing to accept this humiliating defeat. But somewhere else, a shadowy figure watches, their face twisted into a crimson, seething rage. Their eyes blaze with malevolent red power, a terrifying snarl ripping across their face as they witness the chaos. Engulfed by an explosive rage, Johann's features twist into a monstrous visage, his eyes blazing with an unholy crimson light, fangs bared in a terrifying display of raw, untamed power. At an open space near the forest, a bustling mercenary gathering point teemed with activity, its temporary inhabitants moving about their business. Among them, a group of women, their attire light and inviting, approached a young man, one of them asking if he was part of a mercenary group, noting his youth, and offering assistance if he was looking for someone. As a hand reached out in a suggestive gesture, a startled gasp escaped the young man. One of the women, with short blonde hair, looked on in wide-eyed surprise, as the young man abruptly turned to flee. He sprinted away into the encroaching darkness, leaving the women behind. The red-haired woman, looking disappointed, lamented that he had run away, wishing she could have dressed him up cutely. As he disappeared from view, a voice called out, "Johann." A young boy creeps through a desolate, tiled space, his voice trembling with the chilling realization that this place is absolutely terrifying. Overwhelmed by pure dread, he screams, regretting every step and desperately wanting to escape this nightmare. Just as he spins to bolt, a massive, terrifying presence makes him freeze, a gasp of pure confusion escaping his lips. His eyes, now blazing an unnatural green with terrifying crimson pupils, snap wide open in a silent, gut-wrenching scream of pure terror. He stumbles upon a familiar figure, lying absolutely motionless on the ground, and screams, instantly recognizing the injured man as Johann. His gaze snaps to the blood-soaked hand, and he can barely process the sheer, horrifying severity of Johann's wounds. With a trembling hand, he reaches out, touching Johann's bloodied face, desperately demanding to know what in the world happened. Gazing up into the oppressive darkness, the boy lets out a desperate, piercing scream, begging for anyone to hear his plea. His voice cracks with raw, desperate urgency, pleading for immediate help as Johann looks like he's literally about to die. With his eyes blazing an eerie green and red, the young boy screams, desperately pleading with the critically wounded Johann to just hold on. His voice rips through the silence, a desperate cry of, "Johann." But then, a new hope emerges as a hand reaches out, a lifeline for the fallen warrior. Later, Johann is seen recovering, bandaged and weak, as a compassionate woman tends to him, her face etched with concern as she offers him a drink. She insists he drink, calling out to him, "Godin." He takes a sip, and she firmly states, "Drink this. It'll help you recover. You have to drink it all." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Johann thanks her deeply, confessing that she was his savior, the one who found him in the corridor and brought him back from the brink. He let out a small laugh, downplaying his own heroics, but confessed he'd been in a full-blown panic, completely unaware that her presence had become his ultimate blessing. Then, a sincere shout-out to Subtlega, because he was absolutely certain that without that water blessing, he would have been a goner. With his arms still wrapped up, he declared, that was the absolute, undeniable truth. Then, Baron Einbeck, an older man with a serious gaze, shot him a look, bluntly stating that he'd pulled off something incredibly stupid. Johann, looking a bit sheepish, then asked, if Baron Einbeck, the guy from the pro-emperor faction, had actually gone out searching for him. Einbeck let out a heavy sigh, labeling the person a complete fool, always had been, and definitely not changing anytime soon. He then weighed the consequences, musing if this meant trouble, and if he'd even be able to keep the guy confined to his estate. Johann's eyes shot open in pure alarm, just as a massive, echoing "Kwang" shook the very foundations of the room. Still reeling from the sudden impact, Johann's face contorts in a furious shout, his voice echoing the name of Baron Einbeck. Veins bulging in his neck, he unleashes a primal roar, daring an unseen foe to show their face. Elsewhere, in a stark, shadowed chamber, two armored figures stand over a fallen opponent, one accusing the other of poisoning their liquor. Back in the present, Johann charges forward, his resolve hardening as he vows to show no mercy. A memory flashes through his mind, a past conversation with Baron Einbeck, who had warned him that the individual he'd mentioned earlier was indeed an abnormal man, prompting Johann to wonder if this was truly how it all ended. His eyes widen in shock, a silent question hanging in the air as the implications of the situation settle upon him. Suddenly, his attention shifts to a sealed letter, its wax emblem hinting at its importance. As he holds it, a realization dawns on him, he has found something far more crucial than he anticipated. Without hesitation, he tears the letter, its contents now irrevocably destroyed. He's haunted by a chilling prophecy, a voice screaming in his head, "Doomsday is coming." Remember what he said? Everything's connected. The end of the world is here. The scene flashes back to a tense moment, Baron Einbeck demanding answers, grilling him, "So, what's the big deal?" Then, another voice cuts in, dropping a bombshell, "Is this like the Baron's map? Does it prove the Emperor's behind the bandits?" His face tightens, and he shuts it down with a sharp "No." The flashback shatters, replaced by the intense rush of wind under a massive full moon. He blazes past a massive castle gate. His cloaked form a lightning-fast blur through the desolate night. His urgent stride propels him relentlessly forward, a non-stop, high-stakes chase. His rapid footsteps hammer the ground, a desperate, thundering sprint. A sinister figure, an eye-patch-wearing man, chillingly announces, "By now, Johann Eitz is probably dead." And just as he speaks, a cloaked figure absolutely plummets from the heavens, slamming into the ground with a cataclysmic impact. A monstrous, shadowy form looms ominously in the distance, as the eye-patch-wearing man smugly declares, "Everything is proceeding exactly as the Emperor has intended." Meanwhile, at a heavily fortified gate, a booming command echoes, "Open the way." Baron Einbeck confidently strides towards the entrance, as a guard nervously asks, "Is Einbeck here?" The guards immediately snap to attention, saluting with a deferential, "Welcome, Sir Einbeck." Back in his shadowy lair, the eye-patch-wearing mastermind simply grunts, A heavy boot lands on dark, possibly blood-soaked ground. Revealing the full, terrifying scope of the colossal, shadowy entity, its single, burning red eye glowing with pure malice amidst a landscape of impaled victims. A deep, ominous hum pulses from a massive, dark structure, its metallic shell glowing with sinister red energy, hinting at an unimaginable power lurking within. Then, Baron Einbeck's voice explodes from the darkness, igniting his forces with a fiery declaration, shouting their collective strength and unwavering resolve. He reminds them of who they are, the elite mercenaries of the strongest empire, bought and paid for by the Holy Empire's gold. His words electrify the cloaked figures before him, the strongest mercenaries and warriors, primed and ready to unleash hell. Their loyalty is absolute, sworn to the Holy Empire, whose emblem blazes defiantly against the encroaching darkness. Einbeck promises them dazzling glory, for they have been the hidden strength, the true power, meticulously cultivated from within for far too long. His voice hits a fever pitch, shouting that their enemies' strategies are now completely within his grasp. With a venomous sneer, he seals their fate, insisting they've plunged into chaos and will be annihilated without ever knowing who truly brought them down. His final roar rips through the darkness, a triumphant declaration of impending victory, as the mercenaries erupt into a deafening, bloodthirsty cheer. The mercenaries absolutely erupt, their cheers for the Baron shaking the very ground. With a wicked grin, Einbeck just eats up their energy, a chilling smirk spreading across his face. He clenches his ornate staff, the cold steel a stark counterpoint to his fiery rhetoric. Then, leaning in, his voice drops to a chilling whisper, he adds, and get this. His Majesty himself sent an imperial court mage, he booms, and the crowd below absolutely loses it, gasping and buzzing with disbelief. No way. Kegel of the Crimson Flame, someone shouts, as Einbeck's bombshell drops like a meteor. Suddenly, a bone-chilling aura sweeps through the air, making everyone shiver with dread and anticipation. Then, from the inky blackness, a terrifying silhouette steps out, her eyes burning with an unholy purple glow. It's so absurd I could just laugh, she purrs, her voice slicing through the silence as her boot taps a chilling rhythm. The Imperial Court Mage, with her fiery red hair and glowing purple eyes, makes her grand declaration, pledging her power directly to the Emperor. Then, with a sinister grin that promises trouble, she drops her name, Janina. That's right, folks, she's the one and only Imperial Court Mage Janina, and she's about to turn the tide. Her sheer aura sends shivers down the spines of the mercenaries, one of them stammering, a court-ready man. But wait, another mercenary, clutching a strange glowing needle, is totally baffled, confessing they've never even heard of a mage called Janina. The mysterious glowing object in her grasp pulses with an ominous energy. But Janina isn't just any mage, she's on a whole other level, declaring she's no mere elemental wizard. No, she's something far more terrifying, holding up a grotesque, organic artifact, and chillingly announcing, I handle living weapons. The mercenary's face goes pale with pure horror, barely able to gasp out, weapons. With an electrifying surge, Janina unleashes the glowing purple vial, vibrant green and blue magic erupting around her hand as she declares her will. Her eyes ignite with an infernal red glow, the raw power surging as she channels her absolute will. A chilling, predatory grin bears her sharp fangs, the vial now throbbing with an even more intense, sinister light as she seals the deal. The very earth beneath them explodes with a thunderous crack, sending colossal chunks of debris hurtling into the air. From the gaping, fractured maw of the earth, terrifying, shadowy monstrosities claw their way into existence. The mercenaries, even the hardened eye-patch man, are frozen in absolute, wide-eyed terror at the horrifying spectacle. A desperate, choked whisper rips from one of their throats, a primal cry to any god who might be listening. Then, a colossal, shadowy beast with piercing blue eyes fully manifests, its very presence radiating an overwhelming, suffocating aura. And there, perched triumphantly atop the monstrous living weapon, stands Janina, a chilling, undeniable declaration of her terrifying, absolute power. Janina, the Imperial Court Mage, flashes a terrifying grin, addressing her newly summoned, monstrous creation as her adorable troll. The monstrous manifestation, all sharp teeth and dark, flowing hair, roars back its unwavering loyalty, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with its master. Her eyes burning with fierce determination, Janina makes the ultimate declaration, tomorrow is the day for their decisive strike. The living weapon echoes her resolve, vowing to absolutely obliterate Marcel's second subjugation force. As she clenches her fist, a raw surge of crimson energy explodes from her, solidifying her terrifying intent. Their victory, she implies, will be a gruesome offering to Marcel. The eye-patch man, witnessing this chilling display, can only stare in wide-eyed terror, the full, crushing weight of their impending doom settling upon him. The declaration culminates in a fervent, echoing cry for the Emperor. As a crowd of hooded figures raise their fists in unison, their voices erupt in a unified, deafening chant, proclaiming, Long live the Emperor. With the Imperial Court Mage's monstrous living weapon looming, the crowd erupted, their voices a thunderous declaration of loyalty. Their fervent cries ripped through the darkness, a unified, deafening chant for the Emperor. The colossal living weapon pulsed with their collective fervor, as the masses swore their very lives to the Holy Empire. Then, in an instant, the scene ripped away, leaving the fanatical rally in its wake. A wave of raw anxiety washed over Johann's face, his piercing blue eyes reflecting a storm of worry. Meanwhile, a young woman with light brown hair chimed in, her face a mirror of his distress. Johann gripped a crucial document, its words a chilling reminder of his duties and the preciousness of his own existence. The wax-sealed paper held a forgotten truth, a critical oversight he deemed utterly unforgivable. While Johann wrestled with his inner turmoil, the wise elder, Goran, observed him with a knowing, silent gaze. An ancient elder, his white beard a cascade, challenges their core mission. Why save that night, at the Eifel River, he demands, his voice echoing with power. A light-haired man, eyes blazing with alarm, fires back, demanding to know what the elder's true intentions are. Johann's face, a mask of intense resolve, his sky-blue eyes burning with a fierce light, absorbs every word of the escalating confrontation. The light-haired man, his fist clenching, pushes for answers, demanding to know if the elder intends to manipulate the night for his own agenda. With a fierce, unyielding gaze, Goran is locked in, ready for action as the second Marcel bandit subjugation force gears up for departure. Heavy armor clanks, a powerful rumble through the ranks, signaling a formidable presence among the assembled troops. It's departure day, right in front of the Marcel gate, and a massive army of soldiers is lined up, ready to roll out. The second Marcel bandit subjugation force is making its final moves to set out, their disciplined ranks a clear sign of the epic challenge ahead. Just as the force is about to roll, a mysterious hooded figure stands before a massive crowd, who are literally showering them with blessings, shouting, "Blessed be the one who we stand. He is our hope and our shield." Then, with a powerful thud of hooves, Johann charges out on horseback, leaving the gate in his dust. His gaze is absolutely locked in, as someone shouts, "Lord Johann," a final, powerful send-off before his epic journey truly kicks off. He shares a quick, intense moment with the young villager, who confidently declares, "Don't worry. I'll take care of it." Nearby, a wise elder offers a grim reminder. "This isn't my first or second subjugation operation." Then, with a determined nod, the young villager declares, "I'll be off then." Johann pivots his steed, leaving the village behind in a cloud of dust. The ground trembles with each powerful stride as he gallops, propelling him forward with unstoppable momentum. Before long, he meets Captain Goran, who acknowledges his arrival with a firm, "You've arrived, Sir Johann." Johann, equally resolute, confirms, "Yes, I'm ready too." Goran's gauntlet hand tightens into a powerful fist. His face set with grim determination as he unleashes a thunderous command to the waiting army. "All troops." The subjugation force is gearing up, and Captain Goran is already in beast mode, roaring orders through a chaotic training skirmish. He's a whirlwind of steel and fury, plunging into the fight with his soldiers, screaming a war cry. Weapons clang, men yell, the training is absolutely brutal. Then, the whole subjugation force is on the move, a massive, disciplined army sweeping across a barren wasteland, with Goran leading the charge. Meanwhile, Johann Ates is secretly watching the whole thing, a heavy thought hitting him, "Yeah, this isn't my scene, Johann." Back with the squad, Goran's eyes are laser-focused, his face hard as he dares someone, "Say it again." A deep, booming sound rips through the air. Then, with absolute conviction, Goran unleashes his ultimate, earth-shattering command, "All troops. Advance." Inside the lavish city magistrate's office, a sleek cat-eared attendant faces the white-haired official. Delivering the news with a relieved grin, the plague researcher is gone. Meet Marcel City's magistrate, a figure of immense power and sharp wit. His name? Vilaco, the undisputed ruler of Marcel City. Moments later, the attendant hands him an urgent letter for Johann, stressing its absolute importance. She then drops another bombshell, Sir Ates' sword was found, drawing a cryptic "ha" from the magistrate. Strolling through the desolate lands, he ponders the rarity of true understanding. Watching the world from a high perch, a cloaked figure pondering a matter of bronze, and the unsettling thought of someone who knows his secrets. The young aide confronts the city magistrate, pointing out the bizarre circumstances of the letter's arrival. The magistrate, ever stoic, simply replies, "I see." An elder advisor chimes in, dropping a bombshell, "That crest. It's from Baron Einbeck's powerful trading company." The aide stares at the ominous sealed letter, realizing this single document could flip their entire world upside down. She reveals Baron Einbeck's blatant attempt at manipulation, but declares the magistrate's company won't be swayed, they play by their own rules. The aide's conviction hardens as she declares, "No way. I still can't trust that young knight." Gazing out at the sprawling city, she adds, "And honestly, I'm worried sick." The magistrate, with a grave tone, reveals the company's core belief, their entire foundation rests on faith in an unknown knight. The aide delivers the final, chilling truth, "We only trust those who truly earn it." He hears her out, but then drops a heavy reminder. The aide presses on, fearing that this knight's reckless moves could absolutely wreck the city's stability. She makes it clear, the Katana Trading Company isn't backing down from its responsibilities. A low grunt from City Magistrate Vilaco shows he's taking it all in. He's thinking this guy could be tied to the pro-emperor faction. The magistrate stands by a massive window, gazing out at the city, his aide still right there, ready for orders. Elsewhere, a massive camp proudly declares itself the pro-emperor faction's base. Inside the camp, an advisor hits Baron Einbeck with a direct question, "Is the pro-emperor faction real?" And the Baron's answer is a chilling, "It is." The Baron's advisor drops a bombshell, fresh off the messenger's arrival. The second subjugation force is already deployed, ready to spring their trap and crush the enemy. A smug grin spreads as he boasts Marcel's province is already his majesty's. But elsewhere, the sinister imperial court mage Janina, leader of the pro-emperor faction, unveils her shocking plan, she's seizing Marcel's city and getting her brother back. Back at the Baron's, Einbeck is losing it, clutching his head in distress. Can his advisor seriously only think about his brother? Spotting his lord's sudden change, the advisor probes, Baron Einbeck. What's with the deathly pale look? The trio sits in tense silence around the flickering candlelight, the air thick with unspoken worries. But Einbeck, despite his obvious turmoil, forces a weak smile, trying to brush it off, nothing to worry about. Yet, his hand clenches into a tight fist under the table, a silent scream of his true anxiety. Imperial Court Mage Janina, looking absolutely fierce, demands to know if there's any news on Karamov. The advisor, with a smug grin, spills the tea. Karamov is walking right into their trap, and he's already seriously hurt. Janina, now masked, takes a beat, while the advisor just looks confused, as if the weight of the situation is finally hitting them. Janina lets out a chilling laugh, calling the idea of Sir Karamov getting seriously hurt a total joke. With a sinister purple glow surrounding her, she reveals the truth. Karamov is falling into the Empire's trap, not theirs, marching straight to his doom. Her mask off, a chilling smile spreads across her face, as she scoffs at any talk of a legendary battle, declaring Karamov a pathetic fool who can't even defend his own territory. The advisor's face twists in pure shock, utterly unable to believe that someone like Karamov could actually fall. A hollow laugh escapes him, as he finally accepts the brutal truth. The advisor and Johann Eitz, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy, exchange a look of utter despair, as the horrifying truth hits them. It was all a lie. He remembers a low-born noble who actually tried to play him, and he's got zero regrets about ending that. Even if that guy had somehow survived, he would have been totally useless anyway. But then, something snaps him out of it, a sudden realization hitting him. Meanwhile, the eye-patch man is checking out the devastation from afar, impressed by how Gustav's crew just annihilated Heek. He's there on horseback with Goran and Baron Einbeck, all of them just staring at the chaos. And right there, in the middle of Heek's smoking ruins, a cloaked figure just stands there, totally chill amidst the chaos. The ground is just covered in fallen soldiers, a grim trophy of how utterly brutal that sweep was. Still watching, Goran wonders if Einbeck is even processing what's happening, pointing out how slow the Baron is to catch on, like he's just now putting pieces together. A gruff voice booms, "H-E-Y-E-L-F." The stocky dwarf immediately snaps back, "I am a dwarf." Demanding some serious respect. "So how about you show some respect?" He continues, threatening to absolutely crush those pointy ears. "I crush those pointy ears of yours." The dwarf's face contorts in pure rage. "What did you say?" As Johann Eitz stares back, completely unfazed by the dwarf's outburst. He thinks to himself, elves truly just don't get it. Another armored figure, Captain Kummel, quickly interjects, calling for an immediate end to the argument. The dwarf, clearly chastened, quickly offers his apologies. "Ahem, my apologies." Meanwhile, an armored soldier questions Johann Eitz, asking if he was involved in a fight right here. Kummel simply huffs in response. Suddenly, the valiant Sir Elvin and his knights burst onto the scene, their arrival a thunderous declaration to clear the area. Without hesitation, they give chase, relentlessly hunting down every last bandit. A fierce command rings out to eliminate them all, as the knights move in for the kill and claim all spoils. Sir Elvin leaves no room for doubt, staking his claim, every single gold coin and all prisoners are his and his knights alone. He boldly asserts that latecomers have absolutely no right to demand a single share. Elsewhere, a dwarf is still going at it with Johann, vehemently insisting he's a beast, not even human, and absolutely refusing to be called pointy ears. Johann, utterly exasperated, can only wonder if this dwarf will ever stop calling him pointy ears. But beneath the surface of the petty squabble, a chilling unease washes over him, a gut feeling that something is profoundly wrong. The thoughts kept coming, dissecting the Black Hand mercenaries. And the chilling realization that they weren't the only players. He scanned the battlefield, a stark detail catching his attention: the elves, somehow, had 0 casualties. Then, a jolt of insight hit him, his eyes flaring with an electric blue glow. That nagging feeling, that gut instinct, it all clicked into place, revealing the perfect illusion. Elsewhere, Sir Elvin brushed off the dwarf's moralizing, completely unfazed by the situation. But Johann's focus intensified, his eyes blazing with certainty, as he locked onto the truth. His fist clenched, the realization hitting him hard: they didn't retreat, they were baiting them, drawing them into a deadly trap. The sprawling, desolate landscape ahead lay before them, a silent, deadly invitation. It's a trap. Deep in the forest, Goran is fuming about the elves, demanding to know why they always get away clean. Godin tries to chill him out, but then a piercing shout rips through the air: "Captain Kummel! Hold up!" That shout instantly puts Sir Elvin and the dwarf on high alert, and Elvin demands to know what the heck is going on. But Johann Eitz already knows. His face twists with a chilling understanding, the pieces of the enemy's twisted game clicking into place. He wastes no time, telling Elvin and the dwarf they need a defensive formation now, because that retreat was a total setup. Johan's voice drops, deadly serious. If those elves are hiding in ambush, they're in deep, deep trouble. His mind races, mapping out the treacherous terrain, realizing how easily they could be trapped. They have to know what the enemy is planning before they take another step. But the dwarf isn't fazed. He's still hyped, telling Johan that even the legendary Crimson Flame mercs are no match for them. But then, the chilling banner of the Black Hand appears, those glowing red eyes staring out from the darkness, a silent promise of a far deadlier, more organized threat that could crush even the toughest fighters. He takes a moment, a silent mantra of "stay calm" and "don't forget your training" running through his head, knowing they need to act fast before the enemy's mage could uncover their position. His face hardening, Johan makes the call. They need to confirm the enemy's position now. But the dwarf isn't having it, snorting in disbelief and calling it total BS. Sir Elvin steps in, warning Johan that if they go all in and it's a false alarm, they'll look like fools. But Johan fires back, arguing that if they mess this up, they'll be shamed, branded as cowards by some petty bandit crew, and their reputation will be ruined. He's ready to take on the entire threat himself, whatever it takes. The dwarf just tsks in annoyance, but from the shadows, a mysterious purple-haired elf in fancy armor is totally amused by the whole thing. Giving in, the dwarf finally agrees to go with Johan's plan, with Sir Elvin also ready to roll out. Johan, now mounted, breathes a sigh of relief, satisfied he got them all on board with his plan. Johan Eights, eyes glowing with resolve, vows to change their fate, refusing to repeat past mistakes. Suddenly, a commanding voice rips through the air, snapping every soldier into a defensive formation. The dwarf commander roars, demanding the archers get ready to unleash hell. A terrifying, rhythmic thudding closes in, the enemy's advance shaking the very ground. Boom! The first wave slams into the shield wall, a massive impact reverberating through the ranks. Another colossal blow strikes, testing the limits of their defenses. Shooters, the dwarf bellows, his voice a thunderclap, igniting their resolve. Sir Elvin quickly outlines the devastating counterattack, a flanking maneuver designed to obliterate the enemy. Fire! The command explodes, and a deadly rain of arrows streaks towards the foe. He braced, his shield screaming under the force of an unseen, shattering blow. Then, from the shadows, a monstrous entity exploded forward, wreathed in eerie blue-green energy. Its armored head snarled, revealing razor-sharp teeth and eyes burning with malevolent red light. The creature pressed its attack, claws extended, its shadowy mass surging forward with terrifying speed. The dwarf could only stare, a chilling realization dawning as he gasped, "You guys are an unexpected opponent." The monstrous assault continued, now radiating a terrifying crimson aura, its presence rumbling with raw, untamed power. His expression hardened, the dwarf's voice filled with grim, chilling understanding, "That's not a bandit gang." Johan Eights, the protagonist, sits in quiet contemplation, a sealed letter held loosely in his hand, as if reviewing critical information. Meanwhile, in another location, Goran turns to the Eyepatch Man, asking if he has heard of the infamous Bullhead mercenaries. To which the Eyepatch Man confirms he has, as Goran explains that even amongst other mercenaries, the Bullheads are well known. Before mentioning another group, the Wolves of Jordan, and the Eyepatch Man adds that the Bullheads are said to even outmatch them. Back in his study, Johan, having seemingly received the intel, instructs someone to tell him what they know about them, starting with the basics. A moment later, a critical question forms in his mind, wondering about the meaning of something and why a particular individual is present. The Eyepatch Man continues his explanation, stating that from what he knows, there's no record of the Bullheads having damaged goods. He elaborates that they charge extra for their services but never break their contracts, suggesting this reliability might be the reason for their name, as a bull's head logo appears. Johan, ever the strategist, dissects the enemy's game plan, declaring their tactical plays won't catch them off guard, no matter how clever they think they are. Goran, however, can't help but ask the burning question, can we actually win tomorrow? Johan's response is swift and unwavering, absolutely. But a chilling realization dawns on him, the enemy isn't just any foe, they're a force to be reckoned with. He drops the bombshell, we're going up against the Empire's elite mercenaries. Goran's face pales, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the Eyepatch Man, grim and resolute, issues a chilling command, retreat. No matter what. A visceral clash rips through the air, a phantom echo of battles fought and battles yet to come. Johan confronts Godin, demanding to know the full extent of the danger, and the young man, trembling, admits they're utterly outmatched, confessing his raw, primal fear of death. Then, Godin drops a bombshell that chills them to the bone, the elite mercenaries can command a Minotaur. The terrifying truth hangs heavy in the air, as a mysterious figure with piercing blue eyes watches from the unseen. He reflects on the legends, remembering how he'd heard of him since he was little. The name itself strikes fear into the hearts of many, the Hero Slayer. A Minotaur, they say, a monster of overwhelming strength and intelligence that surpasses humans. Its hulking, horned form is a terrifying sight. A creature they claimed had died long ago, one of their rarest specimens. A scoff escapes him at the thought. Goran, however, remains resolute, his fist clenched in determination. He vows that tomorrow they will risk their lives to help Sir Johann retreat. The mercenary adds, with a slight grin, that the payment will be half of what they survive. Johann, looking up with a calm expression, admits he was planning to ask for their help anyway. The eye-patch man, still hyped about the Minotaur, rages about missing the action, as Goran lets out a shocked grunt. But Johann cuts him off, dropping a bombshell. He needs a favor, calling out Goran in can. He appreciates the sentiment, but makes it clear he's asking for something totally different. Goran, flanked by Sir Elvin and Captain Kummel, is left scratching his head, wondering what else Johann could possibly want. Meanwhile, the eye-patch man, ever the strategist, can't believe how indecisive those Marcel forces are being. Then, he spots their formation changing, yelling at his crew not to let them get the upper hand. Suddenly, a bizarre light rips through the sky, snapping everyone's attention upwards. A blinding, destructive energy slams down from above, hitting with an earth-shattering roar. A volley of arrows shreds through the armored warrior, blood exploding on impact. Then, a desperate shout rips through the air, enemy attack. Another roars, rallying the troops, bullhead mercenaries. Everyone, prepare to charge. But a masked warrior, a blur of motion, already winds up a colossal axe, its blade practically vibrating with destructive energy. He slams it down with bone-shattering impact. While a hulking bullhead mercenary, helmeted and grim, observes the carnage. The impact sends a concussive wave ripping through the battlefield. The warrior's assault is relentless, each swing a testament to brutal, unyielding power. And the bullhead mercenary's eyes ignite with a chilling, ominous glow, poised to unleash hell. With a furious roar, the mercenary leader unleashes his command, forward, advance. Without hesitation, the bull-headed mercenaries explode forward, an unstoppable tide of steel. A second, piercing command rips through the chaos, demanding immediate action, ready. Fire. But before they can even react, explosions tear through their formation, sending bodies flying. Thick smoke chokes the air, swallowing the battlefield in the wake of the devastating counterstrike. Against all odds, they regroup, their charge reigniting with a terrifying, unyielding resolve. Armored boots crush the ground, each thunderous step a declaration of their unstoppable will. The very earth shakes beneath their charge, as they barrel towards their hidden enemy. Blasting through a snow-covered forest, the bull-headed mercenaries are a force of nature, axes gleaming, ready to tear through anything in their path. The bull-headed mercenaries charged headfirst, but an unseen, monstrous force struck back, its dark, clawed hands slamming into the front lines with a devastating impact. The sheer force ripped through their formation, sending the bull-headed warriors reeling, their roars echoing in the chaos. Crimson energy exploded at the point of impact, the unseen enemy relentlessly pressing its attack. But even with that brutal counter, the mercenary horde was relentless, their sheer numbers and iron will pushing them onward. A human mercenary, witnessing the carnage, could only stare, trying to comprehend the enemy they faced. Even a bull-headed warrior, surveying the unfolding battle, had to acknowledge the fearsome reputation of their own bullhead mercenaries. Elsewhere, Johann Eitz gripped his whip, his eyes burning with fierce determination, vowing to fight with everything they had, a silent promise to himself to grow stronger. Amidst the thundering charge, a commanding voice cut through the din, shouting for Captain Kummel to brace for the coming impact. Captain Kummel, with the eye-patch man at his side, thundered through the snowy forest, their grim faces set as they plunged deeper into the heart of the enemy. The enemy is closing in, ready to strike. But Johann Eitz isn't backing down, proclaiming, "They're coming straight for us. I'll take them on alone. A direct confrontation is too risky." But Kummel, shocked by his resolve, shouts back, "Sir Johnny. Going in alone is pure madness." But the enemy isn't waiting. A monstrous bull-headed mercenary barrels ahead, leading the charge. Across the battlefield, the eye-patch man roars to his troops, "Listen up." As he charges forward, spearheading the Red Iron Mercenaries, warriors of the Red Iron Mercenaries. Unfazed by the incoming threat, he declares, "These bull-headed mercenaries are trying to test our strength. They're about to get a harsh lesson." But a new threat emerges. A powerful knight, mounted and armored, spearheads a thunderous cavalry charge. Their arrival heralded by a booming declaration, just how useless their weapons and armor are. A cavalry is approaching. This armored powerhouse, unmistakably a knight, continues their relentless advance. The knight thundered on, but a voice cut through the chaos, a chilling reminder, "Never forget what you were taught." He took aim, a silent command to himself, "Stay calm," as the arrow flew. The ground shattered under the knight's relentless charge, a mercenary shouting, "One man. He's still a knight." The knight roared back, "If he's that desperate to die, then we'll grant his wish." But his declaration was cut short, as the arrow found its mark with a brutal splat. The impact was catastrophic, shattering his armor as the arrow buried itself deep. His face blurred with agony, blood exploding from his mouth as the impact tore through him. Then, a deafening boom, and the knight was violently hurled from his saddle, slamming into the earth. The cavalry kept coming, but the mercenaries were stunned, one yelling, "What is this?" Another screamed, "Stop that knight," as their leader lay broken. The eye-patch man's eyes widened in realization, shouting, "He's trying to break our formation." With a fierce glare, he barked orders, demanding, "Stay in formation." Even after the ambush, the cavalry charge was unstoppable, a relentless wave of steel and fury, kicking up a storm of dust. One knight, seeing through the enemy's trick, roared in frustration, realizing they'd been played. But the dwarf on the mercenary side wasn't backing down, letting out a thunderous roar of defiance. The eye-patch man, cool under pressure, shouted, "Focus on the front. No time for distractions." But the cavalry's lead knight wasn't giving up, shouting, "Prepare to break through." The charge was on. From the shadows, Johann Eitz observed, his eyes locked on the impending chaos, waiting for the collision. Kümmel, a beast on the battlefield, roared, "Crack their skills open." It was time to go all out. Helmet down, horns ready, he braced for impact, a human battering ram. And then, with a thunderous krak, the two armies slammed into each other, the battle had truly begun. The cavalry's charge explodes into the mercenary ranks, an armored boot crushing a defender. The line shatters. The formation has been pierced, screams one, they're pushing on, another, as the knights tear through. Die with honor, a knight bellows, his sword ablur as he carves through the opposition. The charge is unstoppable, a wave of steel and fury absolutely decimating the mercenary forces. Another mercenary is taken down, a knight's heavy boot delivering a brutal, final blow. But then, a primal HUH rips through the din of battle. As the dwarf stands his ground, a defiant, unyielding force against the tide. High above the fray, a knight surveys the carnage, the battlefield a maelstrom of violence. And with a devastating strike, he plunges back into the relentless assault. A knight's brutal kick sends a mercenary flying. But just as victory seems assured, a massive, calloused hand grips a battle-axe, delivering a devastating blow. The knight stumbles, suddenly overwhelmed by a desperate mercenary counterattack. As the dwarf, a fierce glint in his eye, takes command of the chaos. Standing triumphant over a downed knight, he roars, "Warriors!" His axes ignite with a furious, burning energy. His eyes blazing with an inferno of resolve, "With your burning weapons. With the blood of our enemies." A confident smirk plays on Johann's lips, as he declares that one side of the battle is already secured. His eyes ignite with a fierce green glow, as he prepares to face whatever comes next. Meanwhile, the dwarf unleashes a furious assault, smashing into a knight in a devastating head-on clash. A system screen pops up, but who cares about that when the real battle is in his head? A voice screams, "Never forget your training." But before he can even process that, a primal roar rips through the air. A massive, white-furred beast is charging in, red eyes blazing with pure fury. And it's not alone. The ground shakes with the thunder of armored knights on horseback, one of them roaring, "A night bastard is coming." But Johann isn't backing down. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination burning as he snarls, "Who the hell is it?" The knight captain, a hulking brute in full plate, roars with pure rage, "What kind of nobody dares to mess with the knight captain of the 100? Johann's gaze locks onto him, a cold recognition dawning, "That's the knight captain who stole our supplies." He scoffs, utterly unimpressed by the captain's bluster, What a joke. This guy's living in a fantasy world. The knight captain stands there, a massive, unmoving wall of steel. But Johann is fired up, demanding his shot, "Let me at him. I'm the lowest ranker, but I'll take that bastard down." A massive, bull-headed mercenary captain, armored to the teeth, bows his head in thanks to an unseen power. This absolute unit is revealed to be the bullhead mercenary captain of the 100 Numeros. Then, a thunderous voice echoes, proclaiming Lord Numeros has given the green light. Fueled by the divine decree, the knight captain, a horned terror, lets out a savage yell, commanding his forces to rip their enemy apart. Suddenly, the earth explodes, a devastating impact kicking off the battle. An armored boot crashes down, sending shrapnel everywhere. But just as the assault is about to land, Johann's blade is a blur, intercepting an armored foe with a shower of sparks. While the clash rings out, the bullhead captain leads the charge, bringing his entire mercenary army into the fight. And from the heavens, an unseen voice whispers, "That time has flown by." Riding through the wilderness, he realizes the rumors were true. Confirming the Minotaur man mentioned earlier was indeed real. With a determined expression, he calls out to the imposing figure, directly asking if he commands the mercenaries. The bullhead captain responds with a guttural snarl. causing Johan's eyes to glow with a sudden, shocked realization as he questions the unexpected turn of the conversation. The beast-like captain then menacingly declares his intent to chop him into pieces, adding a chilling comment about his horse. He then demands Johan dismount, letting out a booming laugh. The mercenaries swarm, one of them practically spitting, "Hey, mister. Where you die? Those boots will fit my feet just right," another mercenary shouts, "I call dibs on the armor." But Johan, still on his horse, just thinks of his mother, the namesake of his steed. A defiant smirk plays on his lips as he fires back, "If I win, I'll make a stew out of your tail." The bullhead captain, whip already in hand, roars, "Come at me." Another mercenary, emboldened, screams, "You gift-set-looking bastard." Johan's smirk falters, a genuine flicker of confusion crossing his face as he mutters, "Gift-seti." Suddenly, the captain's whip explodes through the air with a deafening crack, a lightning-fast blur. He lets out a primal roar, his challenge now a full-blown physical assault. The bullhead captain's heavy boot lashes out, launching a devastating kick at his opponent. But before the attack can even connect, he's met with an even faster counter, a lightning-quick kick sending him absolutely flying through the air. He crashes violently into a thick tree, the impact absolutely rocking the ground. Stunned and gasping for air, the captain desperately struggles to push himself up from the forest floor. But his opponent is already moving, a blinding blur of motion closing the distance in an instant. Johan lands lightly, his body coiled and ready to strike again, like a predator. From the ground, the bullhead captain lets out a guttural roar, a primal scream of pain and fury escaping him. His face contorted in agony, he continues to bellow, utterly unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Standing over the defeated captain, Johan raises his hand, poised to deliver a final, crushing blow. He slams his axe down with devastating power, absolutely pulverizing the earth. His eyes locked on target, ready to unleash hell. But a surge of frustration hits him, his eyes blazing blue, seeing his foe's insane recovery speed. The bullhead captain, already back on his feet, lets out a furious roar, swearing revenge. Johan's hand ignites with a fierce red energy, absolutely determined to end this fight now. He explodes forward, a lightning-fast blur across the battlefield. But a frustrated growl rips from him, his attack seemingly dodged. The captain, stunned by the sudden hesitation, wonders if he should have waited, then roars his defiance. His face twisted in pure fury, the captain screams for his foe to stop dodging and fight back. Unfazed by the previous blows, the bullhead captain lets out a guttural roar, "I'll give you a death befitting of a knight." He lunges, a massive, armored foot slamming down with bone-shattering force, trying to crush his foe. But Johan Ates is a ghost, a lightning-fast blur as he ducks and weaves, dodging the crushing blow by a hair's breadth. As his foe overextends, Johan's eyes narrow, a predatory glint in them as he spots his chance, a critical opening in the captain's guard. He strikes like a viper, his fist a blur of motion rocketing towards the captain's exposed leg. A raw surge of blue energy crackling around his knuckles as he unleashes a devastating counterpunch. The impact is explosive, a crimson shockwave ripping through the air. The bullhead captain lets out a pained roar, his massive armored form violently recoiling from the sheer, unexpected force of the blow. The sheer, raw force of that blow is so intense, it's like a chili pepper just exploded, shattering into a million pieces. The bullhead captain reels, a guttural cry tearing from him as his forces watch, stunned. The sheer impact of the previous strike vibrating through his armored leg. His entire frame twisting violently. His colossal hammer crashes to the earth. A raw, pained grunt rips from his throat. The impact point on his leg still blazing with raw energy. Johan, seeing his chance, unleashes a lightning-fast, brutal kick. Then hoists a massive mace, ready to deliver the finishing blow. But the bullhead captain, battered but unbowed, roars back to life, vowing to finish this fight now. The clash begins. Armored knights surge forward, their leaders roar cutting through the chaos, "Break every one of those bastards' iron horns. No mercy." The knights push hard, crushing the bull-headed creatures, understanding that any hesitation means disaster. It's a total rout. The knights keep pushing, calling their enemies shitheads and demanding pure, unadulterated strength to finish them. The blonde-haired leader, a picture of grim determination, gives the signal, "Brothers. Let us begin. The real fight starts now." A chilling prayer echoes in the silence, "God, forgive us. Before the storm breaks." But wait, the bull-headed creatures are starting to notice something is off, their confusion quickly morphing into dread as they wonder, what are those guys? Then, a flash of blue lightning rips through the air, followed by a primal HUAA. It's a berserker. His eyes blaze with an unholy blue glow, as he unleashes pure, dark power, tearing into the fray. Panic. The bull-headed creatures finally get it, shit. They're holy knights from the St. Galanto Monastery. And they've gone full berserk. A voice of wisdom cuts through the silence, a primal reminder to never forget the lessons learned, as Johann Eitz, cloaked in shadow, knocks an arrow that pulses with raw power, ready to strike from the depths of the forest. But the serenity shatters as the battlefield erupts. Steel screams against steel, a furious exchange of blows, the unseen mentor's voice still cutting through the chaos, stay sharp. An armored foe staggers, caught off guard, a brutal blow sending crimson mist into the air. But the focus shifts back to Johann, his gaze now burning with an unholy fire, a chilling, electric blue glow emanating from his eye as he prepares for the kill. Then, a primal scream rips through the air as he explodes into action, his blade a deadly streak, a furious challenge echoing, "You crazy dressed-up bastard." Soaring through the air, a force of pure vengeance, he unleashes a chilling vow, "I'll crush you." The brutal battle rages on. A devastating sword strike smashes into an opponent's armor, the impact reverberating with bone-shattering force. The blonde knight, a whirlwind of fury, pushes past his limits, his face contorted in a grimace of pure determination amidst the explosive sparks. And then, the protagonist returns. Johann Eitz, a dark phantom of destruction, carves a path of devastation through a horde of armored foes, a true force of nature unleashed. Johann Eitz, on his knees, desperately begs the knight to keep fighting, reminding him of the people who still need his protection. His eyes blazing with electric blue energy, Johann makes a powerful declaration, someone has already bled for him, and he's fighting right alongside the knight. But the focus shifts to the front lines, where the bullhead mercenaries are already in position, bracing for an epic clash. Their captain, a hulking figure, shouts orders, demanding they hold the line and never retreat. With a roar, he declares that Lord Numerous will absolutely crush that knight bastard, and then come back to save them all. His desperate plea for backup hangs heavy in the air. But before they can even blink, the knight strikes with impossible speed. His glowing mace a blur of blue energy as it slams down with crushing power, hitting its mark. The bullhead captain is instantly obliterated, crumpling to the ground from the sheer, overwhelming force. The mace, still crackling with raw power, hangs suspended, a testament to the knight's overwhelming force. Johann Eitz, eyes sharp and unwavering, stares down his vanquished opponent, delivering a cold, hard question, "Got any last words before you die?" The mace pulses with ominous light, while the fallen captain, against all odds, spits out a defiant query, "Hero Slayer?" Johann looms over the fallen bullhead captain, his victory absolute, leaving the remaining mercenaries frozen in terror. Panic ripples through the mercenary ranks, their faces contorted in sheer terror as they witness their leader's demise. A mercenary whimpers, I guess I screwed up, Captain," but the fallen leader, with a final surge of will, commands, "I need to buy time for the others to get out." But the captain, with a final, desperate breath, snarls, "Even if you kill me, it won't help you. He's already here." Then, with a final, chilling twist, he drops the bombshell, "Because I'm not a real Minotaur." Johann Eitz, caught completely off guard by the bombshell, demands, "What are you talking about?" Even after defeat, the captain's defiance burns, claiming he's only a half Minotaur, a truth Johann seems to brush off. He taunts Johann, declaring that his death won't even be a real victory. Johann stands tall, the victor, over his fallen enemy. The captain's final words hang in the air, a cryptic challenge. But Johann's focus shifts, his voice cutting through the tension as he barks at a bugler, ordering him to relay a message to those who pushed forward. The soldiers snap to attention. He demands they be told of their crushing defeat. The bugler, shaken, immediately complies. The bullhead captain, absolutely wrecked and bleeding, can only manage a guttural groan. A random knight in the chaos screams about how they're all doomed, but Johann Eitz just stares down the captain, calling him a gift set with ice in his veins. The captain, still totally dazed from the beatdown, can barely process the disrespect, sputtering in shock. Johann's stare is absolutely unyielding, he's not playing games, he wants the real truth. The captain stumbles over his words, a pathetic whimper escaping his lips. But then, a sudden, desperate energy jolts the captain, and he screams a frantic warning, Lord Numeros is about to crash the party. He's practically begging his troops to hold the line, just a few more moments, they have to. But a chilling sound cuts through the chaos, and he snaps his head up, a fresh wave of terror washing over him. His eyes go wide with absolute dread, the horrifying truth of what's coming hitting him like a truck. The bullhead captain is absolutely floored, his jaw practically on the floor. How could the captain of the 100 Lost Knights have just annihilated them like this? This is beyond bad. From his vantage point, his once mighty warriors are now just scattered debris, totally wrecked by the enemy. It's a complete rout. But on the other side, the knight leader is absolutely hyped, sword gleaming as he screams for the victory call. This is it, the first major win of the entire battle, with a bullhead helmet as proof. The battlefield is still a total war zone, a brutal, no-holds-barred brawl of steel and magic. And then, BAM. A massive, earth-shattering HAAA rips through the air, announcing something huge just went down. Meanwhile, miles away from the chaos, the impressive katana trading company Marcel branch looms large, looking pristine under the sun. Inside, someone's dropping some major news to the city magistrate, telling him the Duchess just scored her first win. Talk about a power move. Johann Eitz, the big boss city magistrate, is all ears, chilling with his cat-eared companion who's totally on board with the news. Taking it all in, he can't help but think, wow, that Duchess is seriously a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, at the Katana Trading Company's Marcel branch, a chilling update slams into the elf magistrate's office. His aide drops a bombshell, we've lost contact with them. The elf magistrate's composure shatters, his voice booming, what did you say? A chilling realization dawns on him, a whisper escaping his lips, lost contact. His mind races, refusing to accept the obvious, as he challenges, what does that mean? Elf knights don't just fall to common bandits. The elf maid corrects him, revealing, ordinary bandits. Sure. But this report specified a demonic bandit. Her gloved hand extends, offering a new, ominous report. Declaring, this just came in. You need to see this. The document reveals a terrifying scene, the Baron of Marcel, confronted by a truly monstrous, demonic entity. As he devours the horrifying details, the elf magistrate clutches his head, his face a mask of utter dread. The elf maid drops a bombshell, confirming the Baron of Marcel's capture and the validity of the charges against him. The elf magistrate is stunned, demanding to know who would dare commit such an outrageous deed. The sheer audacity of the situation leaves him speechless. With a grave expression, the elf maid reiterates that the charges are absolutely legitimate. The mystery deepens, as the question of who remains unanswered, fueling the magistrate's growing concern. But the scene shifts dramatically. A formidable armored warrior stands ready, his sword drawn, surrounded by a disciplined military force, hinting at a new player in this unfolding drama. Every detail, from his rugged boots to the gleaming hilt of his sword, screams preparedness for imminent conflict. Johann is back. You can see the exhaustion on his face after what must have been an insane journey. Back at the outpost, the wise elder Swedelga is there to meet him, giving him a well-deserved shout-out for all his grind. But hold up. A super-energetic maid, Godin, bursts onto the scene, practically screaming his name, totally hyped that he's back. Swedelga, ever the calm one, then points out just how far Johann had to travel, making sure everyone knows this wasn't some quick trip. Godin tries to jump in and help, but Swedelga's like, whoa, chill. Let the man breathe, he just got back from a mission. But Godin isn't having it. She's all like, no way, I heard it all, still super worried about Johann. She's probably thinking back to that time the bullhead captain was all impressed, muttering about Johann's good looks and strength. And then she just blurts out, so, that's how it went down, her face totally shocked. Godin is absolutely freaking out about Johann's mission, practically screaming her concerns. He tries to brush it off, telling her to chill, but she's not having it. Even the bullhead captain himself was shocked by Johann's condition, and everyone heard it. She's convinced it's no exaggeration, not even close. While Godin is still totally stressed, Johann just gives a slight, calm smile, his eyes looking off into the distance. But then, the whole vibe changes when Baron Marcel stomps in, totally owning the room with his presence. The Baron's voice booms as he shouts that Johann is a total legend, deserving all the hype for charging head-on into the enemy. His words are pure fire, hyping up Johann's courage as something that lit up everyone's spirits. The Baron keeps going, really hammering home the insane valor Johann displayed. He wraps it up by saying that kind of example is gonna be huge, even for them, the dwarves. Johann's face is burning up from all the praise, and he awkwardly tells Baron Marcel he's laying it on thick, totally not used to being the center of attention. His mentor, Swedelga, notes his unchanging demeanor, while he softly utters a name, lost in thought. But the scene shifts. The holy knights have arrived, bringing the divine blessing of Saint Denis. Two imposing figures in gleaming armor, a blonde and a white-haired knight, declare their blessings, with the blonde one adding a quick apology for their tardiness. These are the legendary holy knights of the Holy Kingdom and the Holy Church, now face to face with him. The white-haired knight confronts him, having heard tales of his demon-slaying feat, and he can only stammer a reply. He brushes off the achievement, declaring the demon was no big deal in a fight. The white-haired knight presses on, hinting that killing the beast wasn't even necessary. He then details the demon's terrifying reputation, a creature capable of solo-wiping an entire village, as a monstrous image of it appears. Even for them, the blonde knight admits, a demon of that power would have been an impossible fight. He pulls back the bowstring, an arrow shimmering with power, as a voice drills into his mind, never forget your training. Stay calm. Swedelga, his mentor, watches him intently, noting the holy knight's praise would be valid if he wasn't a half-win talk, but then challenges him, why didn't you finish it? You send it back to the demonic realm. Swedelga doubles down, the praise would be true if you were a half-win talk, but you didn't act like it. A smirk plays on Johan's lips as he acknowledges the rare virtue of respecting an enemy, but quickly adds, that's a bit much. He clarifies, I only kept him alive because it was necessary, then shrugs, this kind of praise is just making me a little embarrassed. Swedelga, however, raises an eyebrow at his feigned humility, muttering, and how can someone be so humble? Then, with a stern gaze, he challenges Johan, do you even comprehend how many lives were lost on that battlefield? Swedelga clears his throat, a pointed ahem, then delivers the punchline, when humility ends up hurting feelings, it's not a good thing. Johan just looks up, a soft whoosh of air accompanying his contemplative stare, absorbing his mentor's pointed remarks. Johan, facing the Baron, takes in the situation, declaring that if that's how it is, he'll accept it with gratitude. The red-haired man beside him flashes a satisfied grin, clearly pleased with the turn of events, because their enemies are just mercenaries. And totally not worth keeping. He bursts into a booming laugh, then suggests they regroup and absolutely crush Ninber's crew. The Baron, still on his throne, cuts in, demanding their attention with a sharp, look here. Johan, with a slight turn of his back, retorts, I already told you there's no one. Outside the tent, the canvas billows softly in the breeze. And now, Johan stands utterly alone in a desolate, misty wasteland, letting out a deep, weary sigh. He stares out across the empty expanse, deep in contemplation. Snapping back to reality, Johan is in a forest with an elf scout, who's already on high alert, pointing out that someone's been lurking here for days, and it's seriously weird. The scout confirms the intel, days. But before they can react, 3 massive trolls burst from the trees with a ground-shaking thud. With the trolls closing in, the elf scout's voice cracks with desperation, begging for immediate backup. Johan's face darkens, the grim truth spilling out, they were attacked by a troll. Elsewhere, a blinding blue streak rips through the ominous clouds, slashing into the water's surface, plunging deeper with a powerful, rumbling rush. He takes a deep breath, bowstring screaming with tension, as a voice echoes in his mind, never forget your training. Stay calm. But the forest isn't quiet for long, a heavy thud signals the relentless advance of armored knights, crashing through the trees. More of them, their heavy footsteps a relentless drumbeat. A knight rips a gleaming sword from its sheath, the metallic shriek piercing the silence. But before they can even strike, a soldier is sent flying, recoiling from an unseen force. Immediately, a knight's blade becomes a blur, slashing through the air in a furious counterattack. Meanwhile, a blinding streak of blue energy slams into the water, sending a colossal splash erupting into the night. The water explodes with a thunderous roar, churning into a chaotic maelstrom from the sheer power of the impact. And there, overlooking the chaos, a cloaked figure emerges, their eyes burning with an ominous red glow, radiating a dark, suffocating aura. A heavily armored knight, at the head of his squad, can't hide his frustration, declaring this whole situation anticlimactic and absolutely infuriating. He then reflects on his past, confessing that his own insatiable greed almost destroyed him, and that he was never meant to be an honorable knight anyway. Because once you've tasted the sweet, intoxicating nectar of power, honor just becomes a useless shackle. And he's pretty sure Count Baron feels the exact same way. Another knight, clearly more focused on the task at hand, shouts to his troops, ordering the barbarians to draw their swords. Who cares about being branded barbarians when there's money to be made? The lead knight, now fully committed, orders his troops to keep chasing them, declaring they'll just take the whole village. Then, with a booming voice, he addresses all his troops, demanding they listen up. As the armored horde charges forward with relentless determination, he shouts that from this moment on, they are to pursue the fleeing enemy. His voice rings out with fierce, unyielding resolve, commanding them to stop the enemy or grab anything that looks valuable. Through the eerie, waterlogged depths of a shadowed forest, the mercenary knights push forward, their leader's voice cutting through the silence with a chilling decree, any loot pocketed will be met with swift punishment. The armored legion marches on, an unstoppable force. Their heavy steps churning the luminescent water. A relentless, echoing rhythm in the suffocating darkness. They finally halt by a vast, still body of water, the commander barking orders to regroup, catch their breath, and mend their gear. A blonde-haired soldier, scanning the bleak, forgotten terrain, mutters his surprise at finding such a desolate spot so close to Marcel. The leader, a silent, imposing figure, surveys the grim vista alongside his 2 lieutenants. The blonde soldier nods grimly, sensing the ominous aura of the place, a feeling that something terrible lurks within. A smirk plays on the commander's lips as he pronounces their mission a success, certain their pursuers are hopelessly outmatched, and with a decisive gesture, they press onward. The mercenary knights were pushing through, but then, a soldier's head snapped up, eyes wide, a chilling premonition hitting him as he questioned the bizarre scenery and the unknown threat emerging. Another mercenary spotted them, confirming, more mercenary soldiers were closing in. Confusion hit hard, how were they back? They'd already cleared Marcel. The first soldier's eyes blew wide, a silent scream of pure terror on his face as the threat escalated. Then, AM. The commander himself was blasted back, a shocked, ripped from him as he took a direct, unseen hit. An icy explosion detonated where he'd just been, shredding the air with raw, freezing power. Instinct took over. A mercenary soldier drew his blade, ready to carve up whatever just attacked. The commander, still stunned from the hit, could only gape, utterly bewildered by the sudden, brutal assault. Then, another earth-shattering impact, rocking the entire forest. The ambush is on. Johann Eitz, bow drawn and a glowing arrow locked, is ready to unleash hell, with Godin right there, backing him up against the unseen enemy. Then, a primal growl rips through the silence, and a burst of electric blue energy explodes. The beast, all glowing red eyes and razor fangs, unleashes a deafening, enraged scream. But the ambush is already a bloodbath. The ground is stained, and a desperate voice screams that one is down, and these monsters just won't quit. The commander, Char Knight, is on the ground, beaten and broken, the grim truth sinking in, his knights are falling like dominoes. He snarls at Johann Eitz, I knew it. A trap, just like I said. But Johann Eitz just stares back, he's gone. A trap. Then where are all the monsters now? The commander's rage boils over, his voice cracking as he shouts, the 3 knights of Marseille are still out there. Desperation twists his face, as he begs, I beg of you, please save them. Johann Eitz, the commander, and another knight stand grim-faced, the crushing reality of their predicament settling in. Baron Marcel, with his imposing braided beard, lays down a heavy question to his council. As the gravity of the situation sinks in, the elder Swelga cuts to the chase, the gap between them and the enemy is immense, and for now, they're forced to play a different game. Johann, absorbing every word, realizes that tracking these foes is a much smarter move than a head-on fight. He reveals his plan for a small ambush, but can't hide his deep reservations about its chances. Because without a miracle, the raw power of these things is just too much. It's a force of nature, something humanity just can't hope to beat. But Johann Eitz doesn't back down. He charges, a devastating blow connecting with a thunderous quang. The monster's hide, like solid steel, shrugs off the hit, most attacks just bounce right off. Its sheer, monstrous size and power are undeniable as it unleashes a terrifying EUUUK roar. A devastating blow lands, but the demonic bandit just shrugs it off, its monstrous form completely unfazed. This thing is beyond human comprehension, a damned monster that just won't go down. Johann Eitz unleashes another furious assault, his glowing blade tearing into the monster's tough hide. But it's useless. The wounds just vanish, healing almost instantly as the bandit's dark aura pulses, like nothing even touched it. Its massive claw stays ready, a constant, terrifying threat in this insane battle. Laurent, one of the knights, is absolutely frozen in terror, completely overwhelmed by this impossible fight. Spotting his knight's terror, Johann Eitz roars, snap out of it, Laurent. He pushes his men on, his voice a thunderclap over the battle, don't just stand there, move. The battle explodes again, a maelstrom of shattered impacts and desperate defiance. Laurent drops a truth bomb, reminding Johann of their core teachings, and Johann, ever the rock, just tells him to chill. Meanwhile, a whole other drama unfolds, villagers are on their knees, practically screaming for help from some mysterious cloaked dude. Johann and Laurent are just watching, as the cloaked figure lays down the law, after messing with Baron Marcel, these villagers are totally screwed if he finds out they're in trouble now. But wait, there's more. Then, an old woman, looking totally crushed, cuts in, saying even if they bolted at top speed. Baron Marcel, looking super grim, just finishes her sentence for her, declaring they'd already be pushing up daisies. He pauses, thinking it over. Before dropping a reluctant apology. And finally tells the desperate villagers his hands are tied. The villagers' cries echoed, but Johann's mind flashed back to a crucial lesson, a voice commanding him to never forget his training, to keep his cool no matter what. Then, a determined voice cut through the tension, announcing, I'll go. Johann's jaw dropped, a stunned "What," barely audible. A worried voice chimed in, Sir Johann, quickly followed by, Sir Johann, you heard it all. Laurent, clearly agitated, stressed, this is no joke. Captain Kümmel firmly stated his plan, I'm going to the party. Laurent immediately countered, you can't go alone, Captain Kümmel. Kümmel pressed on, if someone's going to this party, it's me. He then turned to Johann, Sir Johann, you just heard it. Going solo is a death wish. But Kümmel shot back, unwavering, actually, you'd just be putting yourself in danger too. The argument raged between Johann and Kümmel over the dangerous task, Laurent watching the heated exchange unfold. With unwavering resolve, Kümmel asserts, I can't just stand here and watch this unfold, Sir Johann. Johann Eitz, eyes narrowed, retorts, if even a single one of them is still breathing. Then isn't it absolutely worth risking everything to rescue them? Laurent, utterly stunned by his conviction, cries out, "Sir Johann. You're unbelievable." Laurent and Johann 8 exchange a look of disbelief and worry, as Kümmel remains unyielding in his stance. The determined dwarf repeats, "Just send me in." He presses on, looking directly at the knight, "It's Captain Kümmel." A defiant snort escapes him, his resolve etched onto his face. Laurent lets out an exasperated sigh, muttering, "Honestly. Sir Johann, you never cease to amaze me." In a surprising turn, Kümmel finally gives in, announcing he'll assemble a rescue party. But Swedelga, looking absolutely drained, can only wonder how much more they can possibly take. He makes it clear, no more lives can be lost. But Johann isn't backing down, asserting their power, proclaiming that even a troll won't break the might of the elf knights. Deep down, he's ready for anything, believing every wound will have its reason. Then, a glint in his eye, he brings up the rewards, emphasizing the payout as if to steal his own will. His gaze sharpens with pure resolve, already picturing the massive fortune awaiting him. A critical dispatch notice just dropped from the guild. And the news is grim: the elf knights have been ambushed, caught in a devastating trap. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Johann 8 can't help but let out a sinister chuckle. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he muses, if the elf branches are wiped out just like that. He declares, arms folded, then the relationship between the Baron of Marcel and Brangs will be finished. But a warning cuts through the air, don't celebrate yet. Johann's expression sours as Godin repeats, don't celebrate yet. Elsewhere, a powerful red-haired mage, eyes blazing, clutches a pulsating orb and snarls, perhaps you shouldn't have been so careless. Johann's voice cuts in, you're right. I didn't think they'd be able to break through my barrier. Her blazing eyes narrow with intense frustration, demanding, what happened for them to fall so fast this early? Across town, a visibly annoyed Baron Marcel grumbles, that bull-headed dwarf was disposable from the start, anyway. Baron Marcel, ever the skeptic, scrutinizes a sealed letter, his voice dripping with disdain as he challenges the very source of the intel, demanding to know if it's all just made up. The distinctive green wax seal, emblazoned with a unique crest, is undeniable. Sparking a flicker of recognition in the Baron's eyes as he mutters, that crest is. But he swiftly brushes off any apprehension, confidently declaring his real agenda is far grander, so don't even sweat it. Elsewhere, a fiery red-haired mage, with her back to us, cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know, how's Janina's troll doing? Is he okay? Her face is a mask of pure irritation. While Baron Marcel, oblivious to her frustration, doubles down on his nonchalance, admitting he heard Kümmel was in danger, but insists there's absolutely no reason to panic, even if the elf knights find him dead. Suddenly, the red-haired mage's eyes ignite with raw magical power, and she snarls, why do you keep calling him a troll? A pulsating orb of light rests in her hand, casting an eerie glow as she reveals the grim truth, that whole area is utterly devastated, so bad that even torches couldn't cut through the gloom. The red-haired mage brushes off the dwarf's identity as irrelevant, but deep down, she knows she'll have to face this head-on when the time comes. Her fiery red eye burning with the stark reality of the devastation. Seriously, it's so dark out here, even torches are completely useless. She grips a small, glowing orb, its light painting her hand in an eerie glow. While a faint whooshing sound cuts through the oppressive silence. The forest groans under a thick, unnatural mist, faint, ethereal glows pulsing from the ravaged ground. A particularly vibrant green light throbbing from a broken lantern. The mage watches the lantern's intense glow, remarking that it's burning incredibly bright, even in this crushing darkness. Suddenly, Johann 8 steps into view, his face grim as he demands, what did you call this fire again? The white-haired mage drops a bombshell, revealing the green inferno is none other than Xena's fire, a holy magic. She goes on, detailing how this spell is a monster-slaying powerhouse, most effective for cursing evil. As her words hang in the air, the green energy rips through shadowy figures, showcasing its devastating ability. Then, she turns the tables, demanding to know if humans are now wielding scrolls charged with Xena's fire. And he confirms her suspicions with a blunt, exactly so. The mage presses on, revealing Xena's fire can suppress even the most formidable foes. And thanks to its raw power, even mere monsters manage to take down a troll. Johann, surrounded by the eerie green glow, probes further, asking if this fire is just different from normal flames, but she quickly corrects him, it's not the fire, it's the lightning-fast casting speed and the sheer damage scale that makes it terrifying. She drives the point home, once Xena's fire ignites, it's unstoppable, unquenchable, even by water, then hits him with a loaded question, did he really think she'd just let him die? Johann's mind races, realizing this isn't just fire, it's a purifying inferno. The mage drives her point home, revealing that even low-level monsters, supercharged by this sacred power, could take down a troll, and the panel explodes with a blinding flash of divine fire. Johann, utterly stunned, can only stammer out a question, isn't this just white magic? His face is a mask of disbelief. The mage, coolly facing Johann and his squad of knights, gives him a knowing look, admitting he's impressive for even grasping the basics of holy magic. Then, with a smirk, she drops a bombshell, even staring at a horses but all day is training. The air shimmers with residual green magic, emphasizing her point. The mage, her white hair a stark contrast to her glowing eyes, clarifies, Xena's fire isn't about elements, it's about raw speed and devastating scale, a holy weapon against all evil. She then drops another bomb, the scrolls she handed out. They were packed with this very magic, turning ordinary folks into temporary powerhouses. Johann's mind clicks into place, a new strategy forming, why hunt the troll the hard way when they have this kind of firepower? He quickly decides, just showcasing the scrolls and their power is enough, even if it's just to blow the elf knights' minds. He whips his head around, a chilling thought hitting him, they're behind his lines. How could they have bypassed his impenetrable barrier? A cold sweat breaks out as he considers, are they just lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? But deep within the shadows, a sinister voice snarls, a chilling order to stand firm, to never retreat. Then, a horde of dark knights, eyes blazing crimson, erupts from the trees, their commander roaring, maintain formation. Let's kill M. Leading the charge, the terrifying demonic bandit unleashes a primal scream, a blood-curdling, kill it, and seize honor, echoing through the woods. Its colossal jaws, a nightmare of jagged fangs, gapes open, ready to devour. But then, a rapid-fire, woof woof, shatters the silence, a new player entering the scene. It's a tiny, blue-furred powerhouse, standing ready, barking out another fierce woof. Its gaze drops, its barks now a clear signal, it spotted something crucial. As the demonic horde pushes forward, a blue-furred companion is suddenly spotted below them, and a dark-armored soldier can't believe his eyes, shouting, he named his dog, Karamov. The demonic forces, a terrifying mix of dark-armored warriors and shadowy figures, press on, their sinister green aura illuminating the path of destruction. The monstrous demonic bandit, eyes blazing crimson, leads the charge, while a bewildered voice from the ranks cries out, why are the demonic hordes even here? Elsewhere, Johann's face is a mask of grim determination, letting out a guttural grr of frustration, as he snaps, I don't need evidence, you idiot. A sharp intuition strikes him, his eyes narrowing, as he declares, he's still alive, then. I have an intuition that he is. But then, a shocking realization hits him, this whole situation is actually good news. The blonde mage, her hands crackling with vibrant green energy, echoes his thoughts, her face set with fierce determination, it means they're still alive. Turning to Johann, she lays out the harsh reality, declaring, Sir Johann, with flames of this size, we can't handle a troll. Her hands glowing brighter with green magic, she reveals their new plan, asserting, we'll prepare a recovery flame as planned. It's more reliable. Unleashing a burst of emerald power, Johann roars his battle cry, declaring he'll plunge into the chaos first. A fierce roar echoing as he vows to buy his allies crucial seconds. But Laurent, caught off guard by the sheer audacity of the move, shouts in disbelief, as Johann's plan takes a wildly unexpected, and dangerous, turn. Unfazed, Johann, already on horseback, barks a rapid order to Karamov, dispatching his furry ally to wrangle the panicked steeds. The loyal, blue-furred beast lets out an eager bark, already springing into action. Meanwhile, Johann's sword ignites with a blinding emerald glow, tearing a devastating arc through the encroaching shadows. From a safer distance, Swedelga's face contorts with worry, his voice echoing as he calls out to the berserking knight. He spins to a blonde mage at his side, torn between the impossible choice of shielding innocence or diving into the fray, his voice thick with the crushing burden of command. Meanwhile, Johann's relentless assault rages on, his blade a blur of lethal precision. The holy light ignites, and Johann Eitz, the berserk knight, stands ready, his blade a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The chant begins, a powerful invocation to Saint Eva, echoing with the pleas of countless priests. The desperate cry intensifies, a chorus of souls yearning for salvation's light. A sacred circle forms, for knights channeling immense power, bathing the battlefield in an emerald glow. The final plea rings out, a desperate call for the holy flame to pierce the shadows and guide the lost. Suddenly, from the abyss, a monstrous claw rips through the air. Too slow. An armored fist explodes into the attack, a thunderous counter. No hesitation. Johann Eitz clashes with the demonic bandit, a whirlwind of steel and fury. And with a devastating blow, he sends the monster flying, a green explosion of raw power. Johann Eitz explodes into action, unleashing a devastating kick supercharged with vibrant green energy, targeting the monstrous bandit. The impact is brutal, a sickening rip as his foot tears through the demon's defenses. The sheer force sends the creature absolutely flying, slamming it backward with an earth-shattering crash. But Johann isn't done. He's already closing the distance, his blade a blur as it slices clean through the bandit's arm, sending blood erupting. That's a critical hit. The sword carves deep, a torrent of crimson spraying into the air. He lands with impossible grace, the green energy still crackling around him, leaving the wounded demon reeling. Even after such a display, Johann is panting, sweat beading on his brow. This fight is far from over. And just like that, the demonic bandit lets out an enraged, ear-splitting roar, its eyes burning crimson, a dark, menacing aura exploding from its form. Johann's blade, still slick with the demon's blood, is ready for round 2. He pulls back the string, a glowing arrow charged and ready, as a voice screams in his head, "Stay calm. Remember your training." The shot explodes, and the glowing arrow smashes into the demonic bandit's skull, ripping a furious roar from its throat. Laurent, eyes locked on the chaos, clenches his jaw, knowing this nightmare is nowhere near its end. All around him, the last vestiges of soldier morale crumble, their fighting spirit utterly broken. Even Laurent feels the crushing weight of battle fatigue, gasping for air, every muscle screaming. He knows the cost, his energy reserves utterly drained. But with a fierce, renewed determination, he grips his blade, ready to plunge back into the desperate fight. For now, it's a brutal stalemate, a desperate waiting game for any chance to strike. Then, a ripple explodes across the dark ground, signaling a new, terrifying shift in the battle. He snaps at his hesitant subordinate, demanding to know what they're doing. While the subordinate apologizes, paralyzed by fear. Laurent, however, is unyielding, declaring they're too deep to turn back, they must fight. The demonic bandit, absolutely furious, lets out a guttural roar, "Don't be absurd." Its colossal form casts a terrifying shadow over the night, a truly ominous presence. With a terrifying, guttural growl, the creature's eyes ignite with crimson fire, its power absolutely exploding. The very air crackles with raw energy around the monstrous entity, its fury absolutely palpable. Laurent, against all odds, lets out a primal, defiant scream. But the creature's counterattack is lightning fast and absolutely brutal, slamming into him with immense force, blood exploding across his helmet. Reeling from the devastating blow, his vision blurs as he fights to stay conscious. Laurent gets absolutely rocked, his armor exploding from the sheer impact. As the demonic bandit unleashes a monstrous, blood-curdling roar. A spear rips through him with a brutal, bone-shattering crunch. The knight is completely impaled, blood gushing as he gasps, "A spear." Both he and Sir Gustave are left utterly speechless, staring in horror. Gustave's mind races, unable to process the impossible attack. When Laurent, somehow still alive, screams his name. Gustave snaps out of it, rallying his knights with a furious command. And Johann Eitz, eyes blazing with an intense blue light, is ready to unleash hell. With eyes blazing, Johann pulls back his bow, an arrow humming with deadly intent. He channels his fury, remembering every lesson, every warning to stay calm, to unleash his true power. Welcome to the Katana Trading Company's Marseille branch, a powerhouse of influence. Inside, where the real power moves, Gustave, a top-tier knight, is deep in paperwork, with his sharp blonde assistant right there, ready for anything. He picks up a sealed letter, his expression serious, asking, "Wait, a letter from the magistrate? What's going on?" This isn't just any letter, it's got the official seal of the Oak Tree Mercenaries, and the instructions are clear, open at midnight tonight. Suddenly, Karamov, the blue-furred companion, chimes in, convinced, this has to be Einbeck's work. The blonde assistant, looking just as serious, nods, "Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing." The Oak Tree Mercenaries, just hearing their name sends shivers down your spine, a legendary force everyone knows not to mess with. But then, a cloaked figure emerges, it's Johann, radiating silent power, the one who was literally the first to step up and join the reinforcement force. But what happened next was a total shocker for the Emperor's elite mercenaries, who thought they were just going to wipe out some bandits. Their mission quickly went from easy win to absolute nightmare, and the look on their faces says it all. The brutal truth hit hard, the entire mercenary group, caught off guard, was completely wiped out. And who delivered this bombshell? None other than Baron Einbeck, using the mysterious Forest clan to send his urgent message. So, what did all this mean? The gravity of the situation was undeniable. A serious white-haired man demanded answers. What in the world does that mean? The blonde assistant, with the blue-furred Karamov by her side, chimed in, "I completely agree." Then, the blue-furred Karamov, with a determined look, laid down the law, tomorrow morning, at sunrise. No delays, no excuses, not tonight. The night falls, and Johann Eitz's eyes ignite with raw power, a chilling understanding dawning on him, he's tapped into that same, formidable energy once more. Beneath the ghostly crescent moon, a voice booms, declaring an unshakable allegiance, a rock-solid commitment to the guard captain spirit's cause. The city slumbers under a foreboding sky, but the message is crystal clear, tonight, and tomorrow, everyone crosses the point of no return. Elsewhere, a mysterious cloaked figure drops to their knees in fervent prayer, begging for blessings upon a loved one and everyone they cherish. A young woman, her face a mask of pure worry, adds her desperate plea, begging that no demon's claw or fang will ever touch him. With hands clenched tight, she wonders about this shady, late-night deal, then, with a desperate edge, asks if all this worry is for Johann. This is Swedelga, and her worried eyes tell the whole story. Meanwhile, the wise elder Swedelga, with his flowing white hair, watches on, his expression deep in thought. Swedelga, the wise elder, takes in the young woman's worried words, her mind consumed by thoughts of her brother's safety. Certain of his reckless nature and the impossible odds of facing a troll solo, a stark reality he shares with a young boy. Yet he calmly reassures her, telling her there's absolutely nothing to fear. Her eyes widen in disbelief, the chilling truth sinking in, even a knight's power isn't enough, it takes 3 to take down a forest troll. Suddenly, a sharp, pained gasp rips from Swedelga. And then, the scene cuts to 2 legendary artifacts, the miraculous water of blessing and the deadly blood of wrath. The young woman's face lights up with a sudden, radiant hope. For the water of blessing is no ordinary liquid, it's a sacred holy water that can heal any injury. While the blood of wrath is a terrifyingly potent substance, capable of delivering lethal blows. The fight explodes, and a surge of blue energy ignites around him. Johann unleashes a monstrous attack. His arm becomes a blur of raw power, smashing into his target with a resounding woo-wook. The monstrous foe staggers back from the sheer force, and he mentally strategizes how to best deploy the water of wrath. He follows up with another brutal hit, shattering the creature's defenses and splattering blood with a deafening quang. But the battle is far from over, as a commanding voice shouts, "Sir Gustav! Stop just defending! Fight back!" But Gustav is overwhelmed, monsters closing in, a desperate ally clinging to him, he can only gasp out a strained reply. Then, with a desperate surge, he unleashes a powerful blue energy blast, sending the monsters flying back with a thunderous quang. Witnessing Gustav's desperate counter, Johann's eyes narrow in satisfaction, knowing this is the perfect chance to turn the tide. Fueled by resolve, he charges into the fray, a fierce promise echoing in his mind, he will protect everyone, he will ensure their escape. The fight was on, and he wasn't holding back. Activating the water of wrath, a torrent of power erupted around his feet, this forgotten ability was about to change everything. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the battlefield. What was he seeing? What was he planning? But then, Gustav, spotting a critical opening, roared to his ally, proclaiming this was their moment to finish the fight. But before he could even move, a demonic bandit lunged, its glowing claws slicing through the air, slamming into Johann with devastating power. Johann reeled back, a frustrated cry tearing from his throat, his face a mask of shock and anger. Gustav, seeing the impossible odds, screamed in utter despair, this was too much. They couldn't handle it. But then, a fiery resolve ignited within him. Gustav charged forward, a brilliant blue aura exploding around his body, he was going to fight, no matter what. He slammed into a demonic bandit, the impact exploding with raw power, sending the monster flying. But then, his eyes went wide with horror, and a desperate scream ripped from his lungs, yelling out, "Leon!" Johann explodes into action, a blinding blue energy blast ripping through the demonic bandit. The impact sends shockwaves through its monstrous form. The creature recoils violently, blood exploding from its maw as Johann's power slams home. But a grim realization flashes across his face as he growls, "You damn son of a bitch, stronger than I thought you were." But the bandit is relentless, lunging forward, its razor claws slashing through the air in a brutal counter. The blow connects, sending a sickening spray of blood as Johann is violently thrown back. But Johann's eyes ignite with fury, intercepting the next attack, and slamming a devastating, glowing blue fist deep into the bandit's chest. The sheer force of the blow sends the creature reeling, its body twisting unnaturally from the brutal impact. His eyes burning with an infernal blue light, Johann roars, "You're dead." He explodes into action, a torrent of blue energy ripping through the demonic bandits. His foot crashes down, delivering a bone-shattering impact. The beast lets out a primal, enraged roar. That's right, he snarls, "Don't forget. He's got to end this now, before reinforcements show up. I'll kill you," he declares. His eyes blaze with an infernal blue light, "Even if it means I'll become a death march with you." The chilling vow echoes, "I'll kill you." A sharp, determined breath. And he unleashes another devastating strike, targeting the bandit's leg. "Take one more hit to the leg," he shouts. Blue energy streaks behind him as he follows through, the attack a blur of raw power. The impact of his strike was immense, drawing a guttural roar from the demonic bandit. But he wouldn't stop. Johann surged ahead on horseback, his blade slicing through the murky depths. The monster knew its mobility was gone, at least for now. But the bandit wasn't done. It lunged with a desperate claw, sending Laurent and Gustav into a panic, screaming for Sir Johann. But he was faster. He countered with another devastating blow, only to flinch back, his face contorted in strain, cursing his inability to finish the monster, so agonizingly close. The battle rages on, and Johann Eitz pulls back his bowstring, a fierce resolve burning as he channels every lesson, every instinct, to stay calm. With a deadly thwip, the arrow strikes true, and the demonic bandit lets out a desperate, defeated cry, "It's over." Meanwhile, miles away from the chaos, an eerie silence hangs over a sprawling, empty plain beneath the pale moonlight. But then, a terrifying, fiery glow erupts on the distant horizon, painting the night sky with an ominous light. A lone knight, ever vigilant, snaps his head towards the bizarre, distant light. He quickly raises his binoculars, trying to make sense of it, muttering, "What in the world is that?" His squad of soldiers stands ready behind him, one of them nervously asking, "Could it be the subjugation force, back already?" The unit's banner, proudly displaying its unique crest, flaps ominously in the night wind. A terrifying whisper cuts through the night. The Oak Tree mercenaries, wiped out by the Imperial Army, are they back? A knight, his face a mask of pure shock, stammers out, "Are they, ghosts? The Imperial Army wiped them out. They." The horrifying truth hits him like a hammer, confirming the magistrate's dire predictions. Oh no. It's exactly what the city magistrate warned us about. The city's sirens scream, a full-blown emergency declared. Frantic orders blast through the air, everyone to the gate. Get to the defensive wall. Chaos erupts as the city mobilizes for war, with a desperate command, "Do not let them through the gate." Elsewhere, in a hushed chamber, a calm official coolly states to his cat-eared assistant, "So, they're finally here." The assistant, eyes blazing with resolve, declares, "I'll send word to the commander." If it's really the Oak Tree mercenaries, he has to respond. But the official cuts her short, declaring there is no need for that. Out of the shadows, a sinister voice cuts through the silence, a stark reminder to its forces, "Do not forget what you were taught." A terrifying demonic silhouette, eyes burning with an infernal glow, emerges, a chilling whisper of, "Stay calm," preceding its advance. Back in the chamber, the official and his cat-eared assistant are absolutely stunned, the assistant barely managing to stammer out, "Why you are." A heavy boot slams down with an ominous thud, signaling the terrifying presence's full entry. The blonde-bearded official, his face a mask of utter disbelief, can only manage to choke out, "What an emperor. It's like you've been a ghost." Facing the imposing newcomer, the blonde-bearded official confronts them directly, "What are you doing here?" The dark-skinned official, equally bewildered, presses, "What happened to the Oak Tree mercenaries?" His assistant, utterly terrified, exclaims, "They were annihilated by the Imperial Army." The cat-eared assistant's terror is absolute, her voice breaking as she screams, "You all dead." The blonde-bearded official lets out a heavy, troubled sigh, his face grim as he confesses, "I am ashamed to admit it, but it must be said." His eyes narrow, a cold, calculating glint appearing as he boldly proclaims, "Glory to the Holy Empire and its gold." The dark-skinned official, his suspicion now undeniable, fixes him with a piercing gaze and demands, "Were you bought by Einbeck?" The cat-girl assistant is absolutely stunned, her face a picture of pure disbelief and outrage. While the official just keeps talking, the noble is locked in, but the assistant is practically fuming at what she's hearing. He drops the bombshell, Marcel City is now officially under the Holy Empire's iron grip. Then, out of nowhere, a brutal crimson energy just rips through the air. Slamming into Johann Eitz with insane power, his eyes exploding wide in pure agony as the hit sends sweat flying. He lets out a guttural scream. The sound of pure agony ripping through the air. But as the crimson energy tries to swallow him whole, a blinding blue aura explodes from his body, fighting back with incredible force. The clashing energies detonate, erupting in a wild, chaotic burst of light and raw power. The crimson energy attack absolutely explodes, ripping through everything in its path. Its destructive path continued, a searing trail of red light carving through the air, leaving nothing but ruin. Then, with a final, explosive impact, the energy detonated, engulfing everything in a blinding flash, a true cataclysm. From the shadows, a voice echoed with chilling intent, commanding Johann to die, a death sentence delivered. He grimaced, the pain of the assault evident on his face, struggling against the overwhelming force, he's barely holding on. The red energy struck him directly, a devastating blow that left him reeling, as a desperate cry for Sir Johann echoed, "He's down." Finally, he lay motionless, face down in the shallow water, defeated, as the chilling pronouncement declared him dead, a shocking end. Gustav's command rings out in the dead of night, telling his crew to hold tight, to keep that fire locked down. Knights stand ready, banner flying high, and he demands to know if they're ready to roll. A resounding, "Of course," answers him, and Gustav unleashes the command, "Light it up." Then, with a sharp thump, a torch bursts into brilliant, flickering life, cutting through the oppressive dark. Gustav lets loose a chilling, confident laugh, his face a mask of grim determination as he takes in the unfolding spectacle. But from the deepest shadows, a pair of sinister, glowing red eyes tracks the Marcel soldiers, observing their every move, their rigid adherence to the book. Gustav, completely unaware of the lurking threat, boasts with absolute conviction that no matter what those defenders try, they're getting through that gate. Then, a deafening crash. Shouts of "hurry" and "defend the wall" explode as armored figures are violently hurled from the ramparts. Even as the main assault raged at the gates, a more insidious plan was already in motion. Armored figures moved through the shadows, knowing bribed guards would open an underground passage for them. Meanwhile, a loyalist guard, peering out from a high window, defiantly cried out, "Long live the Holy Empire!" Unaware of the true danger within. The infiltration was swift and brutal. One armored figure delivered a crushing blow, silencing a defender and leaving him crumpled on the ground. Another guard, perhaps hearing the commotion, could only shout, "Long live the Emperor!" before his fate was sealed. Deep within the fortress, an official reported that the guards at the main gate had been taken care of. A grim update received with a stern gaze by the blonde-bearded official. Bradil, the ruthless leader of the Oak Tree mercenaries, takes in the chaos, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares victory. With a cold, calculating gaze, he reminds his forces of the traitor who paved their way, then barks, "Listen well. We're taking Marseille now." Deep within the fortress, a squad of elite knights pushes forward, their resolve unyielding. Gustav, at the forefront, barks orders, the enemies reinforcing the walls, but their commanders are the real prize. Then, with a fierce roar, he commands, "The rest of you, follow me." Their target is locked, the city magistrate is next. Laurent's face tightens, the weight of their mission settling in. The blonde-bearded official, however, turns to Laurent, a desperate plea in his eyes, "Please. Don't look at me like I'm the city magistrate." But Laurent, lost in thought, presses on, "Even if we take control of the city." Marseille is falling, but one official is still trying to keep up appearances, promising a noble they'll preserve their authority. But hold up. The catgirl assistant is calling out Bradil, demanding to know why he's being so ruthless in Marseille, reminding him they're supposed to be the good guys. Back to the official, he's totally playing into Lady Iron's expectations. Flipping a coin with nerves of steel, like it's just another Tuesday. But don't get it twisted, he's got a warning, don't push his patience. Because for him, it's all about backing the winner to get that blood money. Over with Gustav, he's telling Laurent the good news, Marcel's defenses are gone, and everyone else has totally surrendered. City secured. Gustav's like, "Our work here is done, mission accomplished." And the official? He's standing over the defeated, looking totally cold and calculating. He stands there, absolutely stone-faced, while the catgirl assistant dares to challenge his iron will, wondering if an extermination order isn't just a tad over the top. But she's not backing down, pushing further, asking if they really need to take it that far. Then, his voice drops like an ice hammer, delivering the ultimate ultimatum, "Every single troop, stop fighting now and surrender to the enemy." Meanwhile, Bradil's face just hardens into a mask of pure grimness, you can practically see the gears turning in his head. A gnawing unease starts to creep into his gut, the full weight of that command hitting him hard. Back with the official, his eyes are like daggers, cutting through the tension, and his next words are a straight-up warning shot. He lays down the law with chilling precision, "Comply, or I won't hesitate to get my hands dirty with your blood." Boom. The scene violently cuts to a dark, blurry forest, where Johann Eitz is being hauled away, totally out cold or seriously messed up, with a massive quang sound effect ripping through the silence. The darkness itself seems to grow teeth as demonic figures swarm, their guttural growls tearing through the rain-swept forest, closing in on the critically injured Johann Eitz. Then, a monstrous claw rips through the very air, a terrifying growling announcing its deadly intent. The attacker emerges from the shadows, a grotesque demon, its yellow eyes burning with pure malice as it lets out another furious snarl. Johann is down, unconscious on the soaked earth, a faint blue aura flickering around him, while Laurent kneels, shielding him, and Gustav stands tall, a grim sentinel against the encroaching darkness. Gustav, resolute, turns to Laurent, barking orders to get Leon and the others out, vowing to hold the line. But Laurent isn't backing down, he challenges the order, his face a mask of defiance as he roars, "What are you saying, Gustav?" He screams his refusal, vowing to stand and fight with Gustav. Demons close in from all sides, but Gustav and Laurent stand back to back, unyielding, as Gustav roars, "You there! Help Leon up and go!" But the demons are too fast. A claw lashes out, ripping into Laurent's armor as he lets out a raw cry of pain and defiance. He screams, his face twisted in pure agony, the demonic claw's impact still ripping through his body. Gustav, his face a mask of worry, shouts, "This is an order, not some request from a superior." He yells, "Get out of here, now!" But the monstrous bandit lunges again, its claw ripping through the air straight for him, and he braces for the hit. Before it can even land, Laurent's blade explodes with brilliant blue light, smashing into the monster with blinding speed. He challenges the beast, his voice booming with defiance, "Come on, monster. Give me an honorable death." A fierce resolve hardens his face as a powerful blue aura explodes around him, his eyes practically burning with determination. The full force of his attack slams into the demon, sending shockwaves through the very air. The creature roars in agony, its glowing red eyes widening in shock and pain, as it stumbles back from the devastating hit. Amidst the chaos, Johan's mind snaps back to a brutal past, a moment of drowning, fighting for breath, as a powerful voice hammered lessons into him. Johan, pay attention to every word, his master's voice boomed, and engrave it into your very being. His master's intense gaze burned into him, laying down the ironclad law, never engage an enemy you can't conquer. A piercing stare, then a resolute jaw, when danger strikes, flee. But if you're forced to stand your ground. A terrifying, red-eyed demon ripped through his thoughts, the ultimate nightmare his master warned him about. Then you annihilate them. Never fall, Johan. The flashback dissolved, leaving him with a chilling resolve, as he muttered, my apologies, master. Johan's face twists in pure agony, blood streaking his cheek as he finally admits it, he's hit his absolute breaking point. Around him, the dark waters churn with his very essence, a silent scream tearing through him as his body starts to give out. Submerged and utterly helpless, he feels his limbs turn to lead, refusing to respond to his commands. A crushing weariness slams into him, a bone-deep fatigue that screams through every fiber of his being. Bubbles escape his lips, each one a silent, desperate gasp as his strength drains away. As his consciousness flickers, he sees his own heart, a faint glow against the encroaching darkness, a brutal highlight reel of his entire painful life flashing before his eyes. He relives countless battles, the relentless grind, and the soul-crushing pain that was his entire existence. That glowing heart, his very essence, flickers again, a chilling, undeniable truth slamming into him, his time is running out. Finally, a quiet, weary resignation washes over him, as he embraces the inevitable call for peace. His heart, once a frantic drum, now beat with a profound, almost unsettling peace. As his consciousness drifted, a faint, ethereal blue form seemed to separate from his body. Floating into a serene, boundless void. But the tranquility shattered in an instant, his eyes snapping open with a jolt, a sudden, violent awakening. A primal scream of defiance echoing through his mind, no. This isn't over. A menacing, crimson fist materialized, threatening to crush the last vestiges of his will, a brutal force trying to drag him down. If he could not escape death, then he would meet it head-on, refusing to yield. A surge of raw power building within him, ready to explode. Johan 8 unleashed a furious counterattack, his form enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, ready to defy fate itself. Suddenly, a violent surge of red and white energy explodes, signaling an intense internal battle. But through the chaos, a defiant declaration rings out, then I will slay death itself. His face contorts with raw power as a brilliant, ethereal blue energy erupts from him, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. Another violent burst of red energy flares, a testament to the fierce battle still raging within. Red and blue energies collide and merge in a dazzling display of raw power, as his resolve solidifies. His eyes now blaze with an intense blue light, reflecting the immense power coursing through him. Enveloped in a surging blue aura, he continues his declaration, if I cannot escape death. The blue energy pulses around him with a heavy, resonant thrum. His glowing eyes fixed on an unseen adversary as he concludes, then. With an unyielding roar, he proclaimed, I will slay death myself. But before he could move, from the shadows, a monstrous claw struck down. The demonic bandit lunging with savage intent, its eyes burning crimson. But Johan, ablaze with brilliant blue energy, met the onslaught head-on, roaring, for my honor and for Laurent. His blade connected with a brutal crunch. Another strike tearing into the creature's shoulder, sending it reeling, blood exploding from its form. A guttural roar of agony tore from the bandit. Before it finally collapsed, utterly defeated, onto the blood-stained snow. He's thrown back, a shockwave ripping through the air as something massive crashes down. Then, from the shadows, a guttural roar rips through the silence, its terrifying red gaze locking onto its prey. Just as the beast lunges, a desperate cry pierces the chaos, a single name echoing, Gustav. His eyes snap open, a wave of shock washing over him as the name registers. Then, like a bolt from the blue, a towering armored figure drops into the fray, his eyes blazing with electric blue energy, staff poised for battle. A gasp of pure disbelief escapes his lips, you're alive. But the knight doesn't even flinch, his eyes burning with resolve, a sharp command cutting through the air, get out of the way. Under the pale crescent moon, near Marseille, at the Einbeck main base. Ominous news arrived, the entire city of Einbeck had fallen. A triumphant cry echoed through the chambers, a resounding, YESSS. Bradel, arms crossed, reveled in the moment, his own YESSS, mirroring the sentiment. He then boasted, questioning, what did I say? Claiming the entire situation had been, all in the palm of my hand. His cat-eared assistant looked on in awe, murmuring, "You mean you knew this would happen? You're so amazing, sir." But her expression quickly shifted to concern as she began to question, but in the end, we. Only for Brattle to cut her off, asserting, "Of course not." Her gaze distant, the assistant worriedly uttered the names, Belako and Ian. Her eyes narrow, a chilling resolve taking over her face as she makes a powerful declaration, "Those who dare defy them must be executed." With Brattle by her side, she doubles down, her voice dripping with contempt for the pathetic merchants who dared to play politics. A brutal image of a tormented soul appears, as she fiercely declares, "I will make sure that no one is able to do that again. I will make them pay for their sins." Her conviction rings out, and thus purify the defiled Marcel. Once this is done. She points to a map laid out before them, Marcel, the trading hub, will know. Her hand grabs a cup, the clink of glass emphasizing her point, that with these alone. She lifts her drink, her resolve unbreakable, they cannot buy noble blood and honor. Her eyes blaze with fierce loyalty as she shouts, "Long live the Holy Empire." The ultimate cry echoes, "Live the Emperor." Two shadowy figures, cloaked in mystery, raise their drinks in a toast, a chilling voice echoing, "Never forget your training." But Ian, his face shadowed, lets out a frustrated hue, vowing to take this whole mess straight to the Emperor himself, recognizing the sheer weight of it all. A flash of red hair, a mysterious figure from behind, cuts in, demanding that the Emperor gets the full, unvarnished truth. Then, a masked face, eyes glowing green, steps forward to declare that their strategy was the key to conquering Marcel. Deep in the woods, the crunch of leaves signals a new journey, a solitary figure pushing through the wild. It's Ian, lost in thought, a bitter realization dawning, muttering about the one who was supposed to guide him here, the one he trusted to help him escape. His gaze sharpens, a plan forming in his mind, he's going to make sure that person gets into some serious, fabricated trouble. Then, a sudden sound cuts through the silence, making him pause, a horse. Out here, in the middle of nowhere. Deep in the forest, he stumbles upon a lone horse, a surprising sight in the desolate wilderness. A quick glance confirms it, this is the steed of a fallen warrior. A sly grin spreads across his face as he calms the beast, whispering for it to behave. He can't help but admire the magnificent creature, a truly fine steed. Seizing the opportunity, he leaps onto the horse, knowing this will drastically cut his travel time to the imperial palace. With a triumphant cry, he spurs the horse into action. Galloping through the dense woods, a sudden, ominous sound makes him pause. A monstrous Njiro rips through the silence of the forest. Forcing him to whip his head around, his face etched with shock and alarm. His eyes snap wide, a cold sweat breaking out as pure terror grips him. Because the forest itself seems to warp, an ominous blue energy swirling under the moon's eerie glow. Then, from the heart of that chilling mist, a colossal, snarling wolf demon with blazing red eyes and an electrifying aura bursts forth. Forcing him to choke out, "Holy! Get out of the way!" The monstrous fiend roars, its voice a thunderclap, "You wretched long-ear bastards!" Two knights, caught completely off guard, spin around, their expressions a mix of shock and dread. As the demon's massive claw smashes down, tearing into the earth with a savage, growling. The impact shatters the ground, sending shockwaves and blue energy rippling through the forest. Amidst the chaos, a knight, visibly shaken, turned to his comrade, questioning their very presence and the wisdom of joining the fray. Gustav, his face a mask of grim determination, shot back, admitting he'd faced this demon countless times before, always in vain. Clutching his blade, a chilling memory flashed through his mind, the demon's terrifying silence, never a whimper, no matter how hard he struck. But a new, shocking truth emerged, this time, the demon had shrieked in agony from a human knight's spear. But even after such a brutal blow, the demon was already shaking off the damage, its terrifying power surging back. The blonde knight, still hesitant, turned to Gustav once more, convinced their involvement would only make things worse for the hero already in battle. But from the depths of the forest, a hidden power stirred, knowing this was the moment to unleash an incredible battle. Then, his eyes, once serene, ignited with a fierce, dark power, a raw, potent aura exploding from his very being. The glow surged, a silent promise of devastation, as Johann prepared to unleash his fury. Powers fully unleashed, Johann 8 explodes into action, delivering a devastating first strike to the demon. No hesitation, he's a whirlwind of fury, pummeling the demon with relentless strikes. The demon doesn't stand a chance, sent flying into the water with a massive splash. Perched on a rock, eyes blazing with power, Johann dominates the scene, watching the demon writhe. His power level is off the charts, a blinding blue aura exploding around him. He's not done yet. With a fierce HMPH, he vanishes, a streak of pure speed. He's on the demon in a flash, winding up for the next crushing blow. Boom! His glowing fist connects, a direct hit. The demon's head snaps back, rocked by the sheer power of Johann's assault. The berserker unleashes a torrent of dark energy spears, piercing the water's surface, absolutely pummeling the demonic bandit. As a relentless barrage of projectiles continues to rain down, each impact sending shockwaves through its massive body, forcing a guttural, enraged scream from the beast. Watching the carnage unfold, Gustav can only wonder if the spear throwing has started up again, but Ian, ever the pragmatist, doubts these blows will be enough to finish the job. Yet, Johann's mind is racing, utterly baffled by the demon's tenacity. His eyes flaring with an electric blue as he roars a challenge at the monstrous foe. Then, with explosive power, he unleashes a thunderous kick. He slams a brutal kick into the bandit's head, launching the beast backward, crashing into the water. No pause, no mercy. Johann rockets into the sky, eyes blazing, then plunges down like a meteor. He unleashes a crushing, earth-shattering blow onto the bandit's skull, pulverizing it into the very ground. The creature convulses, a final, desperate struggle, then goes limp, its dark power fading into nothingness. The sheer brutality of the fight leaves a soldier stunned, his mind struggling to grasp the impossible sight. But Johann, a whirlwind of pure, unadulterated fury, unleashes a devastating barrage of strikes, each one a bone-shattering impact. A crushing knee strike sends shockwaves through the demon's form, followed by a thunderous kick that sends the creature flying. The relentless assault shows no signs of stopping. His eyes blazing with an otherworldly blue light, locked onto his prey. He grabs the bandit, hoisting it effortlessly from the ground, and slams it down with a final, ground-shattering impact, ending the fight. The demonic bandit staggered, taking another devastating hit from Johann VIII's furious barrage, each strike pushing it to its limits, its monstrous form barely holding together against the onslaught. Then, with a ground-shattering impact, the beast was absolutely pulverized into the earth, leaving a massive crater. As the chaos subsided, the bandit was utterly broken on the fractured ground, with the night looming triumphantly above. With a final, earth-shattering blow, he absolutely annihilated any lingering resistance. His eyes blazed with an intense blue glow, a clear sign of the raw power he'd unleashed. He stood over the now lifeless husk, the demonic menace completely eradicated. The bandit's body began to crumble and dissipate, its fiery red eyes fading into nothingness. With the threat utterly annihilated, Johann simply turned and walked off, leaving the defeated monster in his wake. The demonic bandit's head, utterly defeated, lies motionless, a brutal trophy of the fight. Still in his berserk rage, Johann crashes into the murky depths, his body radiating an intense, otherworldly blue glow. Even as he sinks, his hand, still crackling with raw power, bursts through the water's surface. The sheer force of his descent unleashes a colossal geyser of water. Meanwhile, two armored figures watch the mayhem unfold, one demanding, "Gustav, what in the world just happened?" Gustav is speechless, eyes glued to the water, but his frantic companion shouts, "Sir Johann, finish it. Now." The unnamed knight's face twists in pure horror, desperate to escape before things get even worse. But Johann ignores them, his foot, still blazing with berserk power, slams down with devastating impact. He crushes the already defeated bandit's head underfoot, drawing a horrified scream from the knight. "What in the abyss are you doing, Sir Johann?" The defeated bandit's monstrous maw is still visible, its form already distorting under an unseen, crushing force. Then, a thunderous thud as the berserk knight's foot, crackling with raw blue energy, absolutely obliterates it. A primal, agonizing scream rips from the creature's throat as its body violently convulses. Johann, his eyes now twin infernos of blue light, drives his heel deeper, the sickening crunch of bone and sinew echoing. A grotesque explosion of blood and viscera erupts, painting the entire scene crimson. He stands victorious over the mangled remains, his blue aura still pulsing with raw, untamed power, as the last of the creature's essence vanishes with a final, chilling splash. But the rage isn't over. His head snaps up, a primal roar tearing from his throat, his face a mask of pure, unbridled fury. That terrifying cry echoes through the night, a chilling testament to the berserk state that still consumes him. His eyes, glowing with an intense, almost blinding blue, reflect the untamed, destructive power that rages within. The berserker's rage wasn't just over. It was escalating, a cataclysmic force tearing through reality. As the demonic bandit's final, desperate shriek echoed into oblivion, its very essence being ripped apart by the sheer, unbridled power. Explosions of raw energy continued to erupt, shattering everything into a million pieces. Even a seasoned knight like Gustav was left speechless, his jaw dropping as he witnessed the terrifying spectacle. "My God," he exclaimed. As Johann VIII finally exhaled, the storm of his power slowly receding. Bloodied and battered, he unleashes one final, devastating surge of power, a grim declaration escaping his lips, "With this." And the monstrous entity is utterly obliterated in a blinding explosion of blue energy. The sheer force of his attack leaves him drained, his body slumping as the raw power still radiates from him. The creature's very essence melts away, leaving behind only a swirling vortex of pure magical residue. His glowing hand drops, the battle finally over. It should be finished, he states, the exhaustion clear in his voice. A chilling, unnatural mist blankets the twilight forest, making every step a gamble. While desperate figures scramble through the dense undergrowth, their frantic flight a testament to the unseen terror. Suddenly, a man, utterly cornered and consumed by terror, lets out a primal scream, demanding the damn beasts release him. But it's too late, shadowy figures with malevolent glowing red eyes burst from the fog, swarming him as he thrashes helplessly. High above, an armored observer watches the grim spectacle unfold, coldly noting the man's desperate, doomed plan to run from an inescapable snare. The man's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated horror, a raw, guttural scream tearing from his throat. His desperate, drawn-out scream of "No" rips through the night, a chilling testament to his fate. Meanwhile, Johann and his two armored companions stand stoically at the clearing's edge, their grim faces reflecting the brutal chaos they witness. Down and out, the Knight of Orangs fights to keep it together, a voice in his head screaming, "Don't you dare make that face." He's questioning everything, is this really not an honorable way for a knight to go out? One last desperate plea, he just wants someone to tell his dad how bravely he went down. Then, the crushing truth hits him, he'll never get to tell his dad himself. Tears stream down his face, but then Johann's voice cuts through the despair, vowing to make sure everyone knows how bravely he fought. With his final gasp, the knight barely manages a whispered, "Thank you." His mind flashes to his brothers in arms, Gustav, Laurent, all his comrades of Orangs, as he finally slips away. Broken and bleeding, the knight's mind flashes back to a memory, a moment that was truly unforgettable. As his life drains away, a desperate voice screams his name, Leon. Johann 8 stares down at the fallen knight, his face a mask of grim determination. He weighs his options, a cynical thought crossing his mind, why waste healing magic on this bastard? But then, a flicker of something else, a good deed is always worth doing, no matter what. Johann drops to his knees, and Leon, barely conscious, whispers, "Sir Johann." Johann shoves a potion into his hand, demanding he drink it to dull the agony, even if just for a fleeting second. As Leon gulps down the potion, Johann's mind races, acknowledging the sheer fortune of meeting such a knight, but he snaps back to reality, barking at him to finish it, just as Leon gasps his last words, I'm a knight of Orangs." He pours the crimson liquid from a small vial onto the fallen knight's chest. The potion splashing against the bloodied armor, a futile gesture of care for the deceased. A final, faint groan escapes the knight, as a single drop of red liquid glistens on his armor. Johann continues, pouring the potion onto a wound on the knight's leg, the liquid dripping slowly into the torn flesh. Then, he simply sits beside the fallen Leon, his gaze fixed on the lifeless form. The weight of the moment settles heavily upon him, as he remains in silent vigil. Leon's face, pale and still, confirms his passing, and Johann's expression hardens with resolve. Surrounded by the bodies of other fallen knights, Johann speaks softly, "Rest peacefully." His voice filled with sorrow and respect, he adds, "My comrade, my brother." Amidst the grim aftermath, a voice cuts through the silence, calling out to Johann. A knight, cloaked in dark armor, steps forward, his head bowed in solemn respect. With a face etched in pain, the knight looks up, pouring out his thanks for saving Leon's remains. His voice thick with emotion, he presses on, convinced that without Johann, Leon's suffering would have been endless. Johann takes it all in, a silent figure absorbing the weight of the knight's words. Grief and awe crash over him, and the knight's resolve crumbles instantly. He drops to his knees, a raw sob tearing from his throat as tears flood his eyes. Gazing up through his tears, he demands to know the source of Johann's miraculous power, the one that utterly crushed the demon. Dropping to his side, Johann offers a comforting hand, his voice soft as he asks if the knight is truly okay. The knight can't believe it. He's not just better, he's cleansed. Breathing feels effortless, a total game changer. Another knight shouts congratulations, but the healed warrior's mind is racing, a new question burning. He blurts out, "Reborn," and Brattle, flask in hand, is already trying to figure out what this mysterious liquid is. Johann reveals the truth, for those clinging to life, this is their only shot at survival. Behold the glowing, mysterious elixir. A divine gift from Gastusa, the very spirit of the Eifel River. Emotionally shattered, the knight screams "LONNN," then berates himself for being such a good liar. Still choked up, he locks eyes with Johann. He drops into a deep bow, a powerful, "Thank you, Sir Johann," echoing through the air. Tears still flowing, he pours out his soul, thanking Johann for saving his brother in arms. He hears the praise, "Among all the lower ranks I've seen." "Thanks for your praise," he responds, a subtle smirk on his face, "but you're the one who gave me the chance to thank him instead." The knight presses on, "Either way, that precious comrade of yours. As Johann cradles the rescued warrior, do you see? The knight points to the gathered troops, the honorable Sir Johann has saved our brother. A powerful roar erupts from the knights. As one clenches his staff. Let us offer our deepest respect and praise to Sir Johann. Their shouts reach a fever pitch, glory to the great Sir Johann. He stands before a knight, who, still flushed with emotion, begins to speak. The blonde knight declares that a simple thank you isn't enough for him, for he has never felt such profound gratitude in his entire life, and is willing to do anything in return. Addressing Johann directly, the knight vows that he is as important to him as a brother. He then proclaims that anyone who disrespects Johann will face his wrath. With a sudden, powerful motion, the blonde knight draws his sword, a brilliant blue aura flaring around the blade as he begins a rapid strike, ready to unleash fury. The glowing weapon descends with immense force, leaving streaks of light in its wake, a clear display of his power. He continues his fervent declaration, reiterating that anyone who dares to oppose Johann will face the full might of his sword, the final, decisive strike echoing his unwavering resolve, a promise of absolute protection. Behind the blonde knight, a formidable assembly of other knights stands ready, their unified presence a silent testament to their collective loyalty, a powerful new alliance forged. Deep in a shadowy forest, a cloaked figure knocks an arrow, its tip blazing with ethereal light. A voice cuts through the silence, a stark reminder, never forget what you were taught. Stay calm. Meanwhile, Sir Gustav, a knight clad in gleaming armor, bows his head in a gesture of profound respect and gratitude. But beneath the formal facade, a more cynical thought flashes through his mind, he'd rather have cold, hard cash than empty honor. And that cynical thought hits Johann Ates like a shockwave, his face contorting in utter disbelief, as he screams, you all love to spend the inner things in life, don't you? Later, a stunning blonde knight gasps, her eyes wide with shock. The news of Johann's latest feat has just reached her ears. She can barely believe it, shouting, I heard Sir Johann fought and defeated a troll. An ancient, white-bearded elder, listening with a knowing gaze, simply grunts, Homo. I thought as much, then ponders the impossible, even with the combined might of the flames of saint and the goddess's divine protection, a small-scale troll should be an insurmountable foe. The young woman tries to set the record straight, her face a picture of earnestness, insisting that the story isn't quite what he thinks. But the old man just brushes her off with a knowing laugh, totally convinced he's cracked the troll mystery. But then his eyes snap wide open, a massive question mark hanging in the air. As the new intel hits him like a truck, a stunned, what, ripping from his throat. He clutches his head, absolutely floored, the sickening sound of flesh ripping apart echoing in his mind. His mind reeling at the insane thought of someone tearing a troll apart with their bare hands. The forest stands eerily silent, a chilling backdrop to the brutal truth. Where Johann sits, utterly consumed by his own thoughts, struggling to process the sheer brutality of what he'd done. He just can't believe it. The gruesome image of the troll's right arm, its muscles and tendons shredded, burns itself into his mind. The sheer, unadulterated power unleashed was insane, leaving the creature's bones absolutely pulverized. Every single vital system was obliterated, and all its internal organs were utterly annihilated. The sheer brutality was next level, even its jaw was completely torn right off. With that level of excessive damage, there was zero chance of recovery, and it was definitely dead. Standing over the monstrous remains, Johann and the blonde woman surveyed the scene. He observed, almost to himself, and yet you've kept the corpse in such perfect condition. How? The blonde woman, looking up at him with wide eyes, demanded, how did you even manage that? She explained that her group had zero magical means to preserve it, adding that until he showed up, there was literally nothing left of its appearance. A wave of grim understanding washed over Johann as he muttered, so that's how they did it, unbelievable. He stands before the gruesome remains of the demonic bandit, as the unnamed woman offers her congratulations, while the others look on with a mix of awe and curiosity. A new realization dawns upon him as the woman continues, explaining that from this moment forward, whenever someone mentions a troll slayer, his name will be the one that comes to mind. The title of a troll slayer will forever be associated with him. The woman then points to the monster's intact head, remarking on its pristine condition despite the brutal dismemberment. Such a valuable specimen, the Marcel Trading Company would be able to sell it for a considerable price. The thought of such a lucrative reward brings a blush to his cheeks. As he gazes at the fallen beast, the woman reiterates that this is indeed an achievement, and he reflects that in his previous life, no one would have ever given him such a distinguished title. Bradel and Gustav, observing the scene, recall how surprisingly tough the monster's head felt during the fight, adding to the weight of the accomplishment. He muses that it is the individuals one defeats who ultimately bestow such corresponding titles. Still reeling from the victory, Johann can't help but reflect on his new, brutal moniker. Troll Slayer, huh? He mutters, a grim smirk playing on his lips. His gaze sharpens, the weight of the title clearly sinking in, a new chapter beginning. But the calm is violently ripped apart by a deafening roar, as a terrifying, glowing monster lunges forward, its presence screaming danger. Gustav, Bradel, and the unnamed woman are stunned, as the demonic bandit, the one they thought was gone, reappears with a terrifying army. The unnamed woman gasps, barely able to form a sentence, as Gustav, clearly worried, demands to know if Johann had properly warned them about this nightmare. Panic erupts and desperate shouts cut through the air, demanding immediate battle readiness and unwavering vigilance. Gustav, ever the rock, tries to bring order to the panicked soldiers, facing down a new contingent of purple-armored warriors who look utterly bewildered. One of the new warriors scoffs in disbelief, "What you speak of is a monster." But Gustav quickly cuts them off, hinting, "That's Sir Johann's." A chilling implication hanging in the air. And from the monstrous bandit, its eyes burning with malevolence, comes a terrifying whisper, "Pet dog." A dark hint at a hidden master or a twisted past. A new armored guard looms over a terrified, kneeling figure, who's practically begging for mercy. Gustav's jaw drops in pure shock, shouting that whatever they're talking about, it's definitely not a dog. A holy glow ignites around his hand, as Johann gets ready to throw down, calling upon sacred flames. The whole crew huddles around the fire, with the armored guards watching intently, as the traveler spins his tail, swearing he's just a simple wanderer. The woman, cradling a tiny blue creature, leans in, demanding to know if this wolf really just snatched him up like that. Still on his knees, the traveler nervously nods, confirming her wild question. Johann, lost in thought, admits the werewolf idea sounds crazy, but then hits the traveler with a piercing question, "Did you know about this before you came here?" Still stuck on the ground, the traveler secretly wonders, "Man, how am I doing right now?" The armored guard, still kneeling, respectfully asks Johann for permission to interrogate the traveler. With a calm gaze, Johann gives the green light, letting the guard proceed with the questioning. A heavy clank echoes as the guard closes in on the kneeling figure. Still on his knees, the traveler desperately pleads, claiming to be just a simple wanderer. But the guard's patience snaps, and with a brutal thud, he clamps down on the traveler's shoulder. A sharp gasp of pain rips from him, his face twisting in pure terror. Red energy explodes around his hand as it's crushed, a raw scream of agony tearing through the silence. The guard's voice slices through the pain, a chilling command to pay attention. He doesn't care who the traveler is, but pain never lies. He's a soul reader, and he's about to rip the truth out right now. The captive's body convulses, a raw, agonizing groan tearing from his throat. As the soul reader's power explodes, ripping a primal scream from the man now unmasked as First Lieutenant Mayhem. Under that brutal, unyielding pressure, he cracks, spilling secrets about his elite Empire Army Special Operations Unit. The armored guard, impressed, gives a nod to Johann's sharp instincts, confessing he was just playing a hunch. Johann's jaw drops, the shock hitting him. This guy, this lieutenant, was the one who attacked first, completely blind to who he was facing. He demands more, needing every scrap of intel on this Mayhem's name and connections. The guard grins, confirming a treasure trove of data, calling this capture an absolute gold mine. Then, a vision slams into Johann's mind, Baron Ainsek's command post, his hidden base now exposed. A choked gasp escapes him, the name Ainsek hitting him like a thunderclap. He stares down the conflict, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes. A chilling smirk plays on his lips, a silent promise of impending doom. The armored guard, hyped and ready, demands his orders. His eyes blaze with electric blue energy as he lays out the urgent plan. Demanding immediate, decisive action. The guard grins, pledging his unwavering loyalty to his human brother. He boasts of his troops' battle-hardened prowess. Ready to claim the ultimate glory in the Trollslayer's final, crushing blow. Johann, gazing into the shadows, seals their fate, a swift, overwhelming strike is coming. He rallies his troops, his command echoing across the ranks, "Everyone, you heard him. Make ready." The final, glorious moment for the defensive operation in Marseille is upon them, the ultimate showdown has arrived. Hours later, the battlefield ignites, right at Baron Ainbek's hidden command post. Boom! The assault explodes into chaos, fire and destruction raining down on the enemy. He screams, "Charge ahead," proclaiming, "It's hunting season," as they surge forward. The Allied cavalry unleashes a terrifying roar, crashing into the enemy lines. A desperate enemy screams, "Die, you brothers," as the battle rages. A knight clashes with a beast, yelling, "Cursed Longyaris," as the monster falls. It's a full-blown rout. They're ELF knights, someone screams, as the panicked elves yell, "Run for it," and are cut down. The moment of truth arrives as the planned assault detonates, ripping through the enemy lines with explosive force. Johann's elite forces launch a full-scale ambush, catching their foes completely off guard. Through the smoke and fire, a battle-hardened commander roars, "Ainbek is the target. Find him." His voice, a thunderclap over the battlefield, he screams, "Forget the small fry. Kill them all." The ambush is a brutal success, enemy forces scrambling in disarray, a desperate cry echoes, "You promised this place was secure." But deep within the enemy's stronghold, a pink-haired royal is caught completely off guard, her face a mask of pure horror as the ambush unfolds around her. Her thoughts spiral into a frantic panic, desperately searching for answers. How could they have found us so fast? Was it a betrayal? As explosions tear through the stronghold, she makes a snap decision. This is hopeless. I'm out of here. The royal makes a desperate dash for freedom, a hulking demonic guardian hot on her heels, covering her retreat. The demonic guardian, eyes blazing with fierce loyalty, roars, "Your Majesty, hurry." Amidst the settling dust of battle, a knight on horseback, the architect of this chaos, mentally reinforced his training, a silent mantra to stay calm and remember every lesson. The ambush was a resounding success, leaving the enemy camp utterly decimated, a landscape of scattered debris and smoldering ruins. His elite armored forces swept through the wreckage, their distinctive purple cloaks cutting through the dark, chaotic aftermath. A subordinate quickly approached, gesturing urgently for him to follow, declaring that a gift was ready. The leader advanced, his boot crushing the debris underfoot with decisive force. The subordinate confirmed the victory. Sir Johan's primary target was absolutely crumpled up and secured. A curt "thank you" was all he offered, his eyes already locked onto the prize. He peered into the dark pit, the ultimate prize of his meticulously planned ambush finally within his grasp. He surveys the desolate landscape, an eerie silence hanging heavy in the air. Below, the defeated Baron Einbeck lies helpless, encircled by the victorious forces. Johan's gaze remains locked, an unyielding stare. As Einbeck's hand weakly reaches out, a desperate, futile struggle for purchase. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the tension. "So we meet again." Einbeck lets out a terrified, choked gasp. His face contorted in sheer terror as he screams, "A ghost." Johann continues his slow, deliberate approach. Finally standing over the fallen noble, addressing him with cold precision, "Baron Einbeck." His sky-blue eyes blazed with an infernal red, a raw, terrifying power erupting from his very being. As he roared, "I've come to judge you." A swift gust of wind whips through the scene. As a villager urgently declares, "All right, we need to get supplies, now." Meanwhile, Johann makes his exit, declaring, "Monsters handled, our work here is done. We're out." A grateful guard salutes, "It was an absolute honor to fight beside you." He looks skyward, a solemn promise on his lips, "I will never forget the devotion and sacrifice of our sisters and brothers." One last look at the village he saved, then he's off. Footsteps pound the earth. As Johann and the Black Wolf stride away from the village, leaving the grateful villagers behind. Meanwhile, Baron Einbeck unleashes a guttural "HUU, a clear sign of his utter fury. The news hit like a hammer, and Einbeck's fury boiled, screaming internally, "How is Johann 8 still breathing?" He remembered the perfect setup, the deadly poison he'd personally coated on that cup. A furious snarl twisted his features, cursing himself for not just smashing the whole bottle down his throat. Einbeck raged, pounding his fist on the table, shouting at his guards, "What the hell is going on? What's happening?" His fury intensified, baffled why anyone would still follow that audacious bastard, Johann. Elsewhere, a purple-armored guard exploded at his cowering subordinates, roaring, "What are you doing, you assholes? Do you want me dead?" His face a contorted mask of pure fury, he screamed about how everything had been absolutely perfect. Inside Gissen Barony's 8's castle, a goblet dramatically spills its dark contents, a foreboding omen for what's to come. A low, ominous hum echoes as a hand snatches the now empty goblet, its dark liquid already gone. Heavy footsteps pound through the castle, heralding the grand entrance of a richly dressed noble. His polished boots march away from the spilled goblet, ignoring the mess completely. Baron Einbeck, with a face like thunder, demands, "Have you been well, Sir Gissen?" Einbeck's eyes lock onto the armored guard, who stands there, a stone-cold warrior, his face a mask of grim resolve. The Baron, confirming his own power, declares, "Yes, I am Baron Einbeck," then immediately demands, "Did you bring the by-election funds?" They walk, and suddenly, a soft, ethereal glow bursts from a small orb in the guard's hand, lighting up their shadowy path. The guard's face stays grim, his eyes locked forward, the glowing orb a silent, powerful presence. He slams down a scroll. Its official seal mocking the blank space within. "What is this?" He roars, disbelief turning to fury. "Why are you handing me a blank piece of paper?" Baron Gissen 8 glares, his face a mask of stone, ready to unleash his wrath. "His Majesty the Emperor will provide your assistance once more," the guard tries to plead, but the Baron's fury explodes, "Stop sprouting nonsense. You think I'll fall for your tricks again?" He rages, his voice shaking with indignation. "I've fought countless wars believing your lies, and while I bled, you grew fat, you damn criminals." The Baron sneers, "You've been given enough compensation, I presume." The guard, cornered, desperately shouts, "The Emperor needs me now." "You want me to believe that?" Baron Gissen 8 thunders, his hand already on his axe's hilt. Get lost before I split you in half with my axe. The tension was palpable as Baron Ates was directly challenged, an unseen force demanding he affix his seal. The unseen speaker laid out the terms, revealing the seal was already set, waiting for him, ready to be claimed. He grabs the document, a silent command to accept the terms. The green seal, a mark of the agreement, rests prominently on the parchment. As a chilling voice echoes in his mind, warning him that to pocket this offer would lead to regret. With a heavy sigh, he acknowledges the terms, his quill pressing down to formalize the pact. His hand clenches, the weight of his decision settling upon him, as he considers the loyalty now demanded. A grim resolve hardens his features, believing this choice will play a great role in achieving His Majesty's greater will. His eye, sharp and intense, reflects the depth of his commitment. As the night sky settles over a formidable castle, its silhouette stark against the crescent moon. Indeed, Baron Einbeck has forged a new, uncertain path. A crucial sealed document reveals its shocking contents. This isn't just any letter, it's the blueprint for a full-blown rebellion. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure with silver hair and intense red eyes watches, his gaze sharp and calculating. It's Karamov, an imperial bodyguard, and he's about to drop some serious intel. He lays out his chilling plan. The northern frontier is the perfect spot for a rebellion, and by framing them, they'll snatch control of Terrazon. As a massive rebellion kicks off, he gives a sarcastic shout-out to Einbeck, calling his involvement a truly noble plan. Einbeck's hand clenches the document, the tension palpable. Karamov, ever the provocateur, points out the bite in the Baron's tone, wondering if he's misjudged him, but quickly brushes it off. No way. Then, the imperial bodyguard drops the facade, confessing he only admires Einbeck's repulsive convenience, a truly remarkable talent. He can't help but smirk at the sheer irony of someone like Einbeck lurking in the honorable imperial palace. Baron Einbeck absolutely explodes, his voice a furious challenge, practically daring Karamov to keep talking as he lays out the brutal truth of the northern frontier. Einbeck's rage is barely contained as he keeps going, dropping the bombshell that Karamov didn't just quarter men, but women and children too. But Karamov? He's completely unfazed, just casually turning to face Einbeck, a chillingly calm and collected look on his face. Einbeck is absolutely consumed by his own accusations, a dark, shadowy specter of his deeds practically manifesting behind him as he screams the grim details of the northern frontier again. His face is a mask of pure fury and disbelief, as he practically snarls, "And now you dare lecture me on honor?" Karamov's eyes drop, a chilling shift in his entire vibe, as he brutally dismisses Einbeck as nothing more than the Emperor's hunting dog, a pathetic creature utterly devoid of honor. That insult hits Baron Einbeck Vivant Auvergne hard, his face twisting in a raw mix of shock and pure offense. Karamov, though, keeps that infuriatingly calm, almost amused, look, firing back that Einbeck has the audacity to lecture him on honor while practically screaming in the Emperor's own palace. Karamov just turns and walks away, leaving Einbeck utterly defeated, only able to muster a pathetic defense, muttering that he's always just followed the Emperor's orders and moved according to his will. He declares his unwavering loyalty, vowing to obey the Emperor's command. The Emperor's honor outweighs all lives in the Empire, and thus, it is his honor as well. His red eyes glow with fierce conviction, as he reiterates that the Emperor's honor is his own, a chilling declaration. Suddenly, a hand clamps around Einbeck's throat, lifting him as he struggles to declare, "I'm not like you, who clings to life through deception and betrayal." The grip tightens, a chilling response to his defiance, as Karamov dismisses his words, such deception and betrayal. Also, with a sudden, brutal shove, Einbeck is sent sprawling to the ground, a pained gasp escaping him. He coughs, struggling to regain his breath, as Karamov's voice rings out, cold and clear, "If you insult His Majesty's command even once more." Looming over the fallen Baron, a dark aura radiating from him, Karamov delivers a chilling promise, "I'll tear out your blood vessels and use them as a goblet with them." From the ground, Einbeck forces out a response, his voice strained, I will bear that in mind." His face contorted in silent fury, he curses Karamov internally, blaming him for ruining everything. He's absolutely fuming, remembering Karamov's insane arrogance, just calling him the Emperor's lapdog, all talk and no bite. But then he thinks, wait, that same guy couldn't even take down one measly knight. A frustrated grunt rips from his throat. As he just shrugs it off, convinced it's all pointless anyway. He's picturing himself getting the ultimate revenge, when out of nowhere, a panicked voice screams for Sir Johann, snapping him and the other mounted guards to attention about some major trouble. The emergency? It's all about the Marcel Trading Company. And then, a massive, earth-shattering thud just reverberates, confirming it's been completely taken over. A chilling accusation rings out, pointing fingers directly at the mercenaries who dared to betray them. Elsewhere, a curious trio, an old man, a young woman, and a strange creature, stands in silent observation. Back with the knights, a guard stammers in utter disbelief, as a furious curse erupts from his commander's lips. He ponders the gravity of the news, a quiet hum of contemplation escaping him. Meanwhile, a scarred figure begins to let out a sinister chuckle. His laughter escalating into a booming, maniacal cackle. The chilling sound fills the air, as his face twists into an expression of pure, unadulterated glee. He lets out a triumphant, echoing laugh, as Baron Einbeck revels in his perceived victory, taunting his unseen enemies with a sneer. He questions their foresight, mocking their failed strategies. His laughter grows louder, as he dismisses his opponent as a lowly bastard. Einbeck declares that while they may have won a battle, they have ultimately lost the war, calling them pathetic pieces of filth. Meanwhile, a different noble, his face etched with dismay, laments a complete disaster, acknowledging they were outmaneuvered. Elsewhere, an elder sage, his brow furrowed with worry, receives grave news: the bareback Marcel has been breached. He stands amidst ancient trees, his staff planted firmly as he whispers a plea to the goddess of Eiffel. The weight of the news settles heavily upon him, his aged face reflecting profound distress. Facing an armored comrade, who urges a desperate push into the castle, Johann weighs the grim truth. He can't abandon Marcel, not yet, steeling his resolve that surrender is not an option. A fierce grin breaks across his face as he proclaims, they're going to fight, no matter what.